same feet.
I accidentally hit the live button.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said
America deserves 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hassan Piker says America deserves 9/11.
Can you unplug this house going on?
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for a raging anti-Semitic?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a ridge too far.
You get so close, dude. I do not do, but I'm one.
say, hey, can you walk me through some of the controversial statements of Hassan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hassan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks. ChatGPT.
Hassan Piker is
Yeah, thank you.
placing yourself on the wrong side of a 9/10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it works.
we want good dough?
Abdul El Sayed
Also,
at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Mail on Heroes, everybody. Nice to meet you, Hassan. Welcome to the podcast. Thank you for having me. Oh my God.
But you do proper.
No, you didn't do it.
I have terrible accents. So somehow.
What's going on, everybody? Oh, shit. Room service just showed up. Hold on. God damn it.
Riding headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028.
I guess there's no
But they'll have to compete with the digital
Godot
world's
grab,
new
huh?
rising star, far-left activist Hassan Piker.
So what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch, YouTube, like Hassan Piker.
What happens if I put this behind the hole?
Promoters of hate.
Does it still look okay? Actually? Not bad.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Austin. I brought
So we have
Austin. I brought
what's
guys
it
coming to you
called?
live
Jungling to
from
do and video game
sunny
crafting
California,
to
Los
do.
Angeles, folks. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and empties are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Gotta fix the camera a little bit. Too dark.
Oh, you guys like
Perhaps
stop
this is
slouching
a little bit
too.
better.
Look at that.
Anyway, coming to you live from not as gloomy as it was. New York. What is this? Why isn't it focusing well?
Alright. What's that in this new puzzle that I made too?
It's 8. Alarm. Title says Epstein's Fury Day 8. Okay, what day is it? What day actually is it? Did I say California? I'm in New York. I'm not in California. Guys, hold on. There's a lot going on in my life, okay? I'm gonna tell you why. And we're coming to you live from New York City, New York, baby. One of the greatest cities of all time. One of the greatest cities
Why
on
so
the planet.
Oh, it's because I was
New
in
York,
one,
New
copied
York,
it into a child,
folks.
and then it increased
Stolen
when
Lenape land.
Alright. Now here's the thing about this level that I did.
Okay.
It's pretty big. It's a big level. Oh shit, that's randomizing. Oh, that's not an eraser.
Thank you for the blast offs. Which day is it? Is it Epstein Fury Day what? Do you iron your shirt? Yes, but it looks not. It looks disheveled. I don't know. Nueva York.
Alright.
Day 6, 7. Okay, fuck you guys.
So we're looking
Fury-
for a
you know what? I'm gonna
dimension
say
capability of
80 or
1, 2,
87,
3, 4,
okay?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
87
18,
based on
19,
your
20,
last
21,
title?
22, 23,
Okay,
24,
so
25, 26, 27, 28,
we got you
29,
on the
30,
Patchy
31, 32,
Blue
33, 34,
podcast.
35, 36, 37, 38,
Oh,
39,
dude,
40, 41,
hell
42,
yeah. I'm fucking
43,
value
44,
chain. I'm ready
45,
to be
46.
value chain, baby.
If I counted correctly.
We'll look at that in a little bit. Anyway, folks, we're live We're live. A lot's going on in the world. I'm gonna tell you all about it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker. Obviously, international criminal, dangerous terrorist. The dangerous radical Hassan Abi Piker. I'm a numbers guy. Everybody knows. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy. Okay. But yes, I am here. I'm ready to go.
These should be uniform.
And
so we're
I'm
going
ready
to
to
do
do value chain. Value chain. Patrick uses AI for his arguments. Hell yeah, that's my goat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Be careful.
5 per
J.
inch.
Edgar Hoover wants your head. True. We'll get to all of that.
That's 9
and
inches,
more.
so 45.
As far as personal news goes, I know I usually say I'm a chud-ass loser and I do nothing in my life, nothing of worth, nothing at all. But the reality of the matter is,
10.
it's been quite the eventful
15,
past couple of days, as
20,
you guys
25,
know.
30,
Phase 2 of the feds are up my
35,
ass. We'll
6,
be talking
7,
about all
8,
of that and more, but yeah,
38.
I did a photo shoot yesterday in the morning before the stream, and then there was a nighttime component as well. It's going to be a cover.
Does this give me a count on how
Okay,
much
it's
it
going to
is?
be a cover. Very exciting stuff.
Oh, it does. Okay. 8.
And I think I look really good. I can't show you anything yet because obviously there's an embargo. It's like serious stuff, right? So there's unfortunately there's an embargo on it, so you guys won't be able to see it until it's out. And I won't tell you which magazine it's for, but your boy looked pretty good. Your boy looked pretty good. Fox News is watching as always. Shout out to the Fox News watchers. Shout out to all of you. I'm wearing one of the suits that I literally wore in the shoot that I bought off the stylist for the photo shoot. It's a fucking awesome suit.
You're making fun of me because I was making fun of how you're so.
You were on Fox News again. It's not surprising.
Parasocial, don't worry about it.
We'll cover all of that and more. Speaking of cover, Wemby was cooking OKC last night. Sheesh! I didn't watch. I have no idea what happened because I was literally doing the photo shoot. There's a typo in your tweet or reply? What do you mean? I don't fucking know what you're talking about. But anyway, I wasn't able to watch because I was working. I was being a model. I was setting up a future
4 plus
career for myself in the
34,
world of
right? Or
modeling,
38?
ladies
Is
and
that what I
gentlemen.
landed
That's
on?
what I was doing last night.
No. It's 34.
Because I had to, I have to look for alternative careers now as an international criminal. In any case, folks.
48.
We're live. We're alive. Watch the shot. And I didn't get done until like 12 last night. And by the time I got to my hotel, I passed the freak out. I was so unbelievably tired. I slept quite a bit actually. I went to bed at like 12. Woke up at I had like a 10-hour sleep session, which was good. I caught up on a lot of lost sleep. So that's good. And other than that, nothing else. I had an interview with, I did a podcast with German Lafredo, who has previously been arrested by the IDF for literally doing journalism, many such cases, of course. But yeah, I had a convo with him. We shot that. Not sure where that's going to be released, either Dropside or Alpha Zero, one or the other. But yeah, outside of that, not much else. But I guess that's That's understandable. You might have ops, but you have moms who will protect you. Yeah, I saw. I saw. You know, we have many ops, but we have some lovers as well. Unlikely places. An ultra-conservative Nana prayed for your soul last night. She said grateful for dinner after she thanked the Lord for guiding Trump to save the country, of course. Pray for my soul? Does that mean like I'm a lost soul? Is that what it is? We'll take it. We'll take those in the column of defense. But yeah, I'm live, I'm alive, baby. So that's it. Let's take a look at Wemby now. I've never seen anything like it. I already know it's gonna go in. Instagram started pushing a lot of anti-Islam propaganda for me. I know. I have noticed that as well. Ever since this subpoena announcement came out, it has been my own algorithm has been inundated with like literally any and every centrist Democrat that's like, oh my God, this is so awesome. Oh my God, this is such a fucking awesome thing. Click around and find out. Like people, it's just like liberals celebrating Trump. And it's been strange. It's been strange to watch. Yeah, I feel like my algo has been tweaked a little bit. It's been tweaking. My algorithm has been tweaking a little bit, for sure. Stop scrolling. K-Hive is just out there celebrating. I mean, Jasmine Crockett's fucking celebrating. We'll talk about all that and more. It's very strange. I don't know why they think like this administration will spare them. I feel like they are. They're celebrating their own demise. I even went on Perez. I saw some Perez, and I was threading up. My Twitter feed has turned into mostly ultras and anti-Hassan left. There's a lot of ultras that are also. Most ultras have decided this is ridiculous. Like they're on my side. They're doing the reluctantly defending Hassan shit, where they're like, you know, I don't really like him, and I think he's still, you know, harnessing the radical energy of the left and like funneling it back to the Democratic Party. But I reluctantly must defend Hassan here. I hate that I'm, you know, that sort of thing is what I've heard a lot, with some exceptions. But like the liberal commentariat that is speaking to I would say like a comparatively tiny audience, as the ultras are, although they have a lot more prestige internally within the party. I think liberals, by and large, when they hear this kind of thing, they're shocked, they're horrified by it. But the increasingly smaller audience of like anti-left liberals on Twitter, they are celebrating, and it's very weird. It almost comes across as like coordinated, like their messaging has been almost coordinated. I don't know what the fuck that's about, but yeah, they're stupid. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's just look at hope you rot in prison. Okay, man. That's disgusting. A contested three-point shot from half court. A contested half-court shot where he has not one, but technically three guarding him at half court. They're doing a full court press. Obviously, there's only a couple seconds on the shot clock. They get it to Wemby. Wemby goes up half court. Unbelievable. Yeah, stop him, just pray. That is beast mode. That's aura. God, Wemby has so much aura. He's so fucking sick. Wemby has an identical stat line to Steph Curry down to the true shooting percentage. Do you agree with this theory? I can't believe I might be the first one pointing this out, but it seems like they took these pictures of Hassan the Hun to do a story on Collargate, realized that the control the dog walker had on them was the vibration collar, and sat on them until this came up. I don't know. I don't know if that's a conspiracy or not. I don't think that's like. I don't think that's the. I mean, maybe. I doubt it. It is weird that there was brief shots of Kaya in that article. I know why Fox News posted those photos, though. That's a threat. For the record, that's a threat. They did that to be like, we know where you live. We have constant surveillance on you. You know. But maybe initially, because I think it's a paparazzi. It's a pap snap. And I don't know if it's from January. I think I said initially that these photos are from January, but I think it might be from April, or it might be from May. I might have been wrong when I said initially that they're from January. But yeah, they have stationed a photographer outside of my house for sure. Someone has. But article says May 12th. Please move on from this. Who cares? Your chatter, your brain is rotted. I'm just explaining why they have a person stationed. Anyway. Wembanyama is the GOAT. Just wanted to point that out one more time. He's incredible. Is while the Fox News paying somebody to sit outside your house and watch your dog take a shit? Yeah, that's also fucking crazy, because like, Kai's not even taking a shit in that photo, she's pissing. And I saw on Twitter there were motherfuckers who were like, classic social. Dude, 99% of things that people say about me, 99% of grievances that people have about me are made up. It's actually incredible. Like, it's genuine. I mean, obviously there's a concerted effort to, like, disparage everything that I do. There's a concerted effort to, like, negatively frame everything I say. Let me blast off real quick and we'll get into that, because we're gonna be looking at some of that stuff. It's actually crazy. Like, they just make shit up. I guess it's normal. It's Twitter, right? Like, they make shit up on Twitter all the time. That's kind of what happens on Twitter. But I don't know. It's just like it's still a little bit shocking to me how much they make shit up. Anyway, but yeah, we got a big day ahead of us, regardless. So get excited for that. Get it now. Twitch.tv /HouseMobby. Okay, let's blast off and let's let the people know that we are live and we are alive. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Calling you all kinds of names, big dog. Yeah, no, the Nazis are celebrating. The conservatives are celebrating because they're like, oh, he's scared. He's scared. Like, I don't know why these guys think I'm just gonna shut the fuck up or something. Like, yeah, of course I'm worried about not just my own personal safety and security, I'm worried about the future of this fucking country, man. What are we talking about? Like, this government is very clearly actively trying to target political dissidents. Well, how is that not a fucking cause for concern? It's the most powerful government on the fucking planet. Yeah, they're saying I'm like shaking. I'm shooken. Hassan Piker looks shaken on stream. Like, this is the meta where they're like, he looks shaken. Yeah, it's not a great environment to live in, you fucking idiots. It doesn't mean I'm gonna stop doing what I'm doing.
Oop.
You fucking wish, asshole. Suck my dick. This should be a huge cause for concern for anyone that is, that is, regardless of political ideology, anyone that is in any way, shape, or form invested in the continuation of democracy, or at least like certain aspects of liberal democracy that are unbelievably redeemable, that I like free speech, and a court process that hopefully will still maintain an investment in defending the truth. You know, it's a terrifying situation for all of that. It's really fucked up. It's a turning point in American history. It's so funny that they're just like fantasizing about. They have their own little fucking hug box where they're fantasizing about how like we got him. It's over. He's going to prison. Or he's terrified. He's scared. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm fucking. What do you? I've said it from the start. Okay. You kill me, you jail me, there's going to be other people, you know? You're not going to be able to stop the people from feeling the way that they do, you know? You're going to have to concede on their demands at some point. It is what it is. You know, I personally still believe that the democratic process is perhaps the most successful method of dealing with discontent. But ultimately, people are frustrated. I'm only one guy, you know? I'm only one person.
Oh, right, duh.
Dude, it's not like you were indicted. I know. This is... Dude, calm down. This is the expectation. That's what we're... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't even received the fucking subpoena, so I don't know. But yeah. But yeah, that's the blast off meme, everybody. Feds are after me. Little MAGA Nazis love it. New York City, Iran war ceasefire, Israel molding, Epstein's Fury Day 87, no war with Cuba, Darley's on stream, later, in now. It's an administrative subpoena. They have another target, but want to bring you in for corroboration. I think you'll be fine. I've done this before. Yeah, I think that the target is... I think that ultimately the target is probably Singham and his operation from PSL to Answer Coalition to Kofi, like anything that he's ever financed. And it's not new. It's been around for a while, but it's obviously it's held through regardless because like it's ridiculous, right? It's like totally fucking ridiculous to.
Is it because I'm
to try and you know to try and stop like the political advocacy of an American citizen? Right? Roy Singham is an American citizen. He lives in China now, and he's a centimillionaire. I think he like has almost $1 billion. Not sure how much money he has now, but like he's been a funding vehicle for a lot of like political, a lot of political movements in the country, like a lot of activism. and they hate that shit. Like the American government hates that shit, so they're
So how
trying
are we going
to
to
jam
fix
him up.
that?
You know, they're trying to hit him on anything and everything they possibly can.
Right now, the sun and moon
That's it. That's the
scale
the goal here.
equal
That's the
to
broader goal,
the new level
and
scale,
it's great
which is
from the administration's
found
perspective because I think they're
there.
they get to chill speech, right? They get to say, listen, we will fucking destroy your life if you even think about doing actions against us, right? I mean, it's a much larger goal of the administration. The idea of like counterterrorism initiatives being focused entirely on left movements, you know, solidarity campaigns and the like. It's not new. This is something that they signaled that they wanted to do. And this is just the next step in line with that agenda. Many Americans are, as I've said over and
Very
over,
tiny.
sleepwalking into fascism,
Very tiny.
completely and utterly oblivious that the administration has declared war on anti-fascism. And you
Now
only
the
do that
question
if you are a
is
fucking
this
fascist.
something
This is
where
a
I
fascist
should
administration
draw it at a 1-to-1 scale
that
and
has
then
decided
when it
that
renders into a
some of the
window, I
telltale
shrink it
markers
to
of
an
terrorism in
aspect
this country
ratio?
are people who are anti-capitalist, anti-fascist, they say radical transgender activists, and even things as vague that captures virtually every liberal as well.
How did
things
that
are
happen?
Anti-family
Alright, I
values.
got it. So
Right?
it is that it is literally shifted.
And Sebastian Gorka is behind it, so just so you understand.
Tile left and right. Not one
Now,
tile,
of course,
a chunk.
the number one hurdle that
Alright.
these guys have,
Now, if I try that
the
again,
number
it
one hurdle
literally
that
should
these
just
guys
have
have
no
ahead of
tiles.
them is the First Amendment. In this country, the First Amendment has literally stopped the American government from prosecuting the Klan. That and also the fact that, you know, some of those who are in the force were also wearing the robes themselves. But regardless, like,
Let me test that one more time.
the First Amendment is
With
one of the most important
you know, totally
rules in
hidden
the rule book.
level there.
It stopped the government from actively prosecuting the Klan.
Boop.
And it's literally something that has in the
No,
past
that's
stopped
right.
the government from actively prosecuting certain groups, even though they've done other things like the McCarthyite trials, obviously.
Look at
So-
that. Perfectly placed.
Libs refuse to even talk about MPS and
We had accidentally shifted the origin of the levels.
But the subpoena is the subpoena even real though? The media says you've already been served
To
it.
the side.
Yeah, I have not.
So everything was in its right place,
I
just
have not been served it. So
misprinting error,
I don't
basically.
know.
And now we got this level. Nice. Nihilism. Doo-doo-doo. Whoa.
So
Dash,
we'll get
dot,
into
dash,
that,
or
but
dot,
there are.
dot,
I was saying, like a lot
dot,
of my
dot,
haters
dot,
have invented
dot,
reasons to hate me.
dot,
Some of them
dash,
have different motivations. Like this
dot,
guy's a fucking asshole,
dot,
right?
dot,
I don't understand. Why don't you think
dot,
liberals are even
dot,
bootlicking
dot,
genociders? Why would you want their solidarity anyway? I said, you've sufficiently proven what you are, buddy. We didn't expect anything
Oh,
from
did I
you.
do the
I
one
don't
up?
know why the centrist liberals
Dash.
on Twitter think they have any sort of motion in the real world, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't
They
know.
don't. It's them chirping into the fucking void. It's very strange. There's this like, since the subpoena announcement came down, there's been a lot of talk on centrist Twitter, like Blue MAGA, Blue Anon Twitter, talking about how this is awesome. Like this is great. Oh, we're I'm uncommitted on this war
works.
between
Hell yeah.
Trump and Assange. Just
Nihilism
like Assange
levels have a
was
construct.
uncommitted.
Hell
Like
yeah.
all this stuff, right? Like they're doing this. They're doing this back and forth. But it's not dissimilar to their chirping
Oh,
of like
sorry, I was playing League. Wasn't I? My bad.
of pro-Israel sentiment. Like it's identical to the same thing I told all of you back then. And they were fucking constantly talking about, you know, Democrats can't drop Israel. Democrats can't drop Israel. Democrats can't drop Israel. And it's really funny because I kept repeatedly saying over and over again, it doesn't matter what is popping off on Twitter. It doesn't matter at all. In the real world, Democrats absolutely are done with Israel, right? Like real Democratic Party voters, self-identifying liberals, are directly at odds with what goes viral on Twitter, okay? No matter how much this loud minority chirps and gets an algorithmic boost, for example, on Twitter or on Threads or all these other fucking social media platforms, in the real world, most people, if you ask them like what they think about Israel, they're like, oh, gross. Democrats, I mean. So that's where we're at. Like you can cry about how like these socialists are not a part of the fucking party whatsoever, but you know, here's a New York Times Siena opinion on socialism poll. Opinion on socialism among potential Democratic supporters, which isn't. We're not even just talking about like Democrats. We're talking about potential, as in Democrat-leaning voters, and it's favorable, plus 27%. Socialism, as an ideology, has a higher approval rating than the Democratic Party does among Democrats. Like I feel like I need to match this up against Chuck Schumer. You know what I mean? Or pro-Israel Democrats. Like the socialism is a more popular ideology among Democrats and Democrat-leaning voters than Israel certainly is. Right? Israel's approvals are probably the exact opposite, if not worse than this. Right? So what are we fucking talking about? What are we talking about? Like what's the argument here? What are you complaining about on Twitter? If your job as an analyst or as a free commentator who LARPs as though they're getting paid by the DNC when you're not getting paid by the DNC is to make it seem like you have a profound understanding of where the streets are, where this movement is going, then you have to recalculate. You have to recalculate in accordance to where the base is. It's not just Democrats, leftists that felt hurt when you didn't support Kamala 100% are trying to say you deserve it, who I really didn't believe. And it's time to try and stop fighting them and convince them to help understand how important this is for all of us. Who are the leftists? Who the fuck is a leftist that would say that? They're not a leftist at all if they're saying that. Please point to me an actual quote-unquote leftist person who is in any way, shape, or form. Like, Midas Touch is not going to fucking say that. Midas Touch is going to obviously fight back against this, and they're liberals. They're not even leftists. I truly wonder who you are getting this information from. If anything, there are people who are mad at me for offering too much support to Kamala Harris on the left. People to my left. I mean, this tweet is apt, not this one. This tweet is apt. There are leftists that hate Hassan Piker because he voted for Harris. There are liberals who hate Hassan Piker because he didn't vote for Harris. Schrodinger's vote. It's true. People on Threads that I know are leftists, but not that famous, to be honest. Yeah, they're not. They're not leftists then. I'm sorry. They're fucking not. I can say that with my full chest. Anyone who claims to be a fucking leftist that is chirping, or that is like currently in any way, shape, or form lending credence to the fascist encroachment on all civil liberties that this administration is engaging in because they have a personal distaste about my politics is not a fucking leftist at all. They might as well be near a motherfucking tangent. Libs hate you for voting for Jill Stein? That's so funny. I literally... No, I'm not even going to get into it. Okay. Yeah, Neera Tandon's defense of me was so fucking stupid.
Do I
It's not
even
really
care
defense at
about
all.
my
It says,
ARAM?
I'm an adult. So I can say the Trump admin weaponizing the justice system against dissenters on its Cuba policy is wrong. I can also say people who encourage people not to vote for Kamala were fascist enablers, and it's ironic they're expecting the Dems they attack regularly to defend them. And I can also understand people uncommitted on this topic because they don't want to support the lesser of two evils. I said, damn incompetence led us to Trump twice. The left has never stopped opposing Trump. This insane combo only exists on this fucking website. Most people are mad at Dems for not doing enough. All of the spokespeople for the party on this stupid website are out of touch with the masses. That's it. This is a shrinking contingency of people that are constantly engaging in hysterics. In the real world, if you ask the average Democrat, like the lifelong, blue-blooded, down-ballot voter, if you were to ask that person, how do you rate the Democratic Party's current attitude towards the fascist approach to Donald Trump? They would give it a very low mark, if not an F, maybe a D. Okay?
We had a wonderful game as
So-
Elise.
What goes on Twitter or on Threads among some of the most schizo fucking posters is utterly immaterial, utterly irrelevant. Look at the fucking polls. The people, the lifelong Democrats, people who vote for the party are frustrated with the party. They're still voting. They're still voting for Democrats, but they're looking for different kinds of Democrats to vote for. The kinds of Democrats that I work with. Democratic socialists, anti-Zionists, people who are pro-Medicare for all, people who say enough is enough, no more
Do we want to keep our
corporate
men on?
sponsorships. People who don't want to vote for Democrats who will put the interests of corporations against the interests of people.
And water.
I don't even think Blue Sky Libs are fucking with this either, by the way.
Blue skies, no birds.
Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with her? Jasmine Crockett Blue's video mocking Assam Piker after subpoena from Trump admin for bringing food and medicine to starving Cubans. Kamala would have never. That's what you get for telling people to vote third party. Not the kind of shit a member of Congress should be doing. Also seeing all the weird K-Hype accounts doing some goofy ass victory lap because the fascist federal government is targeting streamers they don't like is really telling about what some of their core beliefs actually are. Also, not that it matters, but Piker voted for Harris. He spent the 2024 campaign warning people about how bad Trump would be. He did not tell his audience to vote third party, no matter how much K-Hype weirdos insist he is. It's the same crap that people pulled when they got outraged about Chapel Roan saying they vote for Harris, but not offer some sort of formal endorsement. It's never enough for the cultists. It's not enough to vote for their candidate. You have to be their little cheerleader.
I mean,
I feel like this is the logical endpoint for a lot of the FAFO and leopards eating faces party stuff. It ends up just being an excuse to opt out of having to care if something bad happens to someone you don't like for one reason or another. And I have not actually fucking maintained this position, with one exception. Okay, they've gone into the stockpiles and found a video of me literally saying fuck Adam Schiff. If Donald Trump goes after him with a sham trial, I don't give a fuck. Okay? And Adam Schiff, I voted for him. Okay? He's my fucking senator. He's literally my goddamn senator. Will he actually defend me as his constituent? Probably not. I know for a fact he didn't defend his other constituents that were getting fucking tortured in an Israeli prison when they participated in the Sumud flotilla. Fuck Adam Schiff. Now I have an ideological opposition to Adam Schiff.
keep getting ready
Okay?
downstairs.
I have an ideological opposition to Adam Schiff. Explain to me if you are a random uninitiated larper who larps as a DNC consultant but doesn't get paid by the Democratic Party at all. Explain to me what your ideological opposition to me is. Tell me in great detail what policy prescriptions I have that you are at odds with. Explain to me why you hate the future that I am fighting for, the future that this community is fighting for, the future that the candidates that I work with are fighting for. Tell me and everyone else why we would be better off doing business as usual politics.
Oh,
What
so
is
you're
the
choosing yourself as the
opposition? I
lesser
can
of
tell
two
you
evils.
With absolute certainty what my opposition to Adam Schiff is. I can tell you exactly what it is. Are you brave enough to tell everybody
Not saying
that
he
you just
isn't.
really care about Israel? Because I'm pretty sure Adam Schiff would say it. He's my senator.
Look at this. League of Legends is going to give me an opportunity to create my own content.
Yeah, reminder that Hassan hoped that Adam Schiff was sent to prison when... And also, I'm not even being fucking super serious here. I'm fibbing. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And it's funny because other liberals are like, be better than him. It's not that difficult. Yeah, be better than me, bitch. Like, I'm fucking memeing. But also, I voted for him. Suck my dick, you know? Like, I'm doing a Trump voice. I'm doing a motherfucking Trump voice. This is your thing? The same clip, the context we were shitting on Trump? Yeah, I know. What, do we have the longer version of this? I'm sure I turn it around on Trump again and be like, he's unfavorable, he sucks, and that's why he's doing it. You know? I'm not an elected official, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. I'm a fucking political commentator. You know? Adam Schiff, now a senator, he needs to be brought to justice. Dude, mortgage fraud? You're a real estate developer. That's what you've done, like always. This is the most sensitive moment. Donald Trump going after Barack Obama for trying to do a coup, and also some people going after Adam Schiff for mortgage fraud. What's next? Going after Bill Clinton for stealing and being a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate? I see what you're doing there, sir. He's fixing the SEO. He's fixing the SEO, dude.
Because the Democrat Party is...
By the way, I don't remember hearing about Schiff getting subpoenaed. No, I don't even know what happened at that point. I think it's just like, it went nowhere, obviously. I mean, this administration is unbelievably litigious and will aggressively file as many fucking lawsuits as possible and try to prosecute as many people as possible. These guys have falsely encourage people to either not vote for Kamala, vote third party, or not vote at all. They're living in complete delusion because he explicitly said Trump was worse than Kamala Harris and not to vote third party. No, I just said don't vote for the third party, okay? I said I would not vote for the Green Party, and that's why a lot of people to my left are frustrated with me. They say like, you know, you're fucking... you take all this trapped revolutionary potential and feed it back to the Democrats. But yeah, I'm not a fan of Adam Schiff, but I said, you know, if Adam Schiff comes out and defends me and apologizes for not defending other constituents of his that were trapped in Israeli prison being tortured when we were asking him to release a statement or to pressure the Israeli government as an American senator.
So they get a speed boost when a takedown happens? Is that what I'm registering?
Tries to apply pressure to the government. I'll change my calculation. I'll apologize to Adam Schiff. I don't care. It's a very different world that we're living in. You know? But yeah, these guys, ultimately, the reason why, I want to stress this one more time. Like, these guys are chirping into the fucking void. They don't have a real constituency. They're just talking to one another and hyping each other up. It's like a bunch of fucking losers trapped in an echo chamber that's like shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And they're consistently telling one another, yeah, everyone believes us. Everyone actually is very frustrated with the fact that these like insurgent campaigns are coming out of nowhere. They hate that these guys are disloyal to the Democratic Party, and that loyalty to the Democratic Party is absolute. And there's also this like weird thing that they have deluded themselves into thinking, which is, I mean, there's a lot of delusional schools of thought here, right? Like, one is that I'm somehow a kingmaker, that refused to endorse Kamala Harris, and that's what did her in, even though Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, and that didn't do shit, right? Beyonce, Taylor Swift, all these celebrities endorsed Kamala Harris, and that certainly didn't work. And that the party or the campaign is infallible. It can only, it can't fail. Voters can only fail the party. You know, this opinion is idiotic. It's like fundamentally the opposition to theoretical democracy. So I despise it. I find it unconscionable. I'm very frustrated by it. But then the other delusion that they have that I find very funny is that they have any motion at all. Like, as if they got out and were like, if all these fucking centrist liberals got out and were like, hey guys, this is a bridge too fucking far, Trump needs to put an end to this right now, that somehow that would mean anything. Like, don't defend me, dumbass. Expose what kind of a fucking crook you are, what kind of a creature you are. I don't give a shit. And if you want to see the vid with all the K-Hive talking points, Hassan Piker stands there angry. I understand I'm angry too, so let's respond to some comments. Who is this person? Tabitha Speaks? Yeah, I don't care. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this at all. I don't care about, like, the fucking delusional hug box that these guys have created that's, like, increasingly shrinking, that doesn't speak to any valid constituency at all. So I'm not going to do that. Okay? I know why Kamala Harris lost. I've talked about why Kamala Harris was going to lose if she didn't fix certain aspects of her campaign. She chose not to do that. She chose to lose. I think we should be less forgiving of profoundly powerful institutions and candidates that, for one reason or another, treat this election carelessly. Hillary Rodham Clinton did this, and they ran around saying it was Russia that was the reason why she lost. They did the Bernie's the reason why Hillary lost nonsense in 2016. And now they're still doing that. Except, now the very same people who participated in 2016 in the Bernie is the reason why Hillary lost, the Bernie Bros, now those people are saying Bernie would have won. So at least in 2016, back when they were doing this whole, like, Bernie is the reason why Hillary lost, you guys are fucking selfish, you're disgusting. At least there was also, like, a decent amount of people who agreed. A decent amount of people in the constituency, in the base of the party, that believe that idea. In 2026, a decade of Trumpism, they don't believe that idea anymore. The base is now completely shifted to Bernie was right. Bernie would have won. They stole the election from Bernie. That's what the fucking Democratic Party's base is saying. But the loyalists, the increasingly smaller group of consultants and loyalists that larva as DNC consultants are still trying to create motion behind the notion that the Bernie-crats and the insurgents that are literally running and winning in the primaries in the party are actually bad for the party somehow. They're actually outsiders. You're the outsider. You're the outsider. If you're pro-Israel, you're the outsider in this party. Okay? Doesn't matter how loyal you've been to whichever establishment Democrat that has been presented to you. Doesn't matter how excited you were to do that, right? You are a fucking outsider to your own party. So wake up. The base wants different things. What about too raw, too real? I mean, again, another psycho. It's a very unlikable. There are so many of these, like, unlikable psychos in the motherfucking K-Hive constituency, the K-Hive coalition. Very strange. Democrat voters agree with Hassan Piker more than the party itself. Now, this was made by Jules Nader on March 31st. Our numbers guy. This is a numbers guy. We already have proof that this is the case because after this line of attack, pre-suit Hassan, not post-suit Hassan, but this line of attack was initiated, and what did that do? It only brought more forward momentum, more positive momentum to the candidates that I was associating with. So we already don't even need to look at this. We can just point to optimal success in the primaries. We can point to Chris Rabb, right? That's it. Ultimately, that's what I think is the real problem for many of these like K-Hivers and Blue Anon, Blue MAGA people, right? Didn't Crockett just endorse the AIPAC candidate? Yes. When a fascist president, no one has done enough, but some have done more than others? Yes. You have done more than others. You are literally you have a direct line of communication with like Democrats in power, and you have used that level of influence that you have to make them stay the course, to make them continue with a pro-corporate backed agenda. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. Anti-voter liberals are celebrating political persecution of leftists the same way they celebrated state violence against Muslims and Latinos and the genocide of Palestinians, all in the name of scolding demographics they perceive as insufficiently loyal. They're sick people. It's fucking true. By the way, unbelievable vindication for James Calorico voters in the Texas primaries. Holy fuck, you guys saved the goddamn Texas. You saved the goddamn Texas Democratic Party from itself, okay? What a spectacular flub that would have fucking looked like. Oh, this guy also has this is the one. Hassan fans will look you dead in the eye and tell you this is out of context. I said, I'll gladly apologize if my Senator Adam Schiff lifts a pinky finger to defend his anti-Zionist constituent in democracy. He certainly didn't when my friends were being tortured in Israeli prison. Why would he care if I go to an American one, is what I said. This motherfucker has a Palestinian flag in the bio. What the fuck? What is happening? I've never been the kind of guy to be like, oh, if you have a Ukrainian flag in your bio and a Palestinian flag in the bio, you know, sometimes you arrive at some weird conclusions about American politics. Probably a bad Banana fan? Fuck no. That's not a bad Banana fan. No, not at all. But yeah, the last thing I wanted to show you is, of course, Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett, whose video mocking Hassan Piker after subpoena from Trump admin bringing food and medicine to starving Cubans. Kamala would have never. That's what you get for telling people to vote third party. This was the video that she actually said Lamau to. By the way, what's funny is I have that exact same t-shirt that this lady's wearing. Like, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. I'm sorry. You're so fucking stupid if you think this administration is not going to come after you as well. Okay? And before people say, oh, this admin has been coming after black and brown people. Yeah, I know. Because I've been in the fucking streets fighting against that. What have you guys been doing? Just fucking chirping from home. And not even chirping at the admin necessarily, but sometimes chirping at the people who are doing this.
Third party and not vote at all.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I just didn't endorse Kamala Harris. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is a civil rights lawyer, by the way, who also endorsed Israeli agent Wesley Bell over Cori Bush this week, so this is unsurprising, is what I said. Yeah, she endorsed Javier Becerra, and then fucking turned around and endorsed Wesley Bell, dude. What the fuck? I mean, it's expected if you've been paying attention to what Jasmine Crockett is doing. Obviously, that was one of the big points of resentment that I had. I know that neoliberals, Kylie Chung says, I know that neoliberals have no real core values beyond hating leftists, but you dress out insane. One has to be to mock and celebrate a fascist regime going after dissenters over their speech. Trump hates Crockett as much as Piker, and she still treats this as a joke. Yeah. You aren't even a liberal anymore, Nira. I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. That was the expression of what liberalism was supposed to represent. You have abandoned even that in your futile factional fight. You disgust me. Yeah, they're not like... There are still plenty of self-identifying liberals who look at this and are horrified by it, right? When they encounter it. Many people don't even know this is happening. But those who do find out that this is happening, they're horrified. That's the overwhelming majority. If you were to pull every goddamn self-identifying Democratic Party voter, liberal in this country, okay, you would realize that they think this is unconscionable. When they find out about it, they go, no, that's fucked up. Same thing that happened with my detention, right? Now, what's really interesting about it is that Near Tandon and the like weren't chirping about the Trump administration detaining me when I arrived in the country from my trip to France. And they are now. They are collaborating and coordinating a messaging campaign to justify Trump's actions. Why do you think that's the case? I know why. Back then they weren't doing it. That was an unjustifiable detention. Why didn't they defend Trump doing that? Why didn't they hit the lines of like, oh, Kamala Harris wouldn't have detained you? Why are they doing it now? Well, I'll tell you why. Because I started working with insurgent candidacies. And I started helping them win insurgent candidacies in the Democratic Party. And then that threatened their money. That threatened their influence. It threatened the influence of those who want to maintain centrist control over the center of the Democratic Party. Which insurgents, Lamau? Buddy, have you not been fucking paying attention? I mean, I'm gonna be talking to one in a couple hours. Okay? There are many more to come in the primaries that are coming up as well, but Chris Rabb is one great example of this. Abdul Al-Sayed, rising in the polls, is another one. Guys, Bernie will send you his free fight oligarchy. Yeah, we're not going to do this, okay? Hey, my man. I have been very clear. Zoran Mamdani is another one, obviously. I've been very clear about this from the start, okay? I know that there are a lot of left-tier ultras out there, real third worldists, okay, that find my advocacy to be insufficient, okay? I know you guys are out there, you're pure, you have the best message. But I need you to understand something, okay? Our goals are, if not identical, fairly fucking similar. Like the final endpoint here is to move away from American imperialism, to offer restitution to the victims of American empire, right? To allow nations in the periphery some breathing room to develop sovereignty, to develop dignity, to build their countries in a vision that they find appropriate. If that's your goal, and that's certainly my goal, and I don't hide it, and we simply have a difference in methods and tactics, do you think it's productive to consistently chirp at me and to make it seem like I'm engaging in some sort of like tailist opportunism at a time when there is no vanguard that has been developed or designed, when most people lack class consciousness, and the federal government, the fascist government of the United States of America under the leadership of Donald Trump has decided that people like myself, people like yourself, are a significant enough threat to constitute a fucking sham investigation. Do you find infighting, leftist infighting of this sort, especially in this moment, to be in any way, shape, or form productive, if this is not the moment where you wake the fuck up to at least, or to at least understand that this is a testament to the success of this method, considering that those who are in power genuinely see it as a fucking threat, enough of a threat to actually, like, maybe even put the crosshairs, like legal crosshairs, in an illegal manner on someone like myself and many others who are trying to do their very best with the limited confines that they have. If you can't comprehend it at this moment, I don't think you ever will. Wake up! To the liberals I say, wake the fuck up. To the ultras I say, wake the fuck up. That's it.
The dash on that range, I need more move speed. It's always what gets me.
They don't mind because they're fascist. We're liberals, particularly the ones that have been cheering and making excuses and mocking and laughing about the fact that the fascist Trump administration has subpoenaed Hassan Piker for the crime of trying to bring aid to starving people in Cuba after the U.S., after the Trump administration put a vicious and devastating lockdown on Cuba that is literally choking them out. The fascists in the Trump administration now want to penalize Medea Benjamin Foucault Hassan Piker for going there and attempting to bring awareness about what this regime is doing to Cuba. And what does Blue MAGA have to say about that? They're celebrating. They're laughing at it. Instead of being outraged that this fascist administration has criminalized an American citizen for exercising their freedom of movement and freedom of speech to talk about what this administration is doing to Cuba, they're laughing about it. They're cheering it. They're saying, oh well, we actually enjoyed Kamala. Hey, so if you're sounding interested in the world and murder, you might want to stretch yourself. The claims of the Blue MAGA legs for years has been Donald Trump and Republicans can't win because if they win, they're going to do fascist things and they're going to criminalize the political opponent. But that's happening now, and you're hearing it. And why are you doing it? Because you personally don't like Hassan Piker. So you guys are not only fascist, you're principleless bitches, okay? You're moralist freaks. If you are an independent, left or Democratic voter, I want you to pay attention to the ways these Blue MAGA influencers, these liberal influencers, are talking about Hassan. Because if they actually gave a single fuck about the freedoms in this country, about fighting fascism, they would certainly not be cheering or making excuses for a fascist fucking administration trying to criminalize political dissent. And also pay attention to what they care about. They don't care about what this administration is doing to Cuba. They don't give a shit. Oh, you thought they only didn't give a fuck about Palestine? No. They don't give a fuck about what this administration is doing to Cuba either. All they care about is that Hassan Piker does not faithfully and loyally enough serve party leadership. That's it.
It's just funny because if this party had demonstrated that it was fighting for us in any meaningful way, shape, or form, if it was worth a damn, right? Then obviously there would be a lot more people out there doing the same thing that Blue MAGA is doing, or at the very least, like demonstrate similar loyalty. They're doing this to a party that is unbelievably unpopular. They're doing this to a party that is unpopular because it's not sufficiently fighting against Trumpism. Okay? A party that has been way more active in trying to stop its left insurgency movement than stopping motherfucking, what is this? Regardless of our differences, I do not think it's right to celebrate the feds targeting Tom Piker. A documentary in Cuba is not deserving of the same persecution of the Epstein class, clear political persecution. Yup, of course it's not right. Anyone supporting such censorship is worse than a Zionist, censorious scum, weak and toxic society at large. Ironically, it's people who claim to care about personal liberty and freedom, so they're worse as hypocrites, as well as anti-freedom scum. Yeah. If that would happen to you, Assam will spit on you and throw you on the ground? Yeah, no, that's not the case, actually. As a matter of fact, I've literally fucking defended.
You want to slap a Q on them, buddy?
Talking about Adam Schiff being victim to a sham trial, with the exception of like fibbing or joking, my position has been clear. Like, I don't fucking care about Jim Comey. I don't like Jim Comey at all. I've defended Jim Comey against the Trump administration. I've defended people who have spent their entire fucking lives coming after me. People like Sex Pestany. I've given credit to Democrats who have also expended political and social capital to defend others, like Van Hollen, who I've been unbelievably impressed by, with the Kilmar Brega Garcia situation, where he just straight up flew down to El Salvador to demand to see his constituent.
This is okay. I remember.
Yeah, it's also stuff like this. They came for black voting rights like a week ago, and you didn't say a single word. But it doesn't matter, right? Because it's all about the hug box. He's talked about it at length almost every single stream. This is proof that you don't watch him at all, and even if you did, you're too bad faith to give a fuck about what he has to say. No, that's what it is. Mira immediately retweeted this after the girl boss. Yeah, when Trump went after Adam Schiff, Hassan shoot it on and chanted, lock him up. Like, they have this unprincipled stance here, or I guess the only priority that they have is destroying the left. Why are you taking so much time to address K-Hive and Blue Anon? It's important. The reason why it's important is because I think everyone is fucking redeemable. I think everyone is salvageable. And I still, perhaps, with my endless charity, endless charitability, think that there is something that, think that there is something that can be saved here, can be salvageable. Yeah, I defended Jimmy Kimmel. I talked about Colbert. It's just totally fucking ridiculous. These guys are, these guys have lost the fucking thought. Now let's take a look at these.
There's been a bunch of news outlets. The feds subpoenaed Hassan Piker, Medea Benjamin, and other activists and organizers who went to Cuba.
Alright, an Evelyn win. Heck yeah. A
Fiddlesticks
game. Alright, Fiddlesticks Jungle. That's gonna be scary. Oh no. There is a level to this that I'm not used to. Maybe it's tied to the stay out of vision for a bit. We're going electric. Man game and
in Cuba. Let me remind the masses that while Americans can travel to Cuba, it is heavily restricted, which means that number one, we have to get a visa, and we cannot travel over to Cuba as tourists, and can only travel under 12 authorized categories according to OFAC guidelines. And the OFAC is the Office of Foreign Assets Control. So those categories have to be religious activities, educational activities, visiting family, or humanitarian efforts. Multiple videos when we
like, not only was there a humanitarian component to this, obviously on top of that, I was there, like, I was there on a journalism visa. So it's doubly fucked.
Came back from Cuba. The United States Department of State does not allow Americans to stay in any of this list of hotels. Because our delegation specifically came by the hundreds, we did not face what is known as a caso particular, but at a hotel that's approved by the United States government. Which makes me wonder, when right-winger and white supremacist Nick Shirley flew to Cuba and lied saying that he was quote-unquote kidnapped and couldn't leave Cuba. If you look at these amazing...
I can confirm Neera Tandon has been reaching out for meetups with centrist streamers and content creators, even some very irrelevant ones with no audience. Yeah, I know. You're talking about Hutch, right? Just something to keep in mind. I know. Neera Tandon, with Center for American Progress, is trying to build a internet vanguard of centrism right now, it's going to fail spectacularly, even with all of the funding that they will put behind this initiative. Okay? It's not going to fucking work, and they're so stupid. I don't know why they waste all this time and energy. Just fucking allow there to be a big tent. If that's what you're worried about, like, lock in, man. Lock in. Like Bannon did with the rightoids? Yes, except the difference is Bannon and many others leaned in to the populist, right populist base. The Democrats are trying to do the exact opposite. They're trying to prop up a centrist content creation machine with the hopes that they could potentially combat not just the right, but more so people like myself who already have the audience, right? Piker isn't even known to the general public era, but the bogus strategy of abandoning progressives to court MAGA was on the national stage. The party itself cost the election. Yeah.
There's a lot more details that you can get inside of the scroll bar, apparently.
Like these look, one of the most popular centrist aligned or like party aligned networks is
This
Midas
is a
Touch.
rich text label.
And even Midas and
text
Pod Save America. What's the difference between Midas Touch, Pod Save America, and all these other content creators that Near Attendance is associating herself with? You want to know what that difference is? They also cross-pollinate with me. They are not, they're left agnostic. Sometimes even left supportive. That's the difference. Because they understand that this is a real constituency. They understand that there is real motion on the left of the party. That's it. You guys can say you or whatever the fuck you want. But it's true. Midas Touch, regardless of being liberal, regardless of being like a party-backed
Oh my gosh,
media
I'm so
company,
dumb.
is not as conservative as like Third Way or Center for American Progress, with a very clear-cut agenda of casting aside the AOC wing of the party, the Bernie Sanders wing of the party. Midas Touch loves Bernie. The Midas Touch audience loves Bernie. Pod Save America is the same. Both their audiences and the people that are on these very successful media operations on the liberal side, closer to the center than someone like myself, understand the importance of building coalitions on the fucking left because they're pragmatic. They don't have the same ideological zealotry demonstrated by the corporate lobbyist wing of the party. The corporate lobbyist wing of the party, backed by the likes of Near Attendant and many others, don't actually have a real base at all.
Here, they belong to Hotel Nacional. For fact-checking purposes, Exhibit B, but what's interesting is Exhibit C. And the fact that Hotel Nacional de Cuba is on the restricted list. So all back in the day, the Hotel Nacional saw the likes of Frank Sinatra, Marlon Brando, Nat King Cole. It's actually illegal for Americans to stay there. But also, Nick Shirley is not Cuban, so that crosses off family. And then in addition to that, he wasn't going there for religious activity. And I didn't see him giving
Well, he is a Mormon. You don't know that.
any humanitarian aid. So where's Nick Shirley's federal subpoena?
Yeah, it's not coming because Nick Shirley was sent most likely by the government. Yeah, was the uncommitted movement fascist? I'm uncommitted on getting a subpoena. Like, these guys barely break 1,000 likes on Twitter, okay? It's just, at a certain point, I'm going to stop talking about it. Actually, that point is probably coming soon. I just wanted to mention that if your timeline is also polluted with this kind of insanity, there is a dedicated push from a lot of people, sex pestiny orbiters for the most part, and the corporate lobbyist wing of the Democratic Party that actually is desperately holding on to the center of power in the National Democratic Party that has led to the Democrats making terrible choices, terrible decisions, and not be sufficient in fighting the Trump administration. Those guys don't have any real base. Okay? No, the Democratic primary voters voting uncommitted in the 2024 presidential primaries has signaled their disapproval of Biden's foreign policy and warned that it would cost the party if unaddressed was not fascist. The party should have listened. They were right on all accounts. But the party didn't want to listen to its own voters because at the elite level it's disproportionately overrepresented by pro-Israel orgs, consultants, donors, patrons, and electeds. Many elderlies who couldn't digest that pro-Israel politics was rapidly losing popular purchase. Which is why you guys have spent the last 2 years trying to conflate Uncommitted, a movement of Dem primary voters, with any brown voters who defected to Trump in the general, which you could find in a non-white demo,
Shock and awe tactics.
because Dems bled votes with everyone other than white college.
Nice. We can go action mark later. What's our wins at? We're sitting at 61 out.
But yeah, I'm glad that I have united all of my enemies. Nick Fuentes, again, a person who has been, in his own words, victim to lawfare and political persecution in this country. He's a neo-Nazi who has claimed that he's actually a Democrat now because he wants to punish Trump because Trump is a servant of Israel, right? Nick Fuentes, if Trump wants to win us back, putting us on Piker in prison forever would be a good start. Laura Loomer, who is no friend to Nick Fuentes, and also another op of mine. President Trump can unite the entire country by having Hassan Piker arrested.
They're not
it's
friends?
his destiny.
I'm blown away by that, honestly.
Bro, what happened to our fun community?
They
Now
don't
we
get
fighting
along.
real politicians? Yes. Interesting to see this weird orbit, this weird coalition coming together. Anti-Trump neo-Nazis, pro-Trump, pro-Israel Nazis like Laura Loomer, and the entirety of the centrist commentariat coming together and joining forces to say that the fascist president's insane encroachment on the First Amendment and targeting of political dissidents for doing activism, for doing humanitarian aid to a country that we're fucking starving and destroying, is actually a cause to celebrate. Okay? Interesting. It has betrayed, I mean, it has proven something that I have said over and over and over again. Okay? And that's the final point on this aspect, this part of the story. Because I'll get to some other Fox News coverage, and I'll get to some new allies, unlikely allies. But I will say this, okay? I will say this. Yeah. These people do not have any real political worldview. Many of these people do not have a vision in the affirmative or even in the negative, honestly, for a future American society, a grand design. They don't care about anything. It's just petty personal grievances. Politics is simply peaceful. Politics is not about a movement that will better people's lives. It's not about organizing. It's not about fighting some of these cancerous forces that have robbed, not only directly robbed regular Americans, but also robbed them of their political voice, whether it be the disenfranchisement of black voters, or whether it be the group elements like AIPAC and numerous other corporate lobbies that subvert democracy at every turn. These people don't want to fight against any of that stuff. They don't care about anything. All they care about is feeling like their team is winning, and they've decided that their team is this like increasingly shrinking factional team of center-right Democrats. And they will hold on to every bit of power that they have, no matter how silly they come across to a broader audience. It's that simple. That's where we're at now. They don't have any real worldview beyond I hate the left, beyond I hate Hassan Piker, That's it. And you should hate him too. That's their North Star.
On thread celebrating the fascism that Trump is placing upon Medea and Hassan and others who have the nerve to go and try to feed starving Cubans, all because she's a Zionist and she works for Israel. And I don't know how many other examples you need. And look at how bad she's getting ratio, responding to this video, because everybody is literally condemning this video already. Because people are not saying this identity bullshit anymore, where we weaponize our identity against people and laugh at Donald Trump doing fascist things when it's against people we don't like. And remember, this comes right after she went up in front of those white donors telling them to vote for and donate money to Wesley Bell over Cory Bush, an actual fighter for us, and then came online and lied about it. I'm glad whoever got that video got it, because I found out that it was actually a private fundraiser. The place that Wesley Bell feels safe to go, unlike the public. Jasmine?
True.
We're in a war. Nobody wants groceries expensive, rent expensive. What is the federal government going to do about it? We're going to subpoena Hassan Piker for giving food and medicine to the people of Syria. That's the fucking war. What a sick and twisted country we live in. Yeah, we're high.
Anyway, here are some unlikely allies, though. Mary Lou. Trump supporter Mary Lou is finally broken off with Donald Trump. Another testament to the importance of meeting people where they're at and communicating with them.
Trying to, at the very least, legally threaten, if not at some point outright bring charges against Hassan Piker. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, they're not going to put my boy in the clinker. That's not right.
Okay.
He's part of our family. They're not going to put him in the clinker. And right there, we've got his shirt. Harry's got one on.
Yeah, repping Hassan Piker.
We want him to know that we are backing him.
Hell yeah.
Why would they, it's a subpoena? Is it a subpoena? Why would they do it to him and not those other 600 people?
Well, they're going after him and then,
the main lady.
yeah, of Code Pink.
The leader of the group that put it all together.
Yeah.
But you're effectively, you are siding with Hassan Piker against Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my God. Even though he might have different points and different views, I can still like him and I don't want our son.
World order.
Is this even a serious case? Didn't they find out they fell for a Twitter meme or something? No, it isn't, but it doesn't matter because the fact that they're trying to do this is serious in and of itself. Do you understand? Your emotional mom's crazy? Yeah, I think Sukai is also working. Yeah. Hassan Piker looks shaken on stream and starts pro-Cuba trip. This is why they're doing this, by the way. They're trying to create a narrative that I'm like, I'm terrified, I'm shook, and I'm not going to keep doing what I'm fucking doing. And they're stupid. Okay? They're stupid. They're stupid for this take. But it hasn't stopped them from fantasizing about this and believing that this is what's going on. Right? I saw another post from that fucking Norwegian MAGA LARPer that is an anime tourist and a video game tourist who like posted my face as homeland and be like, oh, suck your dick, Trump, please save me, I'll do anything. And it's like, yeah, that's what you would do in that situation. That's what you would fucking do in that situation. So you're hoping that I behave in the same way. Well, it's not gonna happen. But it's so strange because like this is not even beneficial for any of these people, right? It's not even beneficial, and they don't get it. They don't understand it. Like, who is this for? Is the question. Is it for you? Is this helpful for you? If I go to fucking prison, no. It's not. Is it helpful for you that the administration has decided to lock up dissidents? At some point, you might find yourself at odds with the administration. Is that a world that you want to live in? Certainly not a world that I want to live in. That's what I'm fighting against.
Oh, would that have been an S if I didn't die there? Oh man. Oh, they had an AFK. It would have
This one at the beginning of the Fox interview.
So my jungle opponent disappeared? Who was my jungle opponent? Was I just not the Fury, right?
This is not about speech. It's about his actions. Can you please read my audience in?
What? You had the kill over an assist. You were fine. More damage than me. Less gold than me. Oh, God. Go THH. No experience getting gained through fiddlesticks. Regrettable.
Aiding and abetting organizations, individuals, and countries that we've issued sanctions against. So a lot of people,
like the entire sanction shit is unbelievably bunk. Like, I am 100% in opposition to the sanctions that the Cuban government has had to withstand. I think it's ridiculous. Okay, so even on that front, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, these restrictions are idiotic, and the government absolutely picks and chooses. There are certain American companies that are allowed to literally trade with Cuba, to send certain goods to Cuba, shit like that. Okay, they pick and choose, but they mostly enforce it to punish the Cuban population.
Right here.
That's it. Right?
Yeah, I need to stop scratching my head. That's definitely eating my hair.
What right does the U.S. government have to ban its citizens from visiting certain countries or dictating to them that various hotel stores?
Well, didn't you know that when you were born into a country, you yourself became you became allergic to specific countries, and it's a fluctuating allergy based off of your representatives.
Punish the Cuban population, and then two, it's something that they've never really done this before. It's something that they haven't done in the past. But I guess it's like unbelievably rare, but they're trying to use that as a vehicle to fucking punish political dissidents.
people might know it, not know it, but the country of Cuba is run by the Communist Party of Cuba, and it is declared enemy of the United States.
You don't even.
What they're doing is investigating Hassan Piker to see his financial records, his communications, his logistics, and whether he was working and aiding and abetting the Communist Party of China.
It does.
So Cuba,
Anyway.
China, but that is
we make it that's one and the same. Yeah.
Exactly, that's a good slip.
But this one is not about speech. This is about his activity. So we'll wait and see
So,
what he's got going on there. Also,
Fox is boosting Pizza Hut. Is this a slap towards, are they? Pizza Hut did the full USSR thing, so is this like a full...
They're worried about getting sued.
Just
Isn't that funny?
Or is it just Pizza Hut?
Fox News is trying to entertain it, but they can't like fully say it because random fucking chirpers on the internet obviously don't have that same fear. But there is a level of like editorial control when you are a mainstream media outlet, so they can only like point to it. They can't fully lean into it, you know?
I made sure we had a picture of Kaya in our...
Like, that's insane, bro. This is a Fox News Sunday program. What the fuck do you mean?
We got pictures of your dog, dude.
Fucking stalkers on the payroll, dude.
We got pictures of your dog, dude.
Leftists, I don't really like Stephen Colbert or Jimmy Kimmel, but the way Trump is fucking with them is bad. Liberals, yeah, Trump, go get Hassan, haha. It's true. That's literally what has happened.
Just because I know there's folks like you, Tommy, that are paying attention to this dog that Hassan Piker has sitting in the back of his life.
Okay, so after the Department of
Bro,
Nihilism
your
is the
own
Department of
stalker operation
Praxis.
literally destroyed the fucking meta.
What would be...
Not only did it prove that it's a fucking vibration collar, but it also proved that she goes on long walks throughout the goddamn day. So obviously she's not fucking sitting behind me the whole day. She's literally outside in the fucking photos.
Move speed.
I know, it doesn't matter. None of it fucking matters. But Jesus Christ, dude. It is so strange.
Yep. Well, you know, there's a...
Anyway, there's more to it. She went on another show at this time to talk about
the adorable birds chirping outside.
Working and aiding and abetting the Communist Party of China. Cuba.
They stopped chirping. I think I voiced towards them too much. Nope, there they go.
Company scandal where several conservative influencers were getting paid by a company that was on...
Yeah, that was Russia, okay? An actually wealthy petro-capitalist state. And nothing happened to the people who literally got paid by Russia to do pro-Russian propaganda. It's so fucking strange, dude.
The back end getting paid by Russia, but even under a federal investigation, even under the Biden administration, they found that those influencers didn't know. They didn't know where the money was coming from, so they weren't criminally liable. But it brought up this idea of foreign agent registration necessity. Is there specific legislation for...
What is this person saying? Oh my god, he's literally watching the stream. Oh my god, this psycho is literally watching the fucking stream, dude. Oh my lord. Straight up, they got stalkers on the payroll. They have Fox News senior editors that are just now that are now tasked with stalking my fucking stream. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking accidentally pee on camera. You guys are gonna hear my stream. It's gonna be on Fox News now. It's insane. I told you she's always watching her streams. Before her current job at Fox News investigative reporter who watches on the Hunt live streams all day, Azra Namani's whole shtick was using her Muslim identity as a cover to advocate for surveillance and repression of her community. Some of her previous work. Airport security. Let's profile Muslims. Muslim journalist defends surveillance by NYPD says some Muslims use religion as a cover. Journalist Azra Namani being interviewed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Literally an agent of the state. Oh, what a psycho.
If Hassan Piker took any type of payment for the propaganda, then he has to register as a foreign agent.
Well, that's another law, but it could apply also in the activities that Hassan Piker's been involved in, because exactly like you said, you know, there could be that you're violating the sanctions, so that's one set of laws, and then another one is that you could be doing influence peddling for a foreign nation, and that's this law where you have to register. So, you know, I mentioned China, and one of the important aspects of this is that there is this tech tycoon named Neville Roy Singham living in China who has pumped $285 million into non-profits, including one of the non-profits that Hassan Piker accompanied called Code Pink. And the big question on that...
Like, it's so funny because I love Code Pink, by the way, but I didn't even go there with Code Pink. I went there with Progressive International, okay? So, there are numerous groups that were, that are part of the planning process. It's just like fucking so stupid to keep stressing this. Bro, she is, as we speak, sitting around watching the stream and filming it on her phone, boomer style. Yeah, I know, I saw it. I'm sure she's very excited at the fact that I'm talking about her being pro IDF. Of course, she's wearing an IOF hoodie here. Oh my god. Of course she's pro IOF. Really occupying forces. Yeah. These guys should focus on people getting payments from the Israeli state. With their close associations and allegiances to the Israeli state. Of course they can't do that. They would have to, you know, punish their own people quite a bit. You know? I don't do any of that shit. I believe what I believe. I say what I believe. That's it. And that's part of the reason why they lose their goddamn minds. Okay? They lose their goddamn minds because, like, I'm an uncontrollable element, an uncontrollable entity, because I'm not accountable. I don't have a buy-in in this system. Okay, that's it. I don't have any major corporate sponsorships. So I'm not a controllable entity. And the more the more this movement grows, the more the more people come out whenever I go to different places, and the more they like promote candidates that I'm promoting, and the more those guys win, and the makeup of the National Democratic Party changes, the more responsive the Democratic Party becomes to its constituents rather than corporate interests. The bigger the threat is for them, because they are backed by corporations for the most part. You can never be serious? Yeah, I saw. Go whiteboard. What is this? For those keeping up, Oscar and Amadi is already
messy there. Not gonna lie, but we got a dragon. It's okay.
Inshallah is a code word for Muslim extremism. Inshallah is. Say wallahi, bro, is the code word for Muslim extremism, and suggests that the Muslim veil is a form of religious oppression. These are a few of the many instances of blatant anti-Muslim prejudice on her part, to which Considine, as her new fanboy, is now linked. Gross. Craig Considine. She actually has a Twitch page? Oh my god. Militant groups in Pakistan thrive despite crackdown. That's so crazy. I guess it's cool that like my stalkers are no longer just like weird. They're no longer just
legally threatened, if not at some point.
What the fuck? They're no longer just like fucking weirdos that spend all of their time on like subreddits and Discord subreddits and Discord circles, right? Like I have stalkers at Fox News, in literal Manhattan Institute think tanks too. He's in here too probably. He watches the stream every day. Yeah, she's now a subscriber. She subscribed to you last week? That's insane. Maybe she's a fan. Alright, questions arise as Trump teases possible Iran deal. Let's get to that now, okay?
Trump said an agreement was mostly done, but on Sunday he urged U.S. negotiators not to rush.
Yeah, she probably subscribed to the Piker Broadcasting Service so she can support independent media, which you can too, by the way, and you should. Or maybe she subscribed to the Piker Broadcasting Service because she wanted to take advantage of the amenities, such as being able to send me links, with no guarantee that I'll click on them, but send me links nonetheless. Or maybe she wanted to use the emotes all around the platform. Or perhaps she wanted to be able to rewind. Because as she knows, as well as all of you know, that the Piker Broadcasting Service is funded entirely by you, the people, and will always be for you, the people. PBS, People Broadcasting Service, PBS Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored entirely by you and your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, folks. Remember, always and forever. Piker Broadcasting Service. For tomorrow's news, today. You're on Al Jazeera English, are you going to watch that stream? No. Or maybe. ban her and play that? No.
Play out too well. Alright, 3 more treats.
Anyway, thank you for the gifted sub.
Yikes.
Okay. Now let's get back to a peace deal that might not actually take place.
Several key issues, including Iran's nuclear program, remain unresolved. Nicole Kelly is at the White House. Nicole, good morning. What more do we know?
Hey, good morning to you, Adriana. President Trump said this weekend that an agreement with Iran had been largely negotiated, but this morning he said a deal will either be, quote, a great and meaningful one, or there will be no deal. While Iran's foreign ministry now says no deal is imminent.
Overnight, Iran is insisting a deal is not close. An Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson said negotiations are focused only on an end to the war, and they're not currently discussing nuclear issues. A U.S. official had said Iran would agree in principle to dispose of its enriched uranium and could receive sanctions relief in return.
We're going to give diplomacy every chance to succeed before we explore the alternative.
On Sunday, a senior Trump administration official has said a potential deal between the U.S. and Iran would be a two-step process. First, Iran would reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In exchange, the U.S. would lift its blockade on Iranian ports. The move's aimed at easing oil and gas prices.
Bottom line is once the straits are open, then the tankers are going to go back.
But senators from both parties said an end to Iran's nuclear program is key to any deal.
Now we're talking about a posture where we may accept the nuclear material remaining in Iran. How does that make sense at all? When you're digging a hole, you should stop digging. That's what this agreement sounds like.
Some lawmakers and Trump allies remain critical, including his former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, who said it was not remotely America first. On Truth Social, the president...
One of the things I'm annoyed by, endlessly with the Democrats here, obviously, like, I expect the Republicans to be dogs, right? I expect the Republicans to be slaves to Israel, just as Donald Trump is.
No way.
This is a moment where Donald Trump has to make a decision. Does he continue being a servile little piggy to Israel and Israeli interests, or does he actually reassert American control over the situation, because it's very clearly not beneficial to continue this, to go up the escalation ladder.
Gosh dang it.
Israel's not going to follow.
Things are collapsing. Don't worry about it.
We're going to fucking send our troops if we were to militarily invade Iran.
Don't worry about
but I don't expect the Republican Party to ever, come out and be like, yeah, Trump is doing a good thing here, right? And Lindsey Graham certainly hasn't said that, and many other Republicans have actually been critical of Trump because they're Israel first. But even the Democrats who are skeptical of Israel, or at least maintain the position that they're, maintain the outward posture that they're skeptical of Israel, have actually criticized Trump from a very weird perspective, where they consistently keep handing it to Trump for engaging Iran militarily, while simultaneously saying he fucked it up. Just say it's immoral. Have a principled stance on this issue. You don't have to hide behind procedural votes. You don't have to hide behind the fact that, Trump, it's good that Trump did these things. It's bad how he did it. It's like, no, it's bad that he did these things. Okay? And you already have an alternative from a fairly popular Democratic leader, Barack Hussein Obama, who did actually do the opposite of what Donald Trump did here with the JCPOA. That was successful. You have something to point to for the party's success. Some of them have started to argue on this point, and that's good. But we got to see more motion on this.
Madam Mage? Mistress Mage, sorry.
Adam Johnson also had a similar take on this with Cory Booker. As you know, Cory Booker, another Israel First Democrat, obviously. Even if he's trying to now say, I don't like AIPAC. I mean, dude, he was giving piggyback rides to Rabbi Shmuley's college. Okay? You had pics snapped of you with motherfucking Benjamin Netanyahu and numerous other war criminals. So I don't believe you when you fucking said Bert on Fox. Guys, don't show Fox News Bert. Don't show Fox News Coke Bert. Our mascot Coke Bert. They're gonna be like Hassan Piker is defending little kitty cat doing cocaine. What is he teaching our children? No, not Coke Bert. Tylenol Bert only. No, not Zinberg. No. I can't. I'm addicted. Anyway.
That was crazy spotting. That was crazy.
Just does not deal with that. Before he became president the first time, they had no highly enriched uranium that sent it out. Now they have it because of him. Number two is he criticized around.
Who cares? Anyone who is even remotely well-read on this would not posture about the Iranian nuclear program as a significant threat, but would recognize, as Barack Obama did, even if you were to posture upon about the Iranian nuclear threat, they recognize that this was just leverage. Leverage in exchange for sanctions relief. Okay? It's that simple. It's fucking ridiculous. Just say the truth. It's not that hard, man. Just say the fucking truth. There are some within the IRGC's more militant wings that are non-reformist that want nuclear arms. The previous Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, issued a fatwa against nuclear armaments. Okay, the utilization or the development of nuclear arms. Iran never pursued nuclear arms. Iran only pursued highly enriched nuclear-grade uranium, specifically to get some kind of leverage to draw America back into the negotiations process and get sanctions.
Oh my gosh, I get it.
Okay, it's that fucking simple. Also, I think I might go. I think I might.
That simple. My bad.
Take away the Jubilee ban and watch this Surrounded, because Glenn Greenwald is a fantastic debater. And, you know, as much as I have had, you know, a lot of back and forth with him, he did a Jubilee Surrounded, and I assume it was a fucking absolute cookie. This is the format. Glenn is an atom bomb, okay? He is literally nuclear-grade master debater. Dropping him in a fucking Jubilee Surrounded is like Mehdi Hassan, but worse. Okay? To this day, regardless of my criticism of Glenn, one of the greatest Bill Maher clips of all time, which led to a ban of Glenn Greenwald from going on Bill Maher's show, is that famous moment where he just straight up says, who the fuck do you think is radicalizing Muslims? Do you think it's the Quran, or do you think it's us bombing them? That is one of the best. That and the Ben Affleck debate, those are the two incredible moments that are trapped in my memory. I will never forget them. They're so good. Anyway, what? Why are you doing this? Don't you think this is gross to do? Like, oh, what a funny debate. Like, in your mind you think it's like a good way to try to get me to pay attention? So you can send a clip about, like, Israel's horrifying violence? Don't you feel like that betrays the severity of the cause you're pursuing? Bro, don't do that. It's also kind of, not only is it vile, but it's also so cynical. Yeah, and the video that you sent me literally has a dead child in it too. It's a terms of service violation that would probably get me banned. I don't know why you're doing that. Ben Affleck? Oh, the Ben Affleck one was really good too, but here, I'll show you Glenn and I'll show you Ben Affleck actually here.
Actually well educated on this. I'm just saying, if I criticize the new thing that Islamophobia is not a real thing. That if you're critical of something, it's not a real thing when we do. Well, no, it really is.
that too many people are bigoted against Muslims. And that's not true. But the right wing people about this, it's gross, it's racist. It's not, it's like saying the Sunday is 50 Jews. You're not listening to what we are saying. You guys are saying, if you want to be liberals, believe in liberal principles, right? Freedom of speech, like, we are endowed by our forefathers in inalienable rights.
By the way, this is another consistent position that I maintain here, and I will consistently pursue. Like, regardless of all the Jewish institutions in the United States of America almost universally saying that they stand with Israel, I know for a fact that no group of people are monolithic and are primarily victims of propaganda regardless, and Jews are obviously one of those groups as well, which is part of the reason why I talk about the ideology of Zionism being a malleable thing that is totally separate from the entirety of the Jewish population, which is why I don't cast the entirety of the international Jewry or American Jewry with the crimes of the Israeli state, even if some of my critics to the left will be like, who gives a fuck, this is Jewish exceptionalism, or whatever. But that's part of the reason, partially the reason why I don't do that is also because I have experienced a version of this. Obviously, there's a coordinated effort by both media and also many of these institutions to foment Islamophobic sentiment in an effort to justify the war on terror. And the outcome of that has been to say, regardless of what Muslims say and do, which, Jewish Zionists certainly don't do this, but regardless of Muslims saying ISIS is not representative of our values at all, what the fuck are you talking about? This is unbelievably racist. There has been, for many, many decades, this conflation between Islam, the entirety of the Muslim world, and groups like ISIS, groups like Daesh, Al-Qaeda, and the like. This is Islamophobic. Now, on the other side of this story, and I always use this as an example, it would be like if mosques were like, no, we love ISIS. Like waving the banner of ISIS outside of their fucking mosques and fundraising for ISIS in general. Like, if that's something that they were doing, then, there would at least be a little bit more legitimacy to the conversation, but it's not the case, right? It's obviously not the fucking case. The problem is, there are Zionist Jews and Jewish institutions that are basically doing the equivalent of that about Israel at a time when, Israel has fallen out of fucking favor. So this foments more anti-Semitism in the country. But I still will maintain a principled stance because I understand what it's like to be in the crosshairs of this. The question always is this productive? Is it productive to assume that every Jewish person that you meet is actually unbelievably pro-Israel, is a Zionist to the bone, to the core? I don't think so. I don't think it's the truth, and I certainly don't think that that all Jewish people are always and forever going to defend Israel or place Israel as the highest priority, or just like varying degrees of support that they show to the nation state of Israel.
And we have to be able to criticize that.
But not for intolerance. No, of course not. The picture you're painting is, to some extent, true, but it's hugely incomplete. It is certainly true that plenty of fanatics and jihadis are Muslim, but the people who are standing up to them, Malala, Muhammad Ali in Iran, in prison for 9 years speaking up for Christians.
You know who this guy is? He's also in the news recently. Nicholas Kristof, the number one anti-Semite according to the pro-Israeli group. There it is. Pulitzer Prize-winning New York Times columnist and reporter Nicholas Kristof.
Who was shot this here, Rashid Rahman, for defending people accused of apostasy.
How about the more than 1 billion people who are fanatical, who don't come to God, who just want to go to school? Wait a second.
Let's get down to who has the right answer here.
Bloodsport, huh?
Anyway, does anyone have the Glenn clip? Because the Glenn one is even better than this. This was many, many years ago. I forget exactly when this is from. 11 years ago, I guess, or 12 years ago, as a matter of fact.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
This.
We can go into Egypt.
Well, we wound up with the Muslim Brotherhood. We were supporting and propping up Mubarak for 30 years, even as we were cheering for all the Tahrir Square demonstrators as though we were on their side. It was our government that kept Mubarak in power, just like they've done across the entire Muslim world. And it's amazing for you to say that, well, look at all these Muslims, the minute you give them a little bit of freedom, they go wild and they start being all violent. How can you do this in the United States, the country that has generated more violence and militarism in the world over the last 5 or 6 decades, and say, look at those people over there, they are incredibly violent. We play a significant role in what has been happening in the Middle East because we've been interfering and dominating that region in order to have access to the
I wasn't talking about violence, I was talking about theocracy. That doesn't happen here.
No, well, okay, that doesn't happen here, but at the same time, Iran is invading lots of other countries and occupying them for a decade, nor are fundamentalist Muslim countries the way the United States is. So these things are interlinked because we are continuously interfering in that part of the world. And so to say, it's not all our fault, but when you send your military to 6 states...
Look, he gave up. That's Bill Maher giving up to go, oh, so you're saying it's not all our... So you're saying it's all our fault. Okay, a deliberate misunderstanding of the point that Glenn is making. The reality of the matter is, the radicalization that takes place, the anti-American radicalization that takes place in countries in the Middle East, are coming out of a defensive posture because of the American intervention in this region. Okay, military, the military intervention in this region became the problem. That's it. Yeah, it is our fault. We have a large share of the burden here. These people would want nothing to do with us. They could even be our allies if we just let them exist. But unfortunately, they had oil, so we couldn't just let them exist. We had to intervene in their affairs. We had to prop up our favorable dictators in many instances.
That slow.
To bomb them, kill their children and women. And
so do they even try?
Yeah, you take responsibility for your actions and say, to the extent that that region,
that religion goes back 1,000 years before our revolution.
Yeah, and there was none of this fucking instability in comparison to the rest of the world. There wasn't like right now, obviously, the Middle East is less stable than the Western world. Okay? But when Islam was, invented, okay, Islam unironically created stability in that region. Instead of warring factions and warlords and pagans fighting one another, Islam sincerely organized the entire fucking territory. Okay? And not only that, but also there was a golden age of Islam beyond that as well, right? At a time when there was not such a golden age in the Western world. So all this stuff is relative. If you were to attribute the Israel-Palestine conflict to religion and claim that this is like a 1,000-year-old religious battle, you're wrong. You're ahistorical and you're wrong, and you're probably doing propaganda for Israel. Muslims and Jews lived in relative, and I use the term relative here, relative harmony in comparison to Jews and Christians living in the Western world at the same time frame. Many Muslim territories were seen as a safe haven, a relative safe haven for Jews escaping pogroms, the Spanish Inquisition, and the like. It was only after the invention of Israel, in the aftermath of Zionism's success as a settler colonial enterprise, that the instability kicked in. This also obviously paired up nicely with our reliance on this new resource that we desperately need, oil. Resource rich in oil. Obviously, that also played a role in the American ambition to dominate the region. There was also an ideological battle that was taking place around the world, the Cold War.
I should have carried through with my plan to push bot. That seems more aggressive for some reason. I don't understand.
The American Empire, the pro-capitalists in this regard, were terrified of pan-Arabic nationalism because pan-Arabic nationalism could be seen as sympathetic to communists and the Soviets. And they used Israel, and Israel was, of course, Israel was very excited at the prospect of being used in this regard. They got unlimited weapons and unprecedented access to American politics in exchange for being a reliable ally, a permanent destabilizing factor in the Middle East, in this region, right? To constantly squash any sort of revolutionary fervor that the Muslim world had. And that's how we arrive at the 80 years of conquest, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing. Yes, before the Americans, it was the British that were also hustling Muslim nations off their oil, but our reliance on oil grew in that time frame as well.
So I don't think we can take all of it.
I don't think we should. I think we should take a lot of it. And there's lots of bodies and corpses that have been filed under the name of Christianity and Judaism as well. Not recently. Have you heard of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza for the last 50 years, motivated in part by extremist views of Judaism, or the wars in Europe, or the fact that there were generals in the United States saying we have to go and invade and destroy Iraq, a country of 26 million people because our God is bigger? Lots of religions, not just Islam, produce violence.
Let me make one quick point about Egypt.
That's silly liberal view that all religions are alike because it makes you feel good.
No, it makes you feel good to say our side is better than people over there feel.
What? Oh, yes, sign your office right about improvement and the orientation of Islamophobia. At the same time, should we admit to the rise of the Trump community, their reactionary normalities? Can we not jerk off about the fuzz
GG, I guess.
Who's doing that?
Like, I don't... They didn't want to win.
I'm a good person. How do I feel that?
You get to ignore the responsibility that your own government
Alright, 0-2 waifu. S rank? That is crappy performance to get
There's also
S rank
obviously
with
a effort here to shed the West of its share of responsibility for the wholesale slaughter of Jews as well, including the Holocaust, to just say, hey, guess what? It's the Arabs that are actually anti-Semitic now, not us. And Israel obviously loves playing that role as well in the propaganda campaign. Israel loves getting unlimited support from the West for its ethnic cleansing operations. So it's a perfect, harmonious relationship that they have with Islamophobia.
Accepted settling. What a colonial aspect.
Involved getting $50 billion for Iran.
I'm assuming on the level of going down to it as opposed to going up to it, so that's my bad. That shows the conditions in which I assume that I'm starting from.
The same deal we criticize, he's already doing worse than.
Or the standard that I would be willing to go with. I'd rather
will allow them to do things like their proxy, terrorist proxy. That's why this war's wrong. He's got us in a situation that's worse than it was before, a more extreme regime. Strait of Hormuz now is the leveraging point for them. This weak nation has put America in a stalemate, and Donald Trump has been played as a fool.
Yeah, it's be cool if we had an opposition party that could criticize warmongering without demonizing the target of said war, inflating threats, and laying the groundwork for future attacks. It's incoherent, tedious, and draws no meaningful contrast beyond the we're competent imperialists. Yeah. The only thing that you should be saying right now is that Iran has put America on the back foot And there's an important lesson to draw from that conflict, which is we say no as Democrats, as the opposition party. We say no to endless imperialism. We say no to constantly expansive American imperialism, and we want to draw back our endless military adventures overseas. This is something that the public demands. This is something that we are demanding. No more of this. It shouldn't take a much smaller middle power to actually put us on the back foot while losing so many lives in the process. For us to come to this point, to recalculate what it means to be, what it means to have an American base on foreign soil, and yet here we are, and yet even after all of that, there is still spoilers in this process that want this endless militarism to continue. Of course, what I'm referencing is Israel. U.S. backs Israeli escalation in Lebanon. A senior U.S. official told Axios, ABC's, Al Jazeera, and that the Trump administration supports escalating Israeli military operations against Hezbollah. The official claimed Hezbollah ignored repeated requests to stop firing and said Israel will never be required to passively absorb attacks, while blaming Hezbollah entirely for the current escalation, even as Israel's continued daily massacres during the quote-unquote ceasefire, killing close to 3,200 Lebanese people since March alone.
Why did it go that way? Annoying.
The comments came as Israel dramatically intensified attacks across Lebanon. L'Orient today reported Israel carried out 85 strikes across 36 localities in southern Lebanon on Sunday, alongside drone attacks on at least 25 additional targets and artillery shelling on 15 villages. Israeli warplanes broke the sound barrier over Beirut, causing sonic booms across the capital amid fears of a wider escalation in the city, which has largely been spared since the quote-unquote ceasefire. Israeli media reported Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir proposed striking buildings in Beirut, while Channel 14 said Netanyahu discussed expanding attacks deeper into Lebanon, including against residential structures. Far-right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich called for collective punishment against the Lebanese capital, saying for every explosive drone, 10 buildings must fall in Beirut. A lot of Republican senators are actually speaking against Trump's ceasefire plan. Is crazy? Yes. We have finally found something that breaks away from Trumpism within the Republican Party, and that is being a slave to Israel. Another major Israeli platform admin has changed their mind about Lebanon. Get the soldiers out of Lebanon. Our soldiers' blood is not worth it. No matter what agreement or nonsense they make behind the scenes, it doesn't matter. The amount of information recently allowed for publication is crazy and just ducks at the shooting range. The soldiers basically don't know what they're doing inside of Lebanon. They arrive just waiting for the next drone to arrive. I write this with great sorrow. Israel news from the field. Yeah. It's not great for the Israeli side that they're getting their shit pushed in by FPV drones, by the Hezbollah drone operators as well. They've seen tremendous gains in that conflict as well. They very quickly learned how to utilize these FPV drones. And we keep seeing footage over and over again of the drones even striking Israeli batteries, like Israeli Iron Dome defense systems too. So there is also that element as well. Lebanon's national news agency reported heavy Israeli strikes on Monday in Tyre and Nabatea, including raids near Jabal Amma Hospital and attacks damaging residential buildings and the Shia Community Center. Hezbollah on Sunday said it carried out 28 attacks targeting Israeli military gatherings in occupied Lebanese territory and northern Israel. The anti-Netanyahu opposition leaders are also saying that the ceasefire Netanyahu is selling out by not continuing.
Zered!
Yes.
All powerful! Efebule! So what is going on?
Within the Israeli military that want this to be de-escalated and withdraw from Lebanon. There are forces that are obviously full-blown in favor of continuing to pummel Lebanon. Many of the people in the Israeli Knesset and the war cabinet still very much want to continue the Lebanese conquest, one, because they want territorial expansion, of course, and the other reason is because they don't want to be restrained by the United States of America. It would be a devastating blow to Israeli confidence that America, for one, would be forced to restrain Israel. They can't have that. That's why I said it's the most consequential element of the Iranian ceasefire proposal. Okay? Here's a new take from FDD, which again, pay close attention to what I'm about to read to you. Foundation for Defending Democracy, the Israeli cutout, is now saying sanctions relief is actually a good thing. The regime is desperate for face-saving means to sell any deal at home. Watch for Iranian state media to frame restored access to these funds with major U.S. climb down. It's not. Here's why. They are
Zareth,
trying to get...
I'm going to actually flip on this guy. You need to have a better chance.
To bribe the Iranian government to stop their demands of restraining Israel. And I told you this from the start, if you remember. I had this conversation with Richard Parsi as well. This is one of the things that I saw. That I found to be a scary proposition. Will Iran back away from the major demand that they're making, the most consequential demand that they're making, to force America to restrain Israel and Lebanon against Hezbollah, and just against Lebanon and Lebanon's territorial expansion initiative? If Iran backs away from that position, okay, that is a major concession, and it will be unbelievably consequential for Iran down the line. Okay? These are the proceeds Iran already earned from oil sales to South Korea, 6 billion electricity and gas exports to Iran, 10 billion. The Biden admin moves as a part of a release deal regarding U.S. hostages taken by Iran from inaccessible and less accessible bank accounts into restricted local currency accounts in Oman and Qatar at the request of Iran designated only for humanitarian purposes. They are now defending the $6 billion Biden unfreezing of assets, by the way, which is really funny. And the collective total is close to $20 billion.
Okay, everything's all good. Everything is A-okay with me and Zareth. Oh shit.
Significant, but a dent nonetheless in the larger amount of frozen assets that are just trapped in other banks that America has a tremendous influence over and tremendous control over, to the tune of $100 billion. Okay?
Okay.
1 to 2 billion.
Seeing Timo, we're going to have to deal with that. And then we're just going to get sprang.
Imports U.S. waivers allowed Iraq to convert and route some of the funds restricted to the Oman account. After October 7, Biden asked banks to stop releasing funds from these accounts under massive congressional pressure. Banks were asked to restrict Iran's Oman disbursement.
Does that make sense?
The real distinction, restoring humanitarian access equals procedural restoration of what already exists before October 7. These funds were never meant to be permanently frozen. They exist because the U.S. already determined this trade is non-sanctionable. If a deal makes these funds freely available beyond humanitarian limits, lifting the humanitarian-only restriction entirely, that's a genuine U.S. concession. Yeah. It's, they're trying to put lipstick on a pig here and say, oh, like, this isn't a major concession. Yeah, when Biden did it, you obviously had a very different approach. You didn't say, oh, no, guys, you don't understand. Biden's concession on the $6 billion of assets that are unfrozen are actually Iranian money anyway, and they deserve to have it. You didn't say that. The reason why you're saying that right now is because Iran has tremendous leverage over America. Okay? And your focus as Foundation for Defending Democracy, which is, once again, an Israeli cutout, on operating...
We're getting grievous wounds as well.
In any way, shape, or form, no fair violations whatsoever. The reason why you're saying this is actually fine is because your only concession...
We're going to have problems with the Timo existing?
Clearly, is not restricting Israel.
You want to try for an old Zareth?
That's
that would have been...
That's the only thing.
Damn.
Oh, my goat is out. My goat's out with another Dark Woke video. We'll watch it later. So that's where we're at. And we'll continue along that journey. But let's cover some more. Trump post demanding U.S. allies join the Abraham Accords if he strikes an Iran deal. Yes.
There's the old.
It isn't even fully negotiated yet, so don't listen to the losers.
Oh, okay.
This is desperate because post October 7.
Damn, that was some intense tracking. What is that?
second after the twin peaks. NBS cannot do it. 83%. So here's the thing. Post October 7, after Israel started the genocidal conquest over Gaza, okay? When that happened, that destroyed the public normalization initiative between these Arab states, these Gulf states, and Israel. Okay? So the main point of contention between the Abraham Accords, the recipients in Israel, was no longer about Iran at all. It was not about Iran in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, it was a bulwark against Iran, right? It was about Gaza. It was about the Palestinians. Trump is now trying to change that calculation to, I'll give you something. I'll finally stop Israel's conquest over Iran that's destabilizing the region, that's closed the Strait of Hormuz. If you abide by the Abraham Accords without adding the Palestinian nationhood as a major point of contention here. So he's trying to move chess pieces around on the board here, right? Because the reason why the GCC or all the other nations in the Abraham Accords do not want to normalize, formally and openly normalize relations with Israel is not because of fucking Israel's destabilizing factor in Iran. It was because of Palestine. So Trump is trying to move that around to say, desperately, in a final act of desperation here, I'll give you something you want. I'll give you peace with Iran. This is a thinly veiled mafia threat. Trump weaponizing Iran's ability to destroy GCC states to blackmail GCCs into joining the Abraham Accords, which Trump needs to sell his own capitulation to Iran. If you don't join the Abraham Accords, we'll bomb Iran and Iran destroys you. It's exactly what's going on here. U.S. President Donald J. Trump posted a lengthy statement on his Truth Social app earlier on the ongoing negotiations. The most recent statement was centered around President Trump's proposition to Arab leaders on the Abraham Accords. Per the president's statement, negotiations with Iran are still ongoing and proceeding nicely. Trump stated that it should be mandatory that any nation who signs onto a peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran should sign onto a wider rapprochement framework between Muslim countries and Israel. The president honed in on Saudi Arabia and Qatar, saying that they should immediately sign such a framework, and if they do, others will likely follow suit. However, per reporting from Barack Obama yesterday, the president's proposition wasn't met with enthusiasm by Muslim leaders during a group call yesterday. I wonder why.
What were you baiting them to?
The leaders, especially those of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Pakistan, who don't have formal diplomatic relations with Israel, were surprised by Trump's request. There was silence on the line, and Trump joked and asked if they are still there, one of the U.S. officials said. We are so stupid, dude. Sometimes I think there's got to be an underlying logic to the way that Trump moves on these issues. And then I'm reminded over and over again that he is literally like a petulant child who's just simply throwing shit at a wall to see what sticks. This is one of those moments where it's very obvious that Donald Trump is simply throwing shit at a wall to see what sticks. Let's do the Abraham Accords so I can have a face-saving moment here. Okay, in order for the Abraham Accords to formalize in the post-October 7 framework, Palestinian nationhood recognition has to take place. All roads lead back to restraining Israel and curbing Israel's appetite for more death and destruction. The sooner the Americans come to terms with that reality, the easier things will be. You have to stop your attack dogs. That's it. And it's funny because once again, the onus is, they will ship the onus back to Israel. All they have to do is reiterate their own existing positions that they will join the Accords as long as the Palestinian state on the 67 borders with East Jerusalem is also recognized by Israel as part of it. That's it. These guys are so dumb. Trump has laid the failure of this negotiation at the feet of the Arabs. Clever? No, it's not. It's an incredibly stupid thing to do. The deal on the Iranian side can't come to fruition because of Israel's lack of interest in stopping their campaign of conquest in Lebanon. The deal on the GCC side is not going to come to fruition because of Israel's conquest and ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza and in the West Bank. All roads lead back to Israel. and America's reluctance to restrain Israel in any meaningful capacity. How is this hard to contend with? It's not hard to understand. I have understood it. Many of the individuals in this community understand it. Many people, even who are not as well read or as invested in this process, have understood this reality. And it's so strange that the Trump administration is seemingly the last holdout here. Perhaps it's because their bags rely on them refusing to understand it. Israel must be stopped. That's it. That's it. All roads in the Middle East lead back to Israel. And this is not some anti-Semitic shit, okay? It's just because all roads do legitimately lead back to Israel, because the Trump administration in the post-Barack Obama universe absolutely gave the keys to the car, our vehicle of Middle Eastern expansion, to Israel. Okay?
I want to save the tower. But we got one now.
Bro, your chat is not well read because common capitalism out. In comparison to the average American, are you fucking insane? Have you met a normal person? Have you had a conversation with a normal person recently, chatter? I do all the time. The best we can hope for is that they at least have some kind
of... It was Elder Dragon that they got.
The relationship that America has with Israel.
That's why it took so much longer. Okay. Scary.
Beyond that, most people are like, what's an Ayatollah? What's Iran? I'll bite. What's that about? Is that a thing? Is that a type of food? They just see gas prices going up. That's it. And they hate that. And they understandably attribute that to Trump's failures, because that's what the average person does. They're like, well, Trump is president, my gas prices went up. He said gas prices were going to go down. That's kind of fucked up. Fuck this guy.
That's just not going to happen. Well, the president has said he doesn't want to rush a deal. He told CBS News that negotiators were getting closer, adding, I will only sign a deal where we get everything we want. This morning, Secretary Rubio made it clear that if talks with Iran fail, other options in the war could be explored.
Nicole, thank you. Let's bring in CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinogradov. She is a former assistant secretary for counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security. Sam, good morning. It's great to see you.
Good morning, Lisa.
So a U.S. official told CBS News President Trump says that he doesn't want negotiators to rush into anything, and it feels like we've been in this very place for months now. So where are we?
All right. We'll try again. And another pop.
They are not alone. We are both seemingly on the cusp of a deal, really, to talk about a deal, an interim agreement that would open the Strait of Hormuz and really lay out a framework for negotiations on the thorny issue of Iran's nuclear program. But at the same time, President Trump and his officials are stating that military operations could ruin negotiations fall through.
Mundo did whatever.
Where we really are, but Nietzsche, having worked on these kinds of high-level negotiations for the U.S. government, including with the Iranians, I do want to emphasize that these ups and downs are not unusual. Negotiating with the Iranians is known to be a roller coaster. The 2015 Iran nuclear deal took 20 months to negotiate, and there were a lot of fits and starts. So it's not unusual that we see these ups and downs. It's just unusual it's all playing out so publicly.
And Sam, based on the little information you know so far about this current framework, some Republicans,
so many things applied, and I need to get back outside of. Make sure to tell us anything else that you didn't tell us about.
Looks a lot like the deal that President Obama put together, that the U.S. entered, and of course, President Trump pulled out of.
Can we not run our expectations based off of the resume, the standardized?
While we don't know not only what President Trump wants from the Iranians this time, we also don't know what the Iranians will agree to in this round of negotiations. But if we look back at the 2015 nuclear deal,
we'll send it to HR.
Critics at the time focused on the fact that that deal only attacked the Iranian nuclear program. It did not, for example, address Iranian's missile capabilities, which were used to continue destabilizing the region. They also focused on the fact that Iran did get certain sanctions relief and access to funds that...
What they mean when they say it continued to destabilize the region is actually the opposite. It just was a military deterrence for Israel, which was destabilizing the region. That's it. It's perfectly reasonable. This lady's 43, what the fuck? Damn. She looks great at 43. Holy shit. Hopefully I look that good when I'm 43. Anyway. Hey Hassan, where can we talk to the mod team? That's crazy. A misunderstanding happened. Oh god. Oh boy. So, yeah, when they say critics of the Iran deal, read that as Israel firsters, okay? People who place the interests of Israel over the interests of Americans and America.
Yes, we can look at our cheat sheet of mathematical formulas that we can work on.
Okay, that's number one.
As
And number two, when they said...
we can put it into practice.
What loud explosions heard around the Strait of Hormuz bars?
Both code a specific mathematical function and represent it in a level.
When they turn around and say, critics of the Iran deal were critical of the Iranian missile program that this deal did not touch. What they're talking about is a red line that no one has the capacity to enforce. What do you mean? Iran is a sovereign nation. They absolutely have a right to defend themselves. Iran is a sovereign nation, and as a sovereign nation, they have a right to develop weapon systems, defensive weapon systems. And the idea that they have to restrict their strike capabilities to like the idea that they have to restrict their strike capabilities to they have to limit their strike capabilities to like not be able to reach Israel is fucking bum. It's ridiculous. Okay? It's unheard of. It's preposterous. What fucking country would say yes to that? Tom Barak, Türkiye'de Osmanlı Millet İstediğini savunduğu konuşmaları gördüm. Erdoğan'ın Trump'tan legitimacy istediğini ve bunu ona verdiklerini
maybe dashing through that wall into the bush or towards the bush
ama
is
Tom Barak
faster if you have
tam
it
yani
available.
Türkiye için adam yani öyle söylüyor. Vice Chain Smith did a great interview with Iran's foreign minister. Yeah, I've heard about this. I don't think Trump wants a ceasefire going by this post. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, God. I mean, pay no attention to Trump's posturing here, right? He posts all the time, and his posts increase. The posting belligerence metric has the opposite impact of what's going on the ground. Okay? When Trump starts posting about how, you know, death and destruction is imminent, that means that he's on the back foot. At least that's what we've seen. But who knows? Explosions reported near Sirik and Bandar Ejaz in southern Iran. The sounds reportedly came from the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, I don't know what this means yet. Let's continue.
Abroad. The critics claim the regime was using to continue to wreak havoc. And they also focused, when it came to the limits that the deal put on Iran's nuclear program, they focused on the fact that Iran was allowed to continue a very low level of enrichment of uranium that could be used for civilian purposes. So today, those critics probably want to see President Trump get the Iranians to agree to remove any vestige of its nuclear program, including its civilian nuclear program, from Iran, including its uranium, potentially plutonium enrichment capabilities, its research and development capabilities, its advanced machinery, and more. And they probably also want to see the deal include some focus on Iran's missile capabilities and no sanctions relief.
All right, but Sam, we went from the president saying that the only acceptable terms were unconditional surrender to now negotiations and diplomacy. What leverage does the United States actually have to permanently keep the Straits open and to eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Well, there's really two tracks here. This is where it probably comes back to President Trump listening to his intelligence community. One track is military operations. Certainly the United States has shown that it can continue to target senior Iranian officials as well as Iranian infrastructure to try to use military might to force the regime to crumble. That
It'll go
has not
smoother
been
now.
successful so far. So the other tool that the United States has is financial pressure in the form of its military blockade. The Iranian regime certainly has a lot of leverage in terms of the economic pressure it's putting on the United States as well as the global economy.
Wrong person.
Let me begin by saying this is not about...
Maine Democrat Senate candidate refuses to apologize for deleted social media posts. Yeah. It's really funny.
You deleted it. Why aren't you apologizing?
One of the things, Graham Plattner has, many fans, specifically in the state of Maine, which is where he's supposed to have the fucking fans regardless, right? Graham Plattner on the internet has many haters. Some of those haters happen to be haters of mine as well, right? I'm agnostic to Graham Plattner. I think he's a pretty fine communicator on a lot of the issues that I care about. Only time will tell if he is legitimately a voice against American imperialism. He has made some strides in that endeavor. I think he's communicated about American militarism far better, and especially because he has a position of legitimacy as someone who is a servant of American empire, who directly held the killing machine, right? But one thing I will say is this, okay? Obviously, in comparison to all the other options, he's better. But one thing I will say about Graham Plattner is the reaction to Graham Plattner. I'll be honest with you. Walk like a chud, think like a woke might be an undefeated method. I don't think the Republicans have a way to deal with this meta. Okay? The agnostic, I thought you became a believer. I mean, I go back and forth on it. I do think he's one of the better candidates out there, even though he still does have some red flags. I became more agnostic after the New York Times interview, ironically enough. Because his shitposts on Reddit made me more of a believer, and then I heard him talk about some of these issues on the New York Times interview, and I felt like he was weak around some of his responses. But it's not enough for me to just fucking be like, an anti-Graham Plattner weirdo, okay?
Damn it.
It's just not. The only reason why I say that is because, the questions around his tattoo and what did he know and all this stuff, he didn't have a very good. He had a very good response for the average person. He just didn't have a very good response for someone like myself because I'm a lot more. I'm gonna scrutinize that. You know what I mean? No matter what happens, I'm gonna be a lot more careful.
Are we being gassed?
But it doesn't. Ultimately, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna lie, this is your most bad empanada-like take. I mean, I don't think it's a bad empanada-like take at all. So, in any case, all I will say is this. I love watching all of the anti-Plattnerites, the Republicans, and the fucking centrist right-wingers, the Israel firsters on both parties, lose their fucking minds. And they keep saying over and over again that Grant Plattner is a Nazi, and that he's like a they're talking about Grant Plattner being a child murderer. Like they're literally doing the troop exploder meta. Liberals who have never found imperial conquest that they don't salivate over, okay, have now decided, oh, Grant Plattner is a fucking military a death merchant. Like, he's a merchant of death. Why would you ever vote for him? It's like, dude, what? You love war. When the fuck did you decide that you think every... When the fuck did you decide that every member of the U.S. Armed Forces is a fucking child killer? When did that happen? You don't believe that. You've never said that. You're trying to engage in a multifaceted war here to try to disparage this guy. You loved when Kamala Harris said, I'm going to have the most lethal military of all time. I hated it. You don't like that he invokes class consciousness in his commentary, and you don't like that he's anti-Israel, and you don't like that he's, you know, certainly more anti-war than the average Democrat, okay? That's what you don't like. Fucking bullshit.
That wasn't...
In any case, he isn't anti-war at all. He is absolutely more anti-war than the average Democrat. Please God. I know, he says he wants to engage in shipbuilding capabilities to be competitive with China or whatever the fuck. And you look at that and you're like, well, see, it confirms my priors about him. Because this means that he's in favor of the war machine, not realizing that, you know, Maine has a fucking shipbuilding industry. And that's the only reason why he's saying we should build more fucking ships for his own constituency, because he's trying to fucking win a goddamn election. He doesn't go beast mode because he doesn't have to appeal to you. He has to appeal to 65-year-old white people in Maine. Okay? Because the only way that his legitimacy on the issue, withers away is if they hit him with the John Kerry beat. Okay? I need you to remember this. John Kerry actually fucking fought in Vietnam, right? Didn't he get a fucking Purple Heart and everything? And all these veterans came out against John Kerry because he's critical of American imperialism to a degree that the right immediately pounced on. Yeah, even his statement on China was pretty good. I mean, far better than the average person running for Congress.
No.
Yeah, they called him a swift boat. They belittled him. They destroyed him. They destroyed his legitimacy. Fucking Purple Heart veteran. And they destroyed his conviction and legitimacy in the field when he was talking about, you know, American military. Like, you have to toe a delicate line when you are engaging in like anti-war statements, because the American reactionary movement will pounce on it and will just say,
hello,
no matter how many
and
fucking wars you went on, you're a bitch.
Oh no, it all went to
you
Woot.
hate America. Yeah. Kerry had backstabbed Vietnam ads from Chuds and veterans too. There's plenty of Chud veterans you can fucking bring up. Are the electoral ramifications the only thing that matters here? Yes. Yeah, it's a fucking Senate race. We'll see how he operates once he's in Senate. It's a gamble nonetheless. But I'm looking at his output across the board, and I like some of the things that he's saying, and I feel as though maybe he's sheltering his, you know, the full scope of his team. But I might be totally wrong on him, right?
In Harry Potter.
Yeah, they're now hitting him with he attacked a Purple Heart veteran. On Fox, Democratic Maine Senate candidate Grant Plattner dodged an apology and confronted over the deleted Reddit post where he said a Purple Heart recipient didn't deserve to live. That's crazy.
It's suggesting Storm Raiders surge, and I want to indulge that. Because it's Hecarim,
I mean, he's
and Hecarim gets extra attack damage for extra move speed. Nimbus Cloak even? Celerity? Water Walking? Are we going Lilia sort of stuff?
This is unironically locker room talk. Okay, this is literally locker room talk. And it's very funny because all the stuff that he's saying, all the stuff that he's saying or has said privately when he didn't realize he was going to fucking run for Senate and actually have a shot at flipping a red sea.
Approach velocity and
are probably closer to his worldview in general. His evolution is probably much more real. He also calls himself a communist on Reddit. Why is Fox News not mentioning it? They have, and they will continue to mention it. Now, listen.
It's actually very fun.
Listen, I need you to understand something. Okay? I need you to understand something. This kind of posture from the Republican side against the guy whose optics look like a fucking chud, a real American hero, a Marine, unironically hurts the Republican movement. Okay? That's it. Because the average hog that sees this guy and then sees some pussy-ass Republican, pussy-ass like hatchet man walk up to him and be like, why won't you apologize to the veterans, sir? Are going to be like, nah, I like this guy who's getting into his fucking pickup truck who looks like a goddamn lobsterman. Like, look, down to the pickup truck! Come on, man! Come on! When a hog sees this, when a hog sees this interaction, what do you think happens in the lizard brain of the hog? Do you think they find this guy more appealing? Or do you think they find the annoying journalist who's behaving in a manner not dissimilar to like a fucking liberal journalist attacking a Republican? The image that they've seen over and over again, trying to foment a decency politics. You can't be indecent and wear it on your sleeve, which is what the Republican reactionary movement has done for a decade, to genuine success,
any of these give moves,
and then turn around and be like, oh, well, where is the decency, sir? You can't do that. You can't fucking do that.
I'm so happy they have
especially when the guy you're trying to do that to looks like one of your own.
Oh, I didn't know that was a toggle, though.
This is a new media environment that you created where the permission structure has expanded. You can't try to lean in because now it's no longer a race between Democrat versus Democrat. It's a race between Republicans versus Democrats. So most Democrats are going to be like, I don't give a shit. I'll vote for a ham sandwich over a Republican. What the fuck are you talking about? Really? We're going to unseat a Republican? That's a major W. We're getting in there. So now, if you're trying to tackle the independents or the people who are in the center, you can't engage in decency politics. Like, what about the optics, sir? Especially when the optics absolutely fucking favor the guy with the fattest mustache you've ever seen who looks like a fucking chud.
Oh, that's why you stayed.
Like, look at him. Yeah, I'm putting my local LaCroix style seltzer beverages in the back of my pickup truck. That's dusty as fuck. Hold on. Oh, you guys don't give me a moment of respite. What liberal arts college you graduate from, pussy? What happened? What liberal arts college you graduate
the
from?
recommended path.
Get the fuck out of here. Toyota Tundra, though, doesn't drive American? No, that gives them more fucking legitimacy. Are you kidding me? Hogs don't play around about their trucks. They have no fucking loyalty to Ford like that. They just get the Fords because they're the least costly alternative, but they respect Toyota Tundras.
I'm sort of stuck here. It's very funny. Hi, Brent.
What's the matter? Can't take a joke? Is that what they taught you in Oberlin? Huh? Pussy?
What you would say to voters who might be upset by it?
Oh?
See, even the hog reporter has no response. See, this is because they're not experienced in being woke libtards. That's the thing. Because they're hitting him with a libtard angle, right? They're like, excuse me, I want to apologize for this. Blah, blah, blah. This post you posted, I don't like your post. Why don't you apologize? A real one would say, well, do you think your friends deserve to get shot in the same manner that you... God, why am I giving them points? Would you speak with your friends in the same manner? Would you say that your friends deserve to get shot and wounded while they were getting their Purple Hearts in the same way that you said about this other guy? Is what you would say if you are actually truly libtarded, okay? You're not.
I'm getting tired of that.
You don't know. You don't know how to be a proper libtard. Admit you were wrong about truck brands, though? No, I think hogs respect Toyota Tundras. What do you mean? They don't care. This is a real fucking machine for a real working man. The fuck are you talking about? They are literally watching, stop giving them pointers. You know what's really funny? We'd be interested to find out if his parents bought that Toyota Tundra for him. So that's the other thing. Okay? Guys. Optics matter to lizard brain people. Okay? Graham Plattner's optics are so unbelievably solid. As long as he's never on the back foot, as long as he's attacking, he's set. He's set to a comfortable victory. Okay? Optics matter so much that people think Ted Cruz has a more working class background because he puts snakeskin fucking boots on and a big belt buckle and says, I love Texas.
Ted Cruz. Is that who we're talking about? See how he easily knows. He did. He branded himself. Now what's his policy say?
Hogs love optics. If you're white
I'm going
and
against
you wear the boots and you wear the belt buckle, they go, yeah, right, that's one of mine. They don't look at a Canadian Cuban that graduated from fucking Harvard, who has spent his entire life defending corporations, as anything but a real-ass working-class individual, because he has the optics. Okay? V8 Tundras have like a cult-like following. They're widely considered one of the last great work trucks. Yeah. And the Tundras are silly, for the record. It's the Toyota's ambitions into eating away at the Ford market share. The Tundra should not be. I'll be honest. It's disgusting, it's nasty, but all the fucking hogs love that shit for the very same reasons why I think it's an unnecessarily large vehicle. Okay? If we're having a real conversation, the Hilux clears. Unfortunately, in the United States of America, though, all of the fucking pickup trucks, all the work trucks are far larger than they're supposed to. You're wrong. It's too big. It's straight up too big. Too fucking big. Shut your coastal ass up. Libtard Tundras are great. I mean, they're great in comparison to a 250 or a 150, but still. Anyway, and they're reliable. I'm just saying that Toyota made those specifically for the American market. They don't need to be that big. They're just making it. They're making it so that Americans buy it, and they do, and they love it. All right. What about the Tacomas? Look at the size of the Tacoma over the last 2 decades, or over the last decade. You will understand my gripe with both the Hilux and also, or not the Hilux, sorry, of the Tacoma and the Tundra. They have grown so much in size to compete with the American cafe standards violating work trucks that have also grown in size non-stop. You should have bought this? Oh my god. This is the dream truck. What the fuck? New live at Bring It Trailer Auctions, 1996 Toyota Hilux SSR 2 cab turbo diesel.
No way, no way, no way, no way, I suck at horse. Alright, Shojin. Spear on horse. That sounds about right. Oops. Group effort.
Yeah, you want to see the size comparison?
I should be heading over to Grompo. Oh.
Anyway, Ryan says, Republican political consultants think there's no way that a guy who's been a decade plus in the military and 4 combat tours deserves or can afford a decent drug. I guess nice trucks are reserved for political consultants paid for giving extremely bad political advice. Am I the only one irritated he's getting harassed on Memorial Day weekend? Like, what the fuck? See? That's the other thing. See? Walk like a chud, think like a woke. Unfucking defeated. Alright, now let's look at the Fox News chirpers that are basically repeating the same exact bullshit that you're hearing from the Israel First Democrats who hate Graham Plattner as well.
We're gonna inhibit your growth, Kindred. I'm so sorry.
Because I can't do what has to be done. Graham can't do it. Troy can't do it. The only way we're going to bring about the changes that this country needs is when all of us stand together and fight back.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders hitting the campaign trail with Graham Plattner. This one day after Fox News Digital caught up with the controversial Maine Senate candidate to ask if he had any regrets for appearing to slam a Purple Heart recipient online, saying the wounded soldier was both dumb and didn't deserve to live. Right here in the Big Apple, Carolina.
Yeah, Kevin. Well, this is a U.S. Senate candidate up in the polls and projected to win in November, but he's facing a lot of backlash from past comments he made on his now infamous Twitter account. So by now, we've heard about the Nazi tattoo and what he said he likes to do in a porta potty, but in the latest comment and getting attention, he said this about a U.S. soldier. He called him dumb, and then I can't
Okay, what did he say about
TV, and he also went on to say that the soldier
what's his name?
deserve
Parnell?
to live. This comment was apparently made about Ted Daniels, who was shot by the Taliban 4 times and then later honored as a Purple Heart recipient. Over the weekend,
Wait,
Fox
this
News
Plattner?
asked Plattner if he thought he should apologize for those comments, and here's what he had to say.
I think towards the infantry, any attempts to say that I disrespect veterans is slanderous and offensive.
You can give him an apology?
I think you should have ended it there. He said, I did 4 tours in the infantry, brother, and then slammed the door on his face, and then moved on.
I can just get up to,
you know,
the level.
You know how many of my friends have been how many of my friends got
Plattner, who served as a Marine and Army veteran, has admitted to owning that Reddit account He Hustle, and he has apologized for some past comments, including calling white.
I mean, he's trying to clean up his act, but his potty mouth doesn't help, but he looks better, says my mom. See, it's working, okay? It's working. Don't worry. When I figure out how not to curse, oh my God.
It's gonna be magical.
I'm gonna be undefeated.
Americans racist and stupid. Plattner has said these
Man, don't chase him too much.
from his time in the military, and on top of that, they're 43 seconds drunk when he posted. Kevin.
Thanks so much. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Let's bring in Washington Times editor.
My other range. Oh gosh.
Thank you for being here. Before
Almost. Oh no. The Nico was flashing, but it was the Kindred that needed the focus there.
A lot of frustration and a lot of dark, crass humor that we use to get through a rough time. What's also necessary is discernment.
I'm gonna go to drugs. I'm sorry for the time. Kindred told me. Oh my gosh, I am a scion of Kindred. It's your time. You must die now. You must die.
Seems kind of emotional, buddy. Kind of feels like this is a vet versus vet violence that's taking place here.
6 seconds.
So, I mean, he had a lot to say too. It's worth watching. You know, Grant Platter right now is leading Susan Collins in Maine. And you can see the response that comes from the things he said, but it doesn't seem to be moving the needle.
No, but I don't trust the main polls. I think it's very, very important to remind people out there that Susan Collins was down in polls the same percentage points, I think anywhere from 4 points to 7 points in 2020 when it was, I think, Sarah Gideon that was getting all the coverage. So, you know, I'm hesitant to buy into these poll numbers at all coming out of Maine. In terms of what Joey Jones said, I think it was very similar to what we heard from, I think it was Rob O'Neill, others who come forward and said there's no excuse for these types of comments, blaming PTSD as a cop-out. There was one response that maybe, you know, veterans say things like this because they're jealous that their own service wasn't getting the coverage that others did. I'm not sure if that's really what's at play here, or if Plattner is trying to get, you know, some press for his own military benefits. Because the state of Maine, it's one of the top 6, I think it is, for veterans voting adults. I think it's like 6 to 10% of the voting population.
Yeah, okay. One's a vet, the other is Susan Collins. Who are they going to vote for, you think? Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I don't want to gloat because the Republicans are vicious, and I'm sure they'll pull out all the stops. And this is what they've been trying. And it's really funny because, like, all of this was already tested and fell short.
The tower was
in
the
the
focus
Democratic
of the tower
Party.
and get it
The Democratic Party
down. That
primary,
was the
where
goal.
it would have been probably more successful. I think Republicans are no stranger to hypocritical arguments. They love making it, right? They love hitting the, oh, you're not woke, how dare you, arguments all the time. They do it to me, certainly, with regular frequency. But the only people that actually care about that shit are rarely ever Republicans. It's Democrats. And he already fucking won the Democrats. So you're cooked. You're Trump supporters. You love when someone is saying fucking awful shit. If Trump was on this ticket, I could totally see Trump to Grant Plattner voters up and down that goddamn ballot.
Military veterans. So it's a key demographic that they're going to try to go after. Additionally, you know, I think for women, that's something that we see Collins, even though she is a woman, pulling behind him with. So, you know, I think that the more money that she can do on ads, portraying 2 comments to one, I think made about sexual assault victims, basically suggesting they need to take some blame. And then, of course, this is what we're talking about right now.
Whoa, he said that?
2 key demographics that Collins could target in all the millions that she's putting out there in ads in Maine, I think would play.
I really wish that campaign trails were meant to like polish the diamonds in the rough instead of being like, hey, I'm that diamond you've been looking for. And this, he's like, I provide a pearl of wisdom, but I am just a clown.
And directly in America is stabbed in the back narrative.
And we got a lot of people with allergies, so disregard, please.
The war on terror vets, everyone thinks that war was stupid. Also, infantry vets are salty and insult other MOs all the time. That just makes them look more authentic. I agree. But I think optics is what matters the most. Like you said, Terry was an upper-class community. Grant Plattner is not. And they're trying to present him as an upper-class community all the time for that same reason. They're like, oh, well, his parents are wealthy. His parents are wealthy. None of it fucking matters, though, because he doesn't look the part. he looks like the kind of guy who would say slurs. Kerry always looked like the kind of guy who would get mad at you if he said slurs. To the average voter, they like him. For that reason, they're like, oh, hell yeah, this guy's... Like, they find that juxtaposition of look like a chud, think like a woke to be... They love that shit.
Warren to come forward and withdraw their endorsement of Plattner. I don't know, I can't speak to the Democratic Party. It's head-scratching to me that as our popular vote showed in 2024, the country went to the right. But we keep seeing even Democrats in Maine nominate someone who's further and further to the left. Dan Mills would have been a more moderate candidate. You would have seen people like Schumer, I think, getting behind there.
Jungle on jungle.
But nonetheless, we all coalescing together despite these horrendous comments. And he keeps coming to the point that he says...
I think his R-word apology did more harm than him actually saying it. Well, he was running the Democratic Party primary at that point, so we had to... That's the only constituency that may or may not care about that. But I think his, apologies for his, past mistakes and his, past statements actually played well, because it really hammed up the idea that, this is a guy who's, seeking accountability. My policy is, don't fucking apologize for anything in this new media environment. Only do it if you genuinely feel like... Only do it if you're doing it for yourself. If I was a political consultant, okay, which I'm not, I would literally always tell candidates, never apologize, don't thank me. It literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No one cares. I do it all the fucking time. And let me tell you, as someone who apologizes all the goddamn time, people don't give a shit. Okay? They do not give a fuck at all. They do not give a fuck about that at all.
Years and years ago on social media, for those that continue to haunt him, it's going to be up to the voters in Maine to decide whether or not they support such vulgarity, and we'll have to see what happens come November. But, Susan Collins, like I said in the beginning, she was down in 2020 polls. Her favorability rating is now just about the same as it was in 2020. She's served in the Senate for almost 30 years. I do not count her out. Really, I think that the Maine voters will come to her defense.
I do not count her out. Is an incredible admission that she's qualified. Because if she was obviously toasted and was in comfortable territory, 10 points over Graham Plattner, then it would be fantastic. It wouldn't even need to be having stuff. It would be like, oh, this guy sucks. Yeah, my neighbor voted for Trump 3 times in a big Trump flag. Now he hates him for starting wars, defeating Thomas Massey and stunning Marjorie Taylor Greene. He thought Plattner was a commie, but started watching videos of his speeches and was like, this guy's for the people. He asked me for a sign.
Wonderful.
Republicans running around being like, I can't believe a political candidate would be so vulgar is fucking hilarious to me. I will never get over that. Donald Trump is your president. Donald Trump is the president. He is the guy who invented vulgarity at the bully pulpit. Every other former president, no matter how vulgar they might have been behind closed doors, never entertained saying such vulgar shit on the main stage.
An S plus victory on Hecarim? Heck yeah.
Okay? Donald Trump destroyed that. He literally came out and was like, nope. I love saying mean things. Mexicans are rapists, but some of them are very fine people. Like, that was the whole shtick. People love that.
Yeah, Alex, I have a little time left. This whole thing has got me wondering about how much voters out...
If they can get rid of Massey, they will find a way to counter Plattner's optics eventually. No. You want to know why? Because he's running as a Democrat. See, this is where the D association as opposed to the R one
Ivern, we sort of think we can assume that there's already a win for Ivern, but we will work on it.
That if you want a anti-Israel candidate, you have to run as a Democrat. There is no viability for you in the Republican Party. They will destroy you. They will do everything they can. Trump will come after you. He's the most popular Republican. He is the leader of the party. It's not even a Kentucky versus Maine thing. I'm telling you right now, Trump has tremendous influence over his own party's primaries. That much is clear.
Okay, too much. Yeah.
Republicans do not have any opportunity to be anti-Israel. Republicans, for the time being,
Let's get some
until
water and some
maybe
tea.
they age out.
Yeah.
Democrats have APEC money too. They just don't have much influence in Maine. No. We're talking about the base. The base of support, the voters. There are not Republican Party voters that will go for an anti-Israel candidate, especially if they're receiving a barrage of Trump endorsements to the opposition. Whereas, even in spite of all the fucking AIPAC messaging, there are still insurgent candidates that are winning. Every single candidate that has run so far that has won as an insurgent got inundated with AIPAC subsidiary groups. And they still won. Because the base, in spite of all of that, still goes, yeah, this guy's anti-Israel, I like him. Whereas no such appetite currently exists for the Republican Party. And it's there is a generational breakdown, of course. There's a generational breakdown when you look at the crosstabs where Republicans under the age of 55, 57% of them have a disapproving opinion of Israel. That's a huge generational shift. But that will take many years to change the Republican Party's attitude towards Israel, as opposed to the Democrats who are already there. It's 90-10. It's fucking over, you know?
Their care about online stuff. Some of this
Yeah, Cory Bush and Jamal Bowman happened in 2024. 2024, chatters. 2024. We're living in 2026. Think about the approval rating for the broader population, the approval rating for Israel in the Democratic Party, and how much that has shifted overall. It's a fucking, might as well be a lifetime ago.
Behavior. The GOP has its own heartburn with its own candidates in a lot of races as well. And a lot of times what we see is voters saying, we want change. We want, on the GOP side, someone who's going to support the president. On the left, it's we want change. We want something different. Does any of this even stick to a lot of voters when they decide who they're going to pull for?
You know, I think it's a very interesting question. One of the things that I noted in my coverage of the New York City mayoral race was that a lot of comments that had been haunting, I think it's Mamdani's wife, recently, weren't even covered during the election. So it's interesting now that we do have, with this main race, that at least these were spotted before voters go to the polls to let them make their decision. I don't know if we've seen any candidate, to be honest, that's put things out on social media withstand such scrutiny as we've seen with President Trump. He's, his voters are with him pretty much no matter what he's put out there. I do think that voters can be forgiving when comments are from years ago, when they're from someone when they were in their 20s. I think that they might take it with a grain of salt. Although I did note, those two key demographics in Maine, the military voters, about 10%, female voters, those are ones that we're going to see Susan Collins targeting. And, right now she's down with females. And so we'll have to see what happens, especially if she can play at some of his comments about sexual assault victims.
Yeah, okay, we will continue to watch. Alex Warrior, good to see you. Thank you. Okay.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on
This Memorial Day weekend is the nation honored.
American Sniper Widow fires back at Dem candidate cowardly. Oh, this was beast mode, 100% in support of what Grant Plattner has said here. This is not even one of those where it's like, oh wow, I can't believe he said that. Yeah, he was like, Chris Collins lied about his record. It's 100% true. I'm sorry, Jesse Ventura did that, and he was the fucking goddamn governor, okay? It's true, and we should reward people for saying the truth instead of trying to fucking punish them. How about that? Oh no, Chris Kyle, the unbelievably racist psycho who literally lied about some of the most insane shit of all time. Like, he lied about being shipped off to Louisiana to shoot at random black people during Katrina and sniping them off the rooftop of the stadium there. Not only is he a liar, he was also fucking insane with his lies, Ridiculous.
the men and women who gave their lives in service to this country.
Yeah. He was stealing valor, but he was also stealing war criminal valor, which is crazy. The Superdome, yeah.
Carried by Gold Star families across America. We want to welcome military family advocate Taya Kyle, the founder of the Taya and Chris Kyle Foundation and widow of U.S. Navy SEAL Chris Kyle. Taya, thank you so much for being with us. On this Memorial Day weekend, I just want to ask, what message do you have for Gold Star families? What gives you hope about the nation that Chris fought for?
Yeah, I think that there's always hope because I think that the pendulum always swings. I mean, sometimes when we see things that are not going well, we get in a panic state. But I believe that the American people will always correct because we push us too far and then we start to come back to center. That's my hope anyway.
Your husband has been in the news lately, your late husband, after Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner suggested that he, in his role as a legendary American sniper, shot innocent civilians in Iraq to inflate his kill numbers. This is what Graham Plattner said.
His stories about how many people he was shooting certainly tracked with the behavior I witnessed and people I knew witnessed down at the Gov Center, which is it's relatively easy to get high numbers like that if you're a little less discriminating. You're fired than say a more professional unit would be.
What went through your mind when you heard this?
I mean, to me, it's just like nothing says I want attention more than disparaging a national hero who's also dead. It's transparent, it's cowardly, it's lowbrow to lie about somebody else, right? And it's just.
I personally think it's lowbrow that Chris Kyle lied about fucking murdering American civilians amidst a goddamn catastrophe like Katrina. But what the fuck do I know? I'm just a woke, right?
Distracts from what you probably said, and in this case, I think some things that he has said. And it's this cheap political trick to say, I haven't done a whole lot, so let me attach my name to somebody who's beloved, and if nothing else, I'll get out in the news, and that's working for him to get that notoriety. But to me, it shows a total inability to lead with character. So for me, he would be out of the running immediately.
He's also given some inconsistent statements about his own military service. He said in 2020 on Reddit that he joined the Marines because he, quote, wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. More recently, he blamed Susan Collins for sending him to Iraq via a vote. Memorial Day weekend is already difficult for Gold Star families. When you see commentary like...
Yeah, by the way, that is literally the most normal take. Perhaps the most consistent Marine take of all time. It's inconsistent, for sure. It doesn't make any sense. But that's literally the most vet dumbassery of all time. What are we talking about? It's classic. Yeah, why are you guys attacking a veteran? I'm mad. What is this? What is Donna's album of the decade saying? Puffed, puffed. I don't believe half these posts that say this not gonna lie. That's from what? This is from like 20 minutes ago. Why are you linking his take? They're talking about this clip?
These guys were. I left that deployment and continued on with my life. Did a few more deployments, both in the Marine Corps and the Army. It wasn't until somebody told me to read Chris Kyle's book. His stories about how many people he was shooting certainly tracked with the behavior I witnessed and people I knew witnessed down at the Gov Center, which is it's relatively easy to get high numbers like that if you're a little less discriminating. You're fired than say more.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying Chris Kyle was shooting at civilians. It's true. Objectively true. Yeah, get mad all you want. It's just the correct take.
A professional unit would be. So, that's when I kind of learned about casting a cruiser, about Chris Kyle, and then it wasn't until many years later that someone recommended Jack's podcast and book to me, and I put that together. It was like, you've got to be kidding me. I almost felt like there was like a weird practical joke being played on me by the war, that like all these years later, I'm like having to like, people are telling me like, oh, look how great this.
Do you think people even like or remember Chris Kyle? Yes, they do. I mean, there was a fucking movie about his life that also, whitewashed his record and whatnot. But yeah, ultimately, everything he's saying is correct.
These guys are amazing heroes. This whole incredible thing, the paragon of leadership, and I'm just sitting there like, am I living in like an alternate reality? Because this is the exact opposite of my experience.
By the way, there's also this like weird, this weird concept of like a monolithic veteran idea. This monolithic veteran ideal, where they all venerate Chris Kyle or whatever. Jesse Ventura is another guy who also famously, Navy SEAL, famously shit on Chris Kyle. For good reason. Chris Kyle lied about like beating his ass in his book, and he had issues with that, and he fucking sued this lady, the widow of Chris Kyle. Well, not the lady, but like insurance protected, obviously, her money, but ultimately he sued and won. And also the idea that like all veterans are chuds across the board and they just like love everything that they did, and they can never become like anti-realist is wrong. Yeah, he sued the estate and he fucking won, and he was uncompromising, unyielding. Ventura is a lion for that. Jesse Ventura is a lion for many reasons.
This from a public figure, someone who wants to go into elected office. Does it make it?
Oh, are we having this argument again? No, not even. We're not having this argument again. This is something that I fundamentally believe, that I've always fucking defended over and over again. And every now and then there's a new contingency of people who are, truth exploder, edgy leftists, like, ooh, I'm so radical, I'm so edgy, that take away, like that have an understandable moral position about American militarism, American imperialism, that I agree with, okay? But then will attribute all of that to the individuals across the board without factoring in social conditioning or people's capacity to change. It's fucking annoying, and I don't like it. I don't play that game at all. I feel like everyone can be socially rehabilitated. Yes, even fucking war criminals can do so, okay? Stop using radical as a pejorative. I mean, I'm a radical. What the fuck do you mean, stop using radical as a pejorative? Anyway, we can't be doing that right now. I'm under tremendous attack from some of the most reactionary forces in this country, okay?
Harder.
Yeah, and you know what, I think my family and I, my kids and I, we love to get on here and say it doesn't matter when people say things like that, and we're over it, and we understand that it's just these cheap political tricks. But the truth is, it does hurt. You know, my kids are 21 and 20, they're grown adults, and I wish I could tell you that it doesn't hurt, but it does.
I mean, if they have developed conscience at the age of 21, 23, they probably should be a little bit more offended about what their dad was literally saying. I'm sure that they don't feel that way. But like, I'm sorry, lying about murdering civilians on U.S. soil, like, that are going through one of the worst fucking natural disasters of all time, is kind of a red line for me. Okay? This is beyond all of the sniping incidents that he had when he was deployed. Like, it's clear that he wasn't the best guy, okay? Sorry.
And something like this, where it's so obvious to us that he didn't know him, that he's making things up, that it is the polar opposite of what Chris said and did, it cheapens it. I can't imagine anyone voting for somebody like that. I feel like it's so obvious, and we would hope that people do their research and see the things that he said online.
Is there any evidence he did that or genuinely didn't know? No, he didn't actually do it. He just lied about it. No, the government did not send Chris Kyle to go snipe black people during Katrina off the top of the Superdome. He just chose to lie about that, which to me implies you're not exactly the best guy around, okay?
I just want to end with this. What do you want Americans to understand broadly about the sacrifices that military families make this Memorial Day weekend?
Yeah, you know, I was looking
For the record, some people did do that. That's legit. Some people actually did do that. It was just Chris Kyle didn't do that off the top of the Superdome. That's the other side of the story. That kind of like heinous crime did actually take place during Katrina. It just wasn't Chris Kyle being drop-shipped into New Orleans so he could fucking shoot people off the Superdome. He didn't do that. It was the local police that did it.
Numbers recently, and 7,000 military members have died in combat since 9/11. 30,000 have died by suicide. And half of those are intimate partner relationship problems are in the mix. I'm not blaming the marriage, but I know that the marriage needs to be served. And so our answer is to get Chris Kyle Foundation, where we serve those military marriages, and it's our answer to remember the sacrifice while and prevent more sacrifice.
Out of nowhere, we get a story. Streamer, young streamer, very talented, very capable, good communicator, knows how to rally the youth, but not necessarily towards the positive. Eventually.
Oh my God. Patrick Bet-David is talking about me and he said nice things. Oh my God. I am sad. I am value-tained. Oh, I'm a numbers guy. Vinny, I'm a numbers guy. I'm gonna fucking rock it. I'm gonna ChatGPT it. You already know I'm a numbers guy. Wow. Welcome back, everybody, to the Patrick Bet-David podcast. This is Puberty Podcast. I hope you are value-tained today. I'm blushing a little bit. I'm Patrick Bet-David. Oh my God, we're both numbers guys. Wow. Wow, what a fucking incredible introduction. First 11 minutes and I'm smitten. He fucking grokked it. He ChatGPT'd it. If he grokks me, by the way, amidst this 25-minute piece of commentary that I will cherish, I hold very near and dear to my heart, forever, most likely. If he ChatGPT's it, I'll die.
This is what happened in Extreme. Let me just read the story, Vinny. I'm going to come to what page is this one on?
Oh, Vinny's on too.
That's page 13.
Let me go to page 13. So he's not getting indicted. The FBI came knocking, right? Is that what happened here?
No.
Yeah, federal subpoena on Sam Piker, Media Benjamin over Cuba trips. Subpoena political streamer Sam Piker and the Code Pink co-founder Media Benjamin as part of the broader investigation into whether American activists violated U.S. sanctions law while supporting Cuban Communist government. The Treasury Department Office of Foreign Assets Control requested financial, logistical, and communication records tied to March.
They have not done this, by the way. I have not received a subpoena. So the article is actually...
Is that recording the mic? No, stop. Recording device. Yeti microphone, thank you. Record, hello, hello. Alright. Okay, that shows up interesting. Arbitrary, don't worry about it. I'm just trying to see what the waveform looks like. My bad. Back to our show.
Organizations tied to Convoy, Democratic Socialist America, the People's Forum, and the Venezuelan Brigade authorities invested in Cuban focus on sanctions violations. So anyways,
Vinny, how big of a deal is this?
Vinny!
And again, we have to wait to see everything, but it just, like, the first thing that hit my head was, like, can you imagine being a wannabe, hardcore Marxist revolutionary and Hassan Piker, your Che Guevara, who's constantly bashing America, constantly cracking on capitalism, talking about imperialism, privilege, oppression, all that, how horrible this country is. Meanwhile, he's a multi-millionaire celebrity inside the very system that he claims to hate.
You're working from inside the system? How could you? You should be working from inside the system.
He's already red. We're 2 minutes in. He's 10 seconds into his commentary, and he's already turned red. Why does Vinny hate me so much? I have yet... Oh, it's because he's a failed streamer. That's right. That's what it was. How did he start off mad? Yeah.
It's gonna be me.
He's like, why are
red
we
in the
even
face.
talking about this piece of shit?
What could we
I'm not
talking
even
about
there, and
me?
he's fucking still butt mad. How? Vinny. He called you hardcore. He called you a celebrity. Yeah, we'll take those. We'll take those.
I forgot I had this app right here.
Look at his neck veins, bro.
Wait, where did it go?
Vinny's worried that if Patrick Bet David ever meets me in person, it's over for him. Patrick is gonna be like, Vinny, I'm sorry, but this guy, Hasanabi, this guy, he's just too good.
That would be
we gotta switch him over. We gotta swap it. We gotta ChatGPT it. We gotta grok it. I'm a numbers guy, Vinny.
Rocket?
And I
Oh my gosh, that is a good
it's
G
clear.
sound. Rocket?
He's
Okay.
doing a better job. He's gonna take your seat.
People say G's that way? Grok? That's such back of the throat.
He's a numbers guy. I'm a numbers
Rocket.
guy. It's too good to be true.
That's a ribbit type stuff.
He wears a suit. Where is your suit, Vinny?
We should probably grok it, man.
He shows his true colors. And you know what it is? He ain't about that life. Alright? I don't know where they're getting this from. Like what? I'm concerned for the future of this country. Not even just about myself.
Wow, that stays on top.
Obviously, I'm also concerned about myself, but like more so concerned for the future of this country that this administration is actively targeting political dissidents with bullshit. Like, yeah. It's a pretty significant escalation from the government. Am I not supposed to voice my concern about this? Like, the way that these guys have concocted their own universe of he's like terrified. It's like, I mean, I'm still doing the things that I was doing yesterday and the day prior. It's not like I shy away from criticizing the federal government, criticizing Trump. I'm not like, oh my God, Mr. President, I love you so much, please don't do this.
I didn't do an invade.
I jokingly said that. It just doesn't make any sense that they're like, oh, he seems, he's terrified. He's scared. He's, reduced himself. He's not live anymore. A little bit of, by the way, a little bit of pressure. It's the federal government of the United States of America. What do you mean a little bit of pressure? It's the most powerful country on the fucking planet. What are we talking about? A little bit of pressure. You want to play that part of him? He's like, look how shook he is. God. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's not great. Oh no. The news is not great. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's bullshit. Oh, of course. But it's still not great that what's free, they're after your boy. They're up my ass. And now, obviously, I'm getting into it right now. I'll tell you all about it, but let me back up real quick. Wait. They found the full Fox interview shows Kevin that you called him the GOAT at 5 minutes.
Good job staying alive.
Okay, whatever. I don't care about that. Wait, is this because they just like don't understand that I'm like typing? Like they're reading into me typing a fucking Twitter post as I just started the broadcast. That's what it is. That's why. That's where all of this controversy is coming from. The controversy that they're trying to cultivate here is that I was fucking getting inundated with a bunch of messages in the chat while I'm live, and also fucking typing out my blast off meme. What the fuck?
Does he say free me here?
Free. We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me.
Okay, so by the way, Rob, no revolutionary speech, Pat. No rally cry, no...
Like, what are you talking about? I'm doing my job. Yeah, every day I go live and I cover the fucking news. Sometimes I happen to beat the news. It is what it is. It happens quite frequently. None of this is an indication. What would be a clear-cut indication that I'm scared, okay? I'm terrified, quivering, would be if I stopped doing what I'm doing. If I wasn't literally continuing to prop up candidates as I am doing today, you know what I mean, as I'm going to be doing next week, or by the end of this week, where I'm going to be going to the Adam Hamawi rally in New Jersey. I haven't stopped.
That was good.
I like that they went from, like, they did this and they thought they would get like a reaction out of me, and they couldn't get the reaction, so now they're just coping. Now they're inventing a reaction that did not exist.
Nice, we're roaming.
What kind of revolutionary speech would I have delivered here? Or rally cry? If I were to do something like that, then they would be like, oh, look at how performative he is. I think I have a pretty, even-keeled approach to potentially being investigated by the federal government. It sucks. It's shitty. I'm more concerned not just about my own future, but I'm more concerned about the future of this country. I do care about the people that live here. I do care about due process. I care about the First Amendment. These are things I do care about. I know that these fucking dickheads will never understand that, but I do care about these things. And I feel like this administration is coming after those things. They're trying to tackle due process. They're trying to destroy the First Amendment at the altar of Israel, mind you. Okay? They're trying to prosecute all political dissidents in this country. This is not what America is about. There have been dark periods of American history where they've done this.
That was elite.
Those of my ideological tendency, of course, whether it be McCarthyism and the Red Scare trials that took place. But ultimately, I am worried. Of course I'm worried. And you should be too. If you're in any way, shape, or form a defender of free speech, as a matter of principle, you should be angry. Not angry at me necessarily, not gloating about what this administration is doing, but angry at the administration for doing it. The question always is this a country that you want to live in? Do you think this is a positive initiative? Or do you think this is the desperate attempt of an administration that recognizes its unpopularity and wants to continue doing the unpopular things that it's been doing, and instead of reacting to the demands of the population and abiding by the spirit of democracy, choosing to prosecute dissidents to make it more difficult to actually criticize the government? Because that's what the administration is doing right now. And if you are an enjoyer of the First Amendment, you should be fucking terrified. Or at the very least, as angry as I am, if not more angry.
Stand firm on principle, just free me, free me. I can't believe I'm saying that. That's
like, what was I supposed to say there? This is such a strange thing because they just like clipped the intro. It's so strange. I give a comprehensive breakdown of the entire thing and how silly and how stupid it is.
He's not a
He's upset that I'm doing an I Show Speed reference. Free him. Free you.
He's a champagne socialist who loves like the aesthetic of a revolution. Like it sounds good, it's alluring, it's hot, it's sexy, right? But he likes that way more than the actual revolution itself. Okay? Che Guevara is probably rolling in his grave right now. Let me remind you guys who Hassan Piker is. This guy said America deserved 9/11. He's doubled down, he's tripled down on it. He's talking about all the wars we do. We deserved it. Over 3,000 Americans dead Okay, not soldiers. There's Americans in the World Trade together.
Yeah, I didn't say that, but it's fine.
In New York, he said we deserve that. Okay, this is that guy.
Like I didn't say we good. It's not my position at all, but it's okay. Whatever.
This is him, Ron. Who's he sitting with here, Pat? Do you guys know who this girl is? I don't know who this female is. You guys know her, Adam? She's a social media, she's a pundit, whatever. Look at what he's talking about her. She talks about assassination. Play this clip. This is how he feels about Trump's assassination.
It was a great video. Oh, Taylor Lorenz. Someone has to do it.
You mean assassinating Trump?
See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. Which is,
an
I think
outlier.
that shows that there's a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact. And it's a great opportunity for organizing, I think, in these
Did you guys hear that? Untapped, like, revolution. He's talking about, because she made the comment about killing the president of the United States, Taylor Lorenz, and this is the guy. And I think, Pat, I believe, allegedly, he might be one of these people that's getting money from a Turkey or getting money from the Middle East. These are the Trojan horse people that are poisoning the minds of the youth.
Okay, so here's the thing. That's insane. It's I don't know if there's I don't know if there's something genuinely wrong with the brains of Republicans. I guess yes. The answer is yes. I'm moving some stuff around. Yes, here's our Lisa. But what's fucking frustrating about this is that speech is literally not about murdering the president, you fucking idiot. I'm talking about how angry people are to the degree that they're saying that, which means there's an opportunity to push for change, necessary change in American society. Okay? That means that there are a lot of rudderless people that are frustrated with the system. It's crazy. I don't know why Republicans hear that and they just go, oh, he wants to murder every fucking wealthy people, it's clear, or some shit like that. Also, I can't even go back to Turkey. Where the fuck is this, like, he's getting paid by Turkey shit coming from?
Hates the country, hopes not, praises 9/11, and then the moment the government tries to get on you and just is hinting at a subpoena, you turn into a little girl. Okay, and I love, Pat, that you mentioned Neville Roy Singham. He's the guy who signed up.
Watch this guy close.
Pat, $285 million into nonprofits, including the Hassan Piper company called the Code Pink, the place that he was hanging out with over there. So, and this is what's going to happen, Pat. You ask me what they're going to do? They're going to go through your financial records, they're going to go through your communications, your logistics, and whether you're working and abetting the communist regime of Cuba. Okay, and if that happens, guys, if you're peddling for a foreign nation, don't you have to register?
Listen, you have the usual stuff about, like, oh my gosh, Hamas does this and this and this. What has the Communist Party of Cuba done?
He can prep with whoever he wants. He can prep with Benny Morris if he wants. There is no what you support.
See the transition skip?
No, I don't. I don't support the state of Israel. And I don't support the state of the United States of America.
That's the 9/11 one, guy?
Yeah, right. That's the wrong.
No, there is the 9/11.
Turbulence and transition.
He tripled down.
What happened on 9/11, and he said something about capitalist blood.
Oh yeah, let it blood, like, soak their effing, kill them, put their blood in the streets. Pat, this is again all talk,
Anyway, all right, Daria Lee's here, everybody. Okay.
Nice. Oh.
Okay. Alright, can you guys hear us? I believe it should be perfect now. Okay, hi. Welcome to the broadcast. Sorry, this is an interesting time to have you on, as I am in the crosshairs of the federal government team, but I'm very excited to talk to you about a bunch of different things. We're going to be heading over to an undisclosed location later as well, but I wanted to make sure that instead of doing this interview in a loud environment, because a lot of people who always complain about me doing these interviews in loud environments and rallies and whatnot. I wanted to have you do a sit down for a brief moment before we move on, before we go somewhere else, and get to see your district as well. Right off the jump, thank you so much for coming on. What district are you running?
Yeah, well, okay, thanks for coming over here to talk.
Of course.
I am running in New York City.
Jungle and mid and yeah.
Another campaign that folks have been able to tap into organizing and be part of this movement.
Oh, hey, friend.
Hell yeah. Let me pull my notes real quick as well. I should have done that ahead of time, but I didn't do that. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Also, there are apparently there's Fox News reporters that are embedded on the broadcast. It's like spend every waking moment essentially logging whatever it's saying. Mods put out the marketing, right?
Poor Timo, no.
Is it harder to hear chat or no?
Washed, you got this. I believe in you.
Yeah, this is the lady who's
that was a D-rank performance. Iverns are a different league.
Digital news editor at Fox News, and her job is just like watch and as a boomer screen record.
So we're watching the same screen recording as we're talking.
She was apparently screen recording with her phone with a shaky phone camera, like she's in a movie theater.
The quality here is actually
like she's in a fucking movie theater. Filming the latest Michael Bay installation or something. But in any case, okay, here we go. Okay, don't look at my notes. Just don't pay attention.
Jarvan
Don't pay
J4 is an assassin capable of duty.
Darlisa Villa Chevalier, am I saying that right? Okay, is in the building. Palestine Organizer running for New York 13. It's a D+, 13 district in Upper Manhattan and West Bronx. Upper Manhattan, including Harlem, right?
Harlem, Washington Heights,
Hell yeah.
and then parts of the West Bronx.
Or heal.
Yeah. We can watch your launch video real quick.
We can work around no mana. We can't work around no health.
Okay. We'll watch your launch video where you said, with Trump's authoritarianism at our doorstep and billionaire greed in our backyard, we need someone who won't let APAC, real estate developers, and corporate PAC dictate how hard we fight back today.
We'll do it 10
Get your justice Dems support.
Cool,
I've obviously interviewed you in the past as well. DSA Slate.
And
shout out DSA New York City, New York City DSA. So let's take a look at this.
Is how change begins. It doesn't roll in on the wheels of inevitability. We have to make it happen. Because overcoming the politics of the past takes action from all of us. Since I was a teenager, I've been organizing right here, on these blocks, in these streets. My work has shown me that we're at our most powerful when we act together in solidarity. As an educator, a union member, and after Latina New Yorker, I know we deserve better than the status quo. As New Yorkers, we know it's not our neighbors' fault when they fall in hard times. It's the failure of our system. That's why I've been here, working to reunite families torn apart by our country's cruel.
So praxis was scalar. Okay, that works. We're already on that track. So just a bunch of levels of scalar design.
It's personal to me.
One thing does one, and one thing with a scale of 3 goes up 3 for that every one.
So where is our congressman when ISIS
If you
is
know,
kidnapping his constituents?
that's how you actually
Why
convert
should we
things
let
from
Adriana
imperial to
Fayad
metric
vote to
system
spend
to
billions on bombs overseas?
scalar
when we're struggling
operation.
to afford rent and groceries right here in New York City? We live in the
You
richest
measure
country
infinity
in the history
eventually
of the
by
world.
measuring infinity. You both land at infinity. It's just how you stretch out the markers in between 0 or negative infinity and infinity.
Our failings. It's time for us to take matters into our own hands. I'm Elisa Aguilar Chevalier, and I'm running for Congress. You just a member of Congress.
Damn, I thought it was ending. I thought it was gonna end, and then boom, it keeps going.
Completely forgot.
I was like, oh wow, what a banger line to end on. No, the music. The show must go on.
Pazanabi. Rude.
Cashing checks from APAC, real estate developers, or corporations. You deserve a member of Congress who prioritizes the people, not their political career. The era of machine politics ends now.
There you go,
Our
shower.
campaign is backed by Justice Democrats.
We had a lot to back into 2 minutes.
That's so funny. It's like it ends now, and then the music stops, and they're like, no, there's more. There's more. Damn.
By people just like you. For too long, we've been told that change will come tomorrow.
The 989
Ancestors who once
armor
stood
with
right here.
500 ability.
We're now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. So join us today, because in our campaign, we're not waiting for tomorrow any longer.
I think it's actually done now.
Okay, boom. All right. Darlene's for Congress, everybody.
Nice.
All right, so you're working class Afro-Latina organizer, you're a public defense investigator, and a CUNY PhD candidate running to represent your congressional district, as I already brought up.
Upcoming background maintenance marathon service
It's
will be
Upper Manhattan and parts of West Bronx, including Harlem. You're a Democratic socialist,
True.
challenging longtime congressman, as you mentioned, Adriana Espaillat, who has had, I mean, he's one of the old guard New York Democrats, and we'll get to him in a second. You're championing affordability, immigration, labor, and America's, you're championing changing America's unwavering support for the nation state of Israel, arguing that the country's most renter-heavy districts need a representative tied less to the political machine and more to everyday working people. Espaillat has been in office since you were in the first grade.
I think I was even younger than that.
Yeah.
He's been in office for almost 30 years, and I'm 32, so.
Okay, so why are you ageist?
I mean, if you were fighting, if you were actually filling up for people, we wouldn't be here.
Okay, I have his track record right in front of me. It's going to be a contentious interview. I bet you weren't expecting that. He's passed 4 sponsored bills in 9 years.
Wait.
3 of which were named.
Oh, Ivan Mid. Nice.
You don't think that's enough for?
You know, I think in 9 years, there's more than I think the fourth one was actually something similar. No? Wasn't it just like another commemoration?
Yeah, I don't have that information in front of me, but okay. How about this? Espaillat champions progressive causes, but can also do both things at the same time and support ICE and fund ICE. Can you get a man who can do both?
I mean, we know that.
Yeah, get you a man who can do
Well,
both.
actually, it doesn't even really do the progressive part, he just does it.
Yeah.
He does it.
Well, isn't that enough?
You know, it's so cute. Like, you vote for ICE funding, and then you call yourself a campaign for the American community. You stay completely silent when your own constituents are being kidnapped by ICE in your district, and you turn their families away. And then you claim to support immigrants, right? It's really infuriating on so many levels.
Okay.
And there are so many jokes to make on this, but it's really also something hard for me because I'm just like, so many people who I know and love have been impacted by these failed policies and by his very hypocritical policies.
Okay. What about getting? What about doing incredible fundraisers with the corporate interest, the real estate lobby, and also APAC?
You know, despite taking money from all those people, we still managed to outraise them. So I don't know how much of an incredible fundraiser.
Okay, that seems like you're challenging APAC, which is probably in here as well, watching right now. So you don't want them opening up that wallet. You've received endorsements from shady groups like New York City Democratic Socialists of America, the UAW 9A, Justice Democrats, Jewish Voice for Peace, Track APAC, in addition, what? Jewish Voice for Peace Action, sorry, and in addition to Paul Bowman, Claire Valdez, Gerard Risport, and she also, are there any new endorsements that you want to read?
Yeah, today, Robert Jackson.
Okay.
So excited.
Hell yeah. All right, so let's get started. I got a bunch of questions here. I'm gonna hit you with them in rapid succession. New York 13 is an overwhelmingly renter-dense district, with renters making up 88% of the population. Yet many working-class families are being actively priced out, or they're being forced to live in paying NYCHA. Is that how you say NYCHA? NYCHA development with lesbian and no incumbent Adriana Espaillat heavily funds the campaign through the corporate real estate lobby. How do you plan to mobilize this massive renter supermajority, one that actually was also quite impactful in Zohar Morgani's victory as well. Does your experience as a renter shape this candidacy as well?
I thought they were going to go to.
Housing policy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, I am also a renter, and like so many people in New York have had to wonder whether I can afford to stay in the city I love. When, you know, it has become increasingly harder to find work that can keep up with the cost of living. You know, I was working towards a career in academia, and I essentially got priced out of it because the cost of living was just so high. And, you know, I think for everyone, you know, the district was really doing this squeeze when it comes to the rent. It costs $4,000 for a 2-bedroom home in Washington Heights.
Damn.
And this is like the second poorest district, not only in New York State, but by some other So where the median income is $57K, like $4,000 a month is just insane. And that's just considered like affordable. That's people are doing that affordable. And, you know, I think it's just, you have, like, the human cost of that is that people are living in the streets. It's that people are moving away. I have so many friends who have moved away from uptown to either other parts of the city or to just other parts of the country because they just simply can't afford to stay.
Yeah.
And what that means, too, for so many elders is that who are living on a fixed income is that their rents are going up and then they have nowhere to go. That their kids are moving away and then their whole support system is gone because their kids want to raise their kids but can't afford to do it anymore.
Why do you hate mom and pop landlords who own upwards of 10,000 units in New York City that are trying to make ends meet and purchase their second job?
You know, because they see our homes as those just like a calculation of how much money they can leech out of our communities.
Don't you know that they're working really hard to paint over all of the outlets that no longer work with the landlord special white paint?
The lead paint that shipping out of it.
Lead is good, from what I understand. If you want to understand the mentality of Gen X, you got it wrong. And it's the lead poison generation. So I say, you know,
I thought we were the microplastic.
We're the microplastic generation, which is making us woke and gay.
Okay.
They're the lead poison generation, which is making them unbelievably reactionary, angry all the time, and Trump supporters. So I suggest I have a healthy diet of like in the morning, so I can understand the plight of the Gen X. In the first quarter of 2026, you became the first challenger to ever outrage at Escalade, pulling in $270,000 to his $230,000, beast mode, by the way, entirely through grassroots donations. Can I hold a couple dollars? I'm in some legal trouble.
You know, we're really trying to build up a grassroots campaign, and every single dollar counts, especially because we already know APAC is in this race. And we can do stuff. I know that we can. We need to be some policies with, you know, it's always, you know, throw into a campaign that's going to take out APAC and corporate funding from it. You can support us. But also, you know, if you live in the district, if you live in New York, come out from somewhere.
What do you think that says about the way that Espaillat has operated as a legislator, that he's so beholden to corporate interests, as opposed to you being beholden to your grassroots donors?
I mean, I think it's reflective of a politics that is really having, more money has an outsized influence on the entire democracy, right? The fact that, you know, our politicians really make a lot of decisions based off of like how are they going to fundraise for their next election, right? Whether or not their donors are going to continue to gift them year after year as they run. And that is just a recipe for disaster. It means that rather than actually working for the people who vote people in, who vote their representatives in, they're working for their donors, who then come in at the last minute, like we saw in North Carolina or in Illinois, and drop millions and millions of dollars to have a really outside impact on the election. But more and more we're seeing actually that kind of influence in our politics is people are waking up to it, and they're tired of that. Right? They know that when crypto or AI or APAC come into an election last minute and drop that millions of dollars, right? That essentially they're buying our elections away. And it's time that we actually have a system of accountability for our representatives so that we can make sure that they're actually accountable to working people. When we have a system of grassroots donation like that, that is a system of accountability. Because we're saying we are accountable to the donors who are on the ground every single day experiencing the things that the working people in our communities are going through.
We talked about your opponent, the incumbent, Adriana Espaillat's track record. Yes, you were right, by the way. 4 bills in 9 years. 3 of them were in post offices, and then one of them was actually a commemoration of, or one was for a commemorative historical site. That's performance.
Yeah,
That's actually performance in action. So he's averaging a bill every 2 years. Will you commit to sponsoring and passing at least one bill in your first term? And if so, what's your top priority beyond naming a postal bill?
Well, we have many day one priorities.
One
would sign on to Babies Not Bombs, ProApp, to make sure that we are protecting and protecting the community.
What if I like bombs over babies? Does babies cry all the time? I bet you weren't expecting that question.
I think but all the things that like babies need in our communities.
Have you ever met a baby that has bad vibes?
No, actually.
What about baby Hitler?
You will never.
He's trying to do it at pretty
Interesting. And everything else that comes after that is because of our flawed system. And I truly believe that if we actually invest in our communities, invest in our kids, we will be creating a future that's actually reflective of those values.
You dodged that question expertly. This is real political skill. You're also moving away from the camera.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, this is not a very professional setup. I am, however, a very professional interviewer, as you've probably taken note of. So, one of the questions I asked every politician or candidate comes on is the Zoran method, a way to define themselves and not let their opposition define them. Zoran was defined by 5 key policies. What are your 5 key policies that you want to be defined by?
Yeah, so we are fighting to win housing for all, to abolish ICE, and to invest in our babies not bombs. We are so tired of our tax dollars going towards things like ICE, towards wars abroad that seem to never end, towards genocide, right? When we live in the second floor convention district and never see the fruits of our work and the fruits of the taxes that we pay, we deserve to have those taxes come back into our communities and actually invest in them.
Okay, that's 3. I need 2 more from you. What are some two additional
priorities? We gotta do 5.
Yeah.
Medicare for all, and strengthening unions and building new power.
Okay.
ProApp.
All right. Your campaign has gained a lot of traction recently, and the New York Post is now starting to publish your post as an opposition. 2 days ago, they dropped an article titled, "Ex-Mamdani campaign lead running for Congress has a history of racist remarks against white people."
I don't have boots yet, so silly of me.
I want to, as someone who is in the past been banned from this platform, pushed out here, that's pretty wrong right now, for calling someone a C-word, ass bitch, cracker ass bitch, that's what I said. And I was banned from this platform for 7 days for anti-white racism. I've been referred. And that's the reason why I'm holding your feet to fire right now. Let's take a look at your tweet. Once again,
I will say, I think that the New York Post spending so much time on this and not once reporting what we're actually fighting for is just like more of the same, that of like ignoring the needs of the people of coming away. I was basically what they're saying here is that I was a millennial practicing it. That's all there. That's the breaking news here, and I think there's so many other things that were done, and that's someone really needs in the community and from our leadership. And this is just not the way. I'm sorry.
It's very fun. Wait, you got more.
Oh, God.
I held the door open. Old white lady and Papa.
I'm polite to my elders.
Is that a BDS sure. Yes. Sir, you know what they do? The door closed before I can find out what they do. Sad. So this doesn't even make sense because you didn't even say it. Like,
I said,
it just shows that you were nice to an old wife. What is that? That says this is bad reporting. This shows the opposite.
they also keep getting my name wrong, which I'm like, just saying to like get ambulance.
Chevrolet claims she converted to Islam 3 years ago. At March 16th, the Al Kuwait Islamic Center in Queens, headed by her. Wait, you converted to Islam? You converted? Oh, mashallah. Okay. Well, I'm a very bad Muslim, so I will get that out of the way.
Well, you didn't say as-salam to me.
Yeah.
So, salam
alaikum. So, do you feel any, do you feel bad that you opened the door for an old white racist lady? Do you disavow your past actions of holding a door open for an old white?
So nice. And now it's memorialized in your social.
Yeah. What if the old white racist lady opened the door or went in there to say slurs to other people? Would that change your perspective?
How would I have known that?
I'm just saying. Sometimes you should think twice before we open the door.
It's good attention, so maybe I'm just too...
Yeah. Yeah, bet you didn't know that you could be contentious. This got you journalism.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you were like, oh, it's going to be great. Great fun. No.
I'm sorry. Literally, when I see an elder, they're right behind me. What do you do?
I never said that. I slam it in their face. I just assume I'm anti-white racist and also Asian. So I just slammed the door in front of them on purpose. Okay. In March 2025, your constitutional and personal friend from Columbia University was arrested by plainclothes president, while lawmakers have immediately signed a letter demanding his unconditional release. From the Regional Detention Center, Espaillat issued a weak statement merely stating he expected the DOJ to work within the confines of the law. What do you think that says about Espaillat being a fighter for his constituents?
I mean, the statement itself, to be fair, was performative, and it's just a ridiculous notion that, to ask that the DOJ, Trump's DOJ, to be clear, work within the confines of the law, which they were actively not doing by taking him to the end, right?
Yeah.
Like they were violating his rights from the start. And for that to be all he has to say about this, the fact that he turned away his family, turned away our family when they went to shoot him. I've been living in the military my whole life, and not once has his office mentioned any of it.
Crazy.
Not a single. And the fact that, for so many of us organizers, that has been just the norm.
Ouch. No vision.
I think it's so telling. And he, is someone who really boasts being, a human who, is like the first undocumented. And then the moment that
What's his oldest still up? Alright.
happening in his district.
Just wasn't feeling it.
He even brings it up. He's like, regarding the case of Mohammed Will, constituents in my district, my office has been following this case closely, and as a former green card holder, I expect the Department of Justice to work in the confines of law, and that due process is guaranteed to him and his family. The rule of law must be respected. This is literally, I'm sorry to say this, Dominican Chuck Schumer. Like, this statement is basically Chuck Schumer. He's just like, I don't want to say he's a terrorist, because he's my constituent, but I hope they prosecute him adequately.
It's like actually insane that you say this, and then do absolutely nothing for it. I'm like, this is
Okay, we're gonna need this kill then to justify. Alright.
for him not to have the foresight to understand what this would mean for millions of people across the country is just is insane. Like, here is a green card holder who was taken by ICE illegally. We do not think that's going to have an impact on every green card holder across the country. Also, this is a First Amendment right issue.
And then
why do I eat two?
They put more emphasis onto his background and his actual comments, I mean, where do you think that comes from, though? Because, like, you're talking about how, like, you tried as a constituent to, like, you know, talk to him. His constituent service has been lacking on this area, even though it's supposed to be an issue that he, like, understands intimately, given his background. Like, where do you think that comes from? Is it fear? Is it the idea that if you become a fighter on this kind of issue, then you're sticking your neck out too much? Like, what does that say about Escalon?
I think it's all the above. I think it's the fact that he doesn't actually have a real understanding of the connection between, these issues and how they impact people across the country. The fact that, Trump had already said that Mahmoud was the blueprint for how they would engage in immigration enforcement across the country. And 8 days later, he's making money for borders for countries. Like, the fact that he doesn't have the most basic understanding of how this administration operates, how the immigration system operates, the fact that he is so unwilling to fight for him because he's Palestinian. But the core of this is that he saw someone who was advocating for the human rights of Palestinian people, and as a Palestinian man, facing the consequences of Trump's backlash on that, he was just unwilling to stand up with him. And he said, damn the consequences of this on literally everybody else in the U.S. soil.
Yeah.
And so, it's a lack of moral courage, but it's also a lack of courage on the moment that we're in. And he's just not meeting this moment on any issue. He really, when I say he's more interested in supporting donors, I mean that because he's taking money from the same corporations and contractors that profit from ICE detention, that profit from the collaboration between ICE and, Israeli apartheid. And, like, this is all, like, interconnected, right? The same institutions that are profiting from this are then going to all of our establishment politicians, Republicans and Democrats alike, and paying them essentially to stay quiet on the issues that most impact us here at home.
You've a long history of organizing with Families for Freedom and actively fighting against family separation, including successfully leading the defense of Abdulkader Mohammed, who was detained for 18 months due to Trump's administration travel restrictions. How is this direct interference
Not the great.
with the machine immigration system?
Do you have all the Audreys? Not yet, okay.
Yeah, no, I think this is a...
Maybe prioritize.
ICE has always
High-risk damage for that reason.
We've lived in a world...
What if they called it NICE? The National Immigration Sorry to cut it away. Your serious conversation about your law background in advocacy. I thought that
I think a lot of the issue is that a lot of the solutions that we propose around immigration seem to be just band-aids.
It's Aurelia stomping us.
Flooding the right? What really needs to happen is really a lot of really...
Okay, confirmed. Minion kills make minions go crazy. Feeding frenzy.
Made it really difficult to actually fight for immigrant communities. And so, I've been organizing, for a really long time with folks who were in ICE detention, organizing with the families of folks who were in ICE detention. So, when the Haynes situation happened, there was the initial shock of it happening to somebody that I knew, but then there was also, like, a moment where, like, my brain just, like, clicked into, like, organizer mode, and I kind of just knew, like, what were the next steps, right? And that was making sure people knew about this, writing the op-eds, getting the word out, right? Making sure that we were organizing direct actions of civil disobedience, that we were showing up for court support and showing like that he has a community that cares about him, right?
Alright. Showing to the effect.
Students and activists who have been taken up in that sweep, and with the other folks whose cases I worked on, like those were really tough cases. Because I think for so long, people just kind of accepted ICE as just like something that was there. And I think part of why we're able to talk about it in the way that we do now is because people are waking up to how it's being used today.
Yeah. And community organizing and community defense against ICE, like specifically tracking ICE, has been very successful in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I just wanted to ask you once again, like, if you're in favor of doing that.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of community organizations
Dang,
that
weekends are
are
dominating.
taking a number of measures to keep our community safe. That is one of them, and I think the way that folks are coming together to let each other know when ICE is like seen in the neighborhood, right? Making sure that we are protecting one another. Our institutions have failed us so terribly that it's really incumbent on our communities to come out for one another. But that's also why I'm doing this now and running for office, because I keep thinking back to that day when I learned that he had been taken, and I keep thinking, like, what would it have meant to Mahmoud and to Noor and to our entire community, right? To have had a representative who was actually willing to fight for him from the moment they learned that it happened.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Espaillat's position has evolved over time on this issue, on the issue of ICE. It took ICE killing 2 American citizens for Adriana Espaillat to call for the dismantling of the agency, not abolition. Now, you've, of course, long supported the abolition of ICE. What do you,
what's the difference with that?
Like the fact that it takes such a heinous crime in the hands of this unaccountable force, and not the heinous crime of kidnapping one of his constituents that calls him to move on this issue when seemingly it's safe, and yet still not take the bold transformational advocacy necessary to really improve American society.
Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks to what we've been saying, that he really is someone who operates under a framework of seat at the table politics, right? Like, he just wants to seat at the table, and not to actually fight for the issues that impact us. And I remember seeing, this quote here, but I remember seeing something where he was shifting because now 51% of Americans, including Republicans or something like that. And I was like, why does it take a poll that includes the very folks who have been advocating for this, right, for him to shift on this, and when his base has been, when the Democrats have been so clear around how we feel about ICE.
Have those folks, including your neighbors that are underserved, thought about grinding extra hard so they can have disposable income to give Adriana Espaillat money?
I will tell them to find some time between their second and third jobs to
I'm just saying.
to make a little more.
Okay, picture this. Okay, you're a nurse. You're working shift after shift. You recently got a new contract, so at least there's a little bit more money.
That's because
they were greedy. They were greedy. You're right. They were very greedy, and they were like, please hire more nurses and give us a little bit more money. It's very difficult to survive in these conditions, which I say is greedy. That's the opposite of Sigmund Grind said. Okay? But what if that nurse, instead of going home,
a period is dot dash
decided to
dot
take on
dash
an
dot
Uber
dash
job,
next
just so with that
is
disposable
dash
income,
dot dash dot dash
they could give
dash
Adriana
question mark is
Espaillat
dot
money,
dot dash dash dot dot.
so
Gotcha.
that he would be more
Visualize. There we
receptive to
go.
their needs. Have you thought about that? Okay. Well,
we'll go talk to some of the nurses out.
okay, because it seems
How
like
I feel about that.
it seems like in order to change the system, you decided to run against Adriana Espaillat, and I feel like you could have just bribed him. It seems like he's really into that.
I do not have enough money to buy that. And I just think also, really, this is so reflective of how we get pricing out of our own democracy.
Yeah.
Right? What is the point of having a democracy if corporations are just going to swoop in the last minute and pay millions of dollars to buy it?
On the issue of ICE, I want to ask you some other candidates as well. Now the litmus has become abolish ICE, but I feel like we need to go further. I think we need to prosecute ICE and hold ICE accountable. So are you in favor of that as well?
I definitely think that we need to have a very long and hard conversation around accountability, because I think we the larger structures here around how we even got to this moment in the first place. And part of that has to do with the fact that we have completely gutted all of the federal programs that make it possible for people to find good, dignified jobs, to get quality education. There are so many failures of our system that have brought us to this moment politically. And
I don't know how to do web access. That is a code that I'm always...
We're gonna also move to get to the next location right now. So I think, are you ready? So we'll break down because you got to use that one camera. I'm broke. I only have one camera, unfortunately, as a broke boy. Oh, you got a gift for me?
We do have a gift for you.
Okay. What is this?
This is a t-shirt. I'm not sure if it's the right size.
Okay.
No, we'll get you another.
This is a large. It's very kind of you to think. It's very kind of you to think that I could fit in a large.
I wasn't sure. But we can get you another.
No, it's great. Thank you. I'll wear this and my titties will be bursting out of it. I'll rip through it.
We'll get you another one.
But thank you.
Dogma was...
Oh, you did? What's the...
That's another appropriate. It's very New York picture.
Exponential?
Okay.
The Daily Super Congress t-shirt.
GX equals I to
New
the
York
X.
Knicks forever towel? Okay. I mean, I'm a Wemby truther, but I'm a Wemby supremacist, but it's fine. I like the Knicks
We'll
as
have a
well.
longer conversation about that one.
I like the Knicks as well. You know, I'm in favor of the Knicks. But yeah, you can here. I'll pull out the camera. All right, 1 second. We'll switch over to the laptop camera, which is far worse.
This is an undisclosed location, relocation.
Yeah, no, I was cheating.
Aforementioned relocation.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll stick on this, and then you can take it out. I mean, when you pull it out, they're not going to be able to hear us either. So I'll wait. Hold on before you do that. Let me swap this for at least the time being. While you work on that. Take off the noise gate. Increase the gain. Okay. Yeah, we should be fine like this for now. All right, and we'll continue doing it like this. Anyway, I won't ask you any of the good questions that are designed to be clippable moments while we're having this, technical break, because I feel like it's a waste. But yeah.
What's chat saying?
Chat wants me to hold your feet to the fire even more. I mean, yeah. That I don't know. Just things. I don't think they understand that like we're in agreement on a lot of stuff.
Oh, I'm so pretty. Thank you. Whoever said I'm so pretty.
No, don't encourage them. Don't. They should. I've taught them poorly. We don't see women's beauty here.
It just doesn't exist. Okay.
Yes, you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say, I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't even know. You don't acknowledge it. Okay? It's messed up. It's messed up.
This is really funny, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we don't see women. We're woke. We're woke. At the Hassan Podcast, we're woke.
I love
we
the
don't.
Barbie themed women.
Yeah.
It's great.
There's also a men, which is negative.
Oh, it's
whenever I do something like.
Is it like tampon?
No. Like
What do you
when
mean
I say
it's
something
negative?
stupid, like dumb or borderline misogynistic, they'll go, ugh, men. Or when men do something negative, yeah, see?
Let me see it. Oh, there, yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
good one.
it's called the M word.
I like this. I like these.
Yeah.
I love that they've all decided to post it now.
Yeah. No, I don't think we should. I mean, you can bring it just for safety.
Alright, so I lost that.
I don't
Yeah.
think we need the shotgun. Okay.
I just need to look
and
at the
on that note,
spacing that I have
everybody,
available.
I am going to wait. Hold on, let me call the Uber first, and then I'll leave you guys with Patrick Bet David's beautiful voice, talking about me for a brief moment while we get into the car.
Should I try making it so that the frame itself is actually
Stop. Fox News is watching.
Asymmetric.
We're gonna throw
As
a
opposed to
curveball
having
at
the
them.
pieces itself.
Yeah, I know. It's strange.
Listen to a little Mariah Carey obsessed.
It's weird.
Or if you want to lean into Dominican. Or
I do take. Wait, which one is it out of these? It's none of them. Oh.
I think that's what.
So we'll do a left and right path for each of them. We want them each to have
Let me look it up.
pathway they get to go through to get to a different.
Wait, also don't leak anything.
Island portions with.
There are no cameras behind me, right?
No. No.
And I could do that just by simply closing off a square area.
Okay.
Don't say
This
address.
should be the visual implementation to say
Oh, okay.
things
Maybe
can
that's.
change on the fly. But I'll still following the exact same way.
Wait, is
up
it?
is up, left is left,
Is it
unless you
this
press the
one?
button
Or,
where
no.
the other thing
Wait,
is up
where'd
is
it
up.
go?
left
This
is
one?
No.
It's not. Let's just Google it.
Okay, I did. I just showed you.
No, I know, but like, what's the address? Oh, I see it. Okay, hold on. I got it.
All right, cool. I don't know why it's not coming up on Uber.
They're haters.
Should I try making some levels on the digital element and then copy them down into the notebook?
Haas looks so autistic. Okay, guys, that's not very nice.
That would be the easiest way to experiment.
Let's see if we get a.
I saw this thing of you giving a hug.
To Caleb Harris.
There was, it was like you fighting.
Okay, I actually did nail that hug. It's kind of fucked up. That's wow. Okay, well, I know who I'm supporting in your race illegally now. It's messed up.
No, I thought it was sweet.
Okay. All right, everybody. Say bye-bye. We'll be back in 1 second, but here's Patrick, Bet David, and I'll see you in the car, okay?
Talking the moment you get checked, it's related to is any like James Rieger's nephew. The apple doesn't fall that far from the tree.
Rob, I just sent you a clip. Play that clip to kind of see. And by the way, there's a message to this. There's a message to this, and it's not even towards him. There's a message to the youth. Go ahead, Rob. Play this clip.
That they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers.
This is a true believer.
Yes.
Who reacts that way. Okay, when you see something like this, you know what's the biggest takeaway from this town? So,
I need to go do
who watches
delivery driving.
The youth.
$2 flash deals.
Can
OMG.
you pull up and see what is his
Gross.
audience? What is the age?
16 to 30.
Okay,
What
so
are they
what is
selling?
the age?
Is there shipping included?
Who watches?
This
what's
is
the
just
age
a
film
lot
of
of
his
junk.
audience? Go to it. So under 30, heavily under 30. 60% of his community is under 30. Position him as a
Holy
prominent voice for
crap,
Gen Z
people,
and
I
young
hope.
millennials. Okay. So how many frustrated Gen Z young millennials are out
But you
there?
just gotta
Millions.
dig through it to
Okay.
get to the
How
good
many does
deals.
he need to convince
Things that are relevant to
go
you.
out there
And it's just like,
kill,
isn't
you know,
that
when he says killed, you know,
the point of listening in
all
on
he needs
you?
to do is one Luigi June is what you gotta get, right? You don't need that many of them. And so multiply that times millions. So if you're a young boy and you're watching this, here's what you have to be careful with. How many young boys do we have? Rob, how many young men do we have in America under the age of 22 that, under the age of 18 that are, you know, living with a single mother, okay? I wonder if we can get that data or not. So take that number. We're 7.5 million young males under the age of 18 that live with a single mother in the U.S. So according to U.S. Census Bureau, that tracks around 15.3 million children living exclusively with single mothers. But I'm talking young males. Vinny, you know why that's so important? So what happens when you're 7.5 million young males under the age of 18, no father, you see a clip like this by this guy, who do you process that issue with?
Nobody. He's your guy. That's the guy.
That's your guy. And so what do you do? If you're not too careful, guys, we had a kid this last week in school that said something dumb. It's probably going to get, what do you call it? Expelled, not even suspended. kid's probably going to get expelled. When you're around other people like this and you watch and all of a sudden you get emotional, you say something dumb, your career's on the line forever. You can't put yourself in positions like this. And parents have to watch very closely of what and who is influencing your kids. If you're not watching the phone, if you don't grab your kid's phone and go to history, if you're under 18 years old, grab history just to see what you're consuming. So if you go to history, you see soccer videos, guess what? Great. Yeah. If you go to history and it's, I don't know, basketball videos, prank videos, funny videos, all this other stuff, great. If you go in history and you see revolutionary talk, killing this guy, killing that guy, you better get a hold of your kid very, very quickly, or else these types of folks are having influence over your kids. And you don't want this thing to others. It'll never happen to my kid. It'll never happen to my kid. Nobody knows something's going to happen until it's too late. Tom, your thoughts on this story?
Yeah, exactly. So I go two sides to it. And the first side, I never want my voice snuffed. And I never want illicit means used to shut me off, which means the price of free speech is free speech. Unless you're out there and you're a foreign agent. And what I think he's worried about is FARA can land you in prison. And this is if you haven't registered or you are now a spy. You are now, not by legal definition, but to the rest of America, and I want to see, this goes back to the first story we covered today, I want to see where people were before and after they got money and who they got it from at. I want to see that list, because I think we're going to see a lot of things that guys like this, he sits there with this reaction, I want to see capitalist blood, and then maybe he was taking sponsorship money or influence money, which is kind of a capitalist position, wouldn't you say, Vinny? It's like you're going to make money off of your job, and your job is going to be being this lightning rod for something you may believe in, but you're basically taking, money from afar. I want to see the list. I want to see the list. I want to see the before and after. The price of free speech is free speech. But the price of vigilance is your responsibility as a citizen.
What is the price if you're threatening someone's life? What is that, Tom? If you're doing a live stream and you say kill XYZ,
go and kill X. There are specific laws about the president. You can't put the president in a video.
Threatening someone's life in the United States is considered a true threat. And
okay, I left you guys with a little bit of Patrick Bet-David goodness. I hope you guys were thoroughly and sufficiently value-tamed in the process. Do you know who Patrick Bet-David is? It's in the notes. You have to answer this question.
Okay.
This is very important.
Okay, let's hear it.
Do you know who Patrick Bet-David is?
I don't really know.
He's one of the top minds in American politics, and you don't know who he is. Are you familiar?
From what I heard, tell me more.
Are you familiar with the concept of value-tainment?
This is the first I'm hearing of it, but I'm guessing there's value entertainment.
Yes.
In entertainment, okay.
When you hear someone say, "I'm a numbers guy," what does that make you think of?
I wonder whether they actually are a numbers guy.
Okay, wait, why is the mic is scraping on the bell?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no.
Sorry. I'll put it behind me.
Okay, alright, we got it. This social interaction is washed. Okay. Can't trust a politician who doesn't know PBD. That's what they're saying. Yeah, he's a right-wing influencer, big-time Trump. I love my hogs, and he's one of the best.
He's obsessed with you as well.
No, not even. I wish he was. I'm obsessed with him.
Oh, okay.
Because he reminds me a lot of my uncle, Jake Weaver. I don't know if you know him. Yeah, he's like my uncle if my uncle took Ozempic. Like he looks like him.
Okay.
And also was right wing instead of left wing.
Yeah.
That's fact.
And he's great. He won't have me on a show. And I'm trying to get on the show. He will talk about me on the show.
Yeah,
he won't have me on the show.
But he'll talk about you a lot, actually.
Which is kind of messed up. Is the audio still bad? Or are you guys
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You would think if someone talks about you that often that they would want to actually talk to you?
Yeah, I thought so too, but that's not what has happened, unfortunately. It's pretty devastating. I've been on with his second in command, Vinny. He gets really red when he thinks about me or talks about me.
This guy is trying to raise our kid. How does that
after your election? And not Patrick Bet-David, my favorite. We were talking about Espaillat's loyalty and where it lies, and how it's not necessarily being a responsive politician to his constituents, but instead to corporate donors and also foreign lobbyists, specifically AIPAC. He flew to Jerusalem on AIPAC's dime. When you're elected, if you defeat Espaillat, what part of Israel would you like to see first?
I've actually been to Palestine. I spent a summer in Palestine. I was working in Nablus, but I got to see a lot of the area, and it was really beautiful, but also really hard. I was young. I was 20 years old, and it was very formative in many ways.
So it's not Tel Aviv.
It's not Tel Aviv.
Did you know
Also,
it's the only democracy in the Middle East, though?
you know, when you have apartheid, that's hard to swear. So.
All right, good to know. No politician has ever been elected in New York City after answering that question in the negative, famously. What does it say about a representative that still chooses to go to Israel, to visit Israel, even though UN and countless human rights organizations have concluded that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza? Do you think that Espaillat should return the hundreds of thousands of dollars of pro-Israel and pro-genocide donations that he has received?
You know, I mean, I think this is really, this race is about proving that people are tired of the politics of death, that they want a politics of life, and I'm at a point where I'm just like, do what you will, June 23rd, we're gonna win.
Okay.
Because I think people are just so fed up with seeing that, you know, their representatives are taking money from these institutions that really are so deeply motivated by the profit that they gain from slaughtering our communities, and not, you know, actually investing in the things that sustain life here. You know, people would ask me a lot, actually last year during the mayoral race, you know, he's the mayor, so like, why is it like that people ask him so much about Palestine? And my response to that was always that, you know, if you can trust someone on an issue that is a question of like human dignity, you can trust them on all these other issues. Because that's going to reflect in every policy choice that that person makes. If at the core of what they're fighting for is human dignity, it's going to reflect in their healthcare policies. It's going to reflect in their housing policies. It's going to reflect in everything that we need as people to lead dignified lives. And so, you know, I even had someone ask me...
Wait, hold on. Can you save your thought for 1 second? I'm sorry. The mic is either like...
Should I just hold it up to my...
It's apparently like doing crackly audio. It might be the clothing rustling your mic. Is there feedback on mine too? If it is, then it means that it's the cable. Is there? Wait, hold on. Let's fix this real quick. Sorry, so that the clips are usable. Flip it inside out. Oh no, it's just hers.
Oh, should I just hold on to it?
Or is there just a static when I'm also talking?
That's not hold the mic.
It could be the gain as well. No, yours is. No, not yours. Okay, yeah. You do that.
Is that better?
Boom. That should
Have
be.
we solved the problem?
I think we will have solved the problem now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to just go ahead and...
Yeah, all right. Let's continue with that train of thought. We were talking about what like a pro-Palestinian politics represents.
Yeah.
And also on top of that, like why is this like always a big deal? Why is this a point of contention?
Yeah. Well, you know, I think on any level of government, right? If you are someone who believes in human dignity, and you believe that Palestinians are also deserving of human dignity, right? That's going to reflect in every single policy decision that you make. Whether that's healthcare, whether that is education, whether that's, you know, housing. If your North Star is ensuring that people get to lead lives that are dignified, then that is going to be reflected in everything. And I think, you know, when people were really, they were asking me a lot about this during the mayoral primary last year, where I was doing a lot of canvassing for Iran, and they're like, well, the mayor doesn't have power over you know, our international politics. No, but he has power over a lot of the institutions in the city that impact our day-to-day lives and really impact the quality of our day-to-day lives, right? And if I can trust that this person believes that there is no such thing as a person who is undeserving of human dignity, then I can trust them to understand why our healthcare is important, why our housing is important. And I had someone even ask me once, you know, why is there this difference in terms of fun on this
Didn't think about running away with that.
And it's because, like, when you are invested in life is supposed to be fun. That's the whole point, right? And like, it's all the doom and gloom politics that we're always being subjected to. And so, you know, I really think, like, for a lot of people on the left for whom Palestine is so important, at our core, it really is about making sure that we
aren't
are
even interested in
thinking about our politics in a really transformational way, and thinking about it in a way that is rejecting profit over people.
Yeah, I think it's a really good litmus test for the reasons that you spelled out, right? Because I don't think most of our politicians are running so they can be like vociferous defenders of a foreign country that's doing a litany of different war crimes even before the genocide. In the maintenance of an apartheid state, they're getting funded. It shows that you become an insider, that machine politics has basically destroyed your soul and has made you into this vessel for corporate interests and for foreign lobbies as well, that you're bought and sold to the highest bidder. And that makes you less responsive to the needs of your constituents and makes you a worse politician overall. Because politicians are supposed to be, you know, abiding by the interests of their people over the interests of profits. The other important litmus test is that if you can't trust a politician to oppose a genocide, then how can you trust a politician to defend democracy? Because that's a fairly decent red line to establish, and I do feel like Espaillat has failed to do so. And this is the exact same, like, calcified, institutionalist, establishment Democrat, do-nothing Democrat politics that people are sick and tired of, and they want to change.
And it's not just like, you know, rhetoric. It's not just like this. Like, you see the policies, right? The fact that he's voted to support Trump's crypto buddies, right? The fact that he has supported funding for ICE, the fact that he has refused even to this day to sign on to block the bomb. Right?
Yeah.
All of this is reflective of a politic that is, to your point, accountable to money and not people.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, this game of money in politics is so deeply dangerous. It's so nefarious in so many ways. Like, even as a working class candidate, like, I don't have the institutional backing or the resources, right, to just, like, call up a few buddies to donate hundreds of thousands to my campaign, right? Like, I have to sit and do call time and, like, call folks all day, right, to donate a couple bucks here and there.
Like,
to
that's
really,
crazy.
To really
That's crazy.
sustain
Just
this
do it all at
campaign.
once.
And it is incredible the amount of time and energy that has to be spent on that instead of, like, talking to my neighbors, right? I'm fortunate enough to have already had a lot of those relationships in my community where that trust was already there, but I just can't imagine like doing this without the support of, like, organizations that are really holding me right now, because it is just such a difficult thing to do as a working class person.
Yeah. one thing that the CIA, potentially the CIA, tries to do is to divide the progressive movement on the boundaries of race. And one of the things that I see all the time is accounts that claim to be
I was doing bad, don't worry about it.
on Twitter, consistently taking an anti-Palestinian stance, claiming that Zionism is what black people are for overall. Now, obviously, no group is a monolith, certainly not black people either. But the reason why I'm bringing this up with you is you're Afro-Latino, and you actually have written about the shared struggle on the Electronic Intifada about the experiences that black Americans go through, and the shared struggle that Palestinians go through as victims of a settler colonial apartheid state. Do you see the similarities? Do you want to talk about that a little bit further? How do you feel when you see sometimes even members of the Congressional Black Caucus take a position that is pro-Israel? How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is so much to be said. I actually, AIPAC is doing this often now, where now they're creating these shell packs, right, where they have these, really, innocent sounding names, like, elect women, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Or elect, I don't know, things that on their face sound like good, like, yes, elect women, right? Elect this one. But, when you dig into it, and it's actually AIPAC, right? And we're seeing that even in this race, right? We're seeing that across the country. And I think, to your point about the way that you have these very divisive discourse that's happening, it is a divide and conquer type of strategy, right? Of sowing discord among our communities where there should be solidarity. One of the really formative moments in my political thinking was actually getting back home to the U.S. after that summer in Palestine, and it was the summer that Michael Brown was killed in Ferguson, and seeing the way that Palestinians who had just endured a bombardment in Gaza that summer were telling people in Ferguson about how to deal with the tear gas, because they had just been subjected to that same tear gas that was made in the U.S., right, with our tax dollars, and telling them how to deal with that tear gas and be able to get on, right? That to me just really solidified in my mind the connection between our struggles for liberation here and the struggles for liberation in Palestine. And I think so often of all the different institutions that have really made life so much harder for Black Americans, Black immigrants generally, right? Because even when we talk about immigration, it's actually Black immigrants who are disproportionately impacted by the criminalization of immigration and by detention, right? Thinking about how ICE policing, we had so many police departments across the country sending their officers to Israel to bring the IDF. Exactly. And when we think about the way that police brutality has really played out in this country against Black and brown communities, but particularly Black communities, that can't be separated from the institutions that are doing very similar harm to other communities abroad.
Yeah. So for the crime of writing for Electronic Intifada, you were put on the Canary mission.
Actually, it happened before that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, it wasn't the Electronic Intifada piece?
One more, just leave it.
I was
so close, but now you just get hit.
So you've been dodging the whole
Okay,
that's
so
crazy.
their boat is gone.
I mean, I got on, I don't even know when I got on Canary Mission. I did lose to Candace Owens on Stop Anti-Semitism, Stop Anti-Semite of the Year list 2 years ago. It's a wound that is deeply humiliating, but I will one day overcome that wound. But as someone who's been organizing for Palestine for over a decade, do you feel like things are changing? Because one of the things one aspect that I see is with a lot of young activists who were activated after October 7 is this idea that like change is not happening immediately. But considering that you've had a lot of time in this space with your advocacy, and you know, I've been there for a very long time as well. One thing that I try to tell people is like, this is an unbelievable case in comparison to the last 20 years on this issue. Does that give you courage that young people are finally changing their minds? And it's not even just young people, now older and older generations are also coming to terms with this reality.
Yeah, no, I think the shift that we've seen.
My bad, not focused.
Yeah. But I also think we sell ourselves short if we don't also acknowledge that it was also the organizing that we've been doing for many years prior to as well. Right? The reason that we had the organizing infrastructure to respond is because people have been doing this work for many years prior to it. And it is just incredible to me to see the way that the leaps and bounds we've made in this movement, right? And to see folks understanding how it impacts their lives, like their day-to-day life here, right? The fact that we are spending so much money, so much of our taxpayer dollars on these foreign wars, on this genocide. In the first 6 days of this war with Iran, we could have funded Mayor Mamdani's universal child care program.
Yeah.
That's the $6 billion that it would have taken to give every child in New York access to free universal child care.
What's crazy is that universal child care too would end up working towards chipping away the cost for feeding everybody, and then feeding everybody and providing child care ends up subsidizing. Oh my gosh. Opens up more options for people to move around.
And
then that mobility allows for people to get organized and positioned into their neighborhoods and homes and everything like that.
Every single time I do that, I have an EV.
And then we can actually really get people that have been uprooted, situated.
Like, why are we doing this? Like, we are slaughtering people, we are bombing schoolgirls.
But why is it not happening?
To what end?
Is it because I'm not doing it?
To what end? Things have only gotten harder.
Advancing the Greater Israel Project, as Marco Rubio
and lining the pockets of the corporate interests, right, that profit off our lunch.
See,
so
even better. I would do
just like
I would do it even if they didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to get the administration off my back. Sorry. Okay. I'm in.
Listen.
I don't know. There might be a subpoena coming down the line. I'm trying. What do you think about a ballroom? It's good, right? Shouldn't we build 2 ballrooms?
But also on top of everything, it's ugly. Like, we're spending $1 billion on this ballroom.
$1
We don't have money to feed our kids. We don't have money for any of this. And we're building.
We're never like celebrating how cheap something was
We
built.
should have more money, I think, of the taxpayer that funds the slush fund. No?
This is so hard for me to
What do you feel about the presidential slush fund? 1776, important year. The year that this nation was born. $1.776 billion. Okay. I'm trying.
I appreciate it.
Fox News, I tried. She's a radical. She doesn't want the president to steal $1.7 billion of taxpayer funds that he can do whatever he wants
Ugly
with.
ballroom!
Well, no, the ballroom is separate. That's another thing.
But also the ugly ballroom. That truly. As someone who has to live with the ugliness of these corporate developers who don't care about the character of our city.
That was coming a lot.
I see things like a ballroom and it's really enraging.
All right. So
let's lean on that idea of doing a level design now in Godot instead of on paper. Save some paper. Save a tree by burning some oil.
Unfortunately,
Don't worry
you're
about
not. You don't have Espaillat clout yet.
I would have hoped you had more clout than
I have no clout. At all. So we'll just, I guess we'll get out and we'll walk around a little bit before we get a table. But then you'll be able to show me this dish. It's not that bad. And we'll do a walk and talk.
Let's do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Bro, get whatever
Okay.
social that guy has. Celebrate him.
I mean, we can go and try to see if we're physically there. Maybe they'll.
We can try. It looks like they have some tables.
You know what?
Yeah,
I do want to make new sprites. Let's make sprites a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
So since we're doing this new thing, I guess I can do. Oh, hey, what if we merge
You're doing this shooting tomorrow?
some
No.
of these spreadsheets
No, we're doing it
together?
right now. Wait, now you're doing it? Yeah. Yeah, but apparently there's no table for us right now. We gotta wait. We're live right now, by the way. Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
So you do have the clout.
800 by 800. What's this one by 320?
We're just gonna be 3 people in one table, but then there's a bigger group as well. But we can get started now, and then the rest of you can sit down later, right?
I know.
Yeah, that's how I treat the workers.
Great.
Who cares if they're
I don't think they're even here yet.
Who cares if they're not even here yet? Who cares if they're hungry?
Oh, there they are. Hey guys.
I asked the owner intercepted me on the way.
Oh, great.
And he might open up a table for us potentially.
So scale is.
Oh, they do. Oh, word. I'm gonna head out.
Scale.
Oh yeah. Nice to see you, man. Thank you. Good to see you guys. All right. Seeing you.
I want to be able to drag it.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so hungry. What do you recommend before you leave? What do you recommend? Uh-huh. No. How many total hits? With this whole group, but we're. Well, we're gonna sit down and eat. They're probably. You guys are gonna eat too, right? No. They'll take care of it. Where are you gonna be? We'll get your food outside. You're good. Anywhere you are.
45. 40? Are we going all the way to 30%? Or do we get... that's a bad pair.
Cloud.
I never know what to do in front of a camera. I literally just always throw up every time.
Me too. Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah, it's so funny because Brandon's always making fun of me for the peace signs. And we just found a picture of me as a kid.
Hi. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We'll be in the corner right here.
Should I sit there?
No, let's sit right here next to one another. Right, I think. Well, we'll figure it out. Well, I'm good.
Do you want me to go
How should we sit here? What do we do? It's better to. Yeah, I was thinking we sit here next to one another and then shoot this way.
You want me here so you have more leg room?
No, it's fine. I'll see you.
So the aforementioned spreadsheet exists where...
Oh, okay.
That's why. I'm too big.
Oh, we're just making this straight. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, okay. We can do that. All right, that's fine. Let's do that. Yeah, do it so you see. Okay, a little bit of commotion, but hopefully you guys can hear us well. I hope. I'll move it closer to my mouth.
Can I do that too?
Probably. Chat, can you hear us well?
There we go. Let's be crazy.
Flip mics to opposite side to your right and her left.
My left.
You can hear. Sounds fine. Okay. Yeah, you just gotta make sure this right here to the top. Yeah, you're gonna make. Yeah, that's perfect.
Does that work?
I think that's perfect.
All right. I'll try to speak up.
Okay. Alright, so, where were we? This angle's pretty good. I mean, you got it. So, he's great. Stop yelling. Turn your gain down a touch, please. Gain.
Are you yelling?
I might be yelling a little bit too. You might be yelling yeah, you want to turn down the gain a little bit because we're yelling to one another so we can hear each other. This is loud.
There we go. Character count.
Okay.
Oh, the gifts were in here.
Careful with the font. Okay, shut up, chat. It's fine. Let me pull up my. We were talking about. So, we came up with SJP, Students for Justice for Palestine, BYP 100, Families for Freedom, and the Columbia Student Encampment, which is probably like all the most
These are
terrifying
all
institutions,
400 by
terrifying groups
400, so I just need to resize them.
Small grassroots orgs, yeah.
Corporate back Democrats, pro-Israel Democrats as well.
Insert many layers.
You're going to be joining the Progressive Caucus that disciplined Jamal Bowman, that isolated Cory Bush, and Justin Bush has out over you. How do you plan on working within the confines of the same system that is all too eager to punish outspoken progressives? And what does DSA's Socialist and Office block give you that they didn't have?
3, 4, 5,
I know Greg
7, 8,
personally,
9,
but I do criticize him for stuff like that.
13, 14, 15, 16. 16 times 2. 32. So 40 into 32. Calculator, friend. I have a handheld one too. I could have been using it if I had it on hand.
Being part of the federal Socialist and Office program has always been deeply important to me because I think there's an opportunity there to have the community and the institution and infrastructure necessary to actually make sure that we are accountable to our movements. I am an organizer, and the biggest benefit about being an organizer to office is that we don't take no for an answer.
Let
We
Microsoft
always
know what
think strategically when we are from a place of unequal footing, right? Where we have to constantly think about the few numbers that we have to make an outsized impact on the institutions that are keeping our people down, right? And so making sure that we're organizing
that touch
inside and outside
screen,
of
you feel like you're actually
and making sure that we
touching
are
it.
using
What
all
does it
the
feel
levers
like to
that we have at our
socially lights
disposal
or
to
touch a
actually deliver
light?
for people. So that means like organizing people who are already in office, but it also means organizing our people on the ground to be able to build the people power necessary to show
So I need to find the ratio.
we're fighting for needs to get passed.
100%
I think that's something that
400.
few people in Congress actually have.
And I need to find out what percentage of
They
that
have accepted that the system is broken. But the whole point
is
of being an
32.
organizer is that you see that the system is broken and you believe that something else could take its place, right? And you fight for that.
So every 1% change is a 4 pixel change.
You are
Like
pushing, you
99%
talked about this already,
is
called
396.
in my opinion, is very anti-Semitic.
So after 396,
Where you state that giving money to
1% being
babies is more
4
important than giving
in
Israel
consideration. We can work backwards from there. 32 divided by 4.
Why would you rather give $800, $800 million in child tax credits to Americans, or $800 in child tax credits to Americans, than spend $1 billion every day bombing Iraq?
I believe in you, little
And
friend.
also numerous other places like Lebanon.
Yeah, it's not just Iran
tempted.
or Palestine or Lebanon. And
I believe.
even if it were
Well,
that should be
it's
enough,
like
right?
stuttering.
That should be enough of a
I think the
reason for
battery
us
has.
to divest from the war machine and reinvest in our kids so that our kids can actually eat, right? And our parents can pay rent. We know that when we had the child tax credit
I
during the pandemic,
finished putting this in my
we had
head
childhood
too.
poverty at all-time lows.
Alright, so 32, 16 is 4 squared. No, 32 is 4 squared, right? No, 16 is. So 8. So it's going to be 8% that I'm shrinking you down to. Ideally, if I got this right. So let's choose the top layer here.
As one to take for granted.
Okay, but what if those children that live healthy lives and grow up with the additional tax credits that their families receive.
8%?
Grow up to become
Friend, where did you go?
Don't you feel like that's a terrifying future? There's a terrifying prospect for Israel.
I would say that it sounds like some of these children will be really interested in the politics of life and the politics of human dignity. So I think, you know, we, in many ways,
did my math.
when we make
Just about spot on. Hell yeah. Wow, we don't get that often.
your kids, you're going to have adults who have had healthy childhoods, who are interested in contributing back to our communities. And so for me, it really starts with our kids, because everything that our kids need, healthcare,
well,
on the table,
so much for the calculator.
that is dignified, right? All of those things are things that all of us need.
Since we have confirmed that it doesn't with you.
Our societies would simply crumble if we didn't give them that.
You were a child once.
I was.
And as a
I was
child,
a very cute kid, actually.
as a cute child, you spent some time growing up with your grandmother in Venezuela.
Get the trash.
Not too long.
Yeah. A few months ago, America bombed the South American country, kidnapped its president of this sovereign state, and recently bragged about stealing its oil. It seems likely that we're about to do something similar to Cuba as well. If you're in Congress or when you're elected, what will you do to prevent America's plunder of the global South, and how will you protect the families of immigrants living in your district?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the themes here are the same, right? I'm the only candidate in this race who is adamantly anti-war. We need to rein in the powers of this administration, who seem to just be conducting these wars illegally without any kind of oversight. And our elected officials are letting them, right? They won't sign on to any joint approval.
How many of these do we have?
Of these wars. And it just, to me, speaks to, again, an abandonment, right? An abandonment of principle,
Should we
an
just
abandonment
call
of a
8
vision
of
for what
them
our
good?
politics should be.
10 of them good? 8
And
of them.
I think, you know,
Let's do
the
8
more we divert our money away from the war machine
Jack.
and into our communities, the more we're saving lives abroad and actually supporting families here. A lot of folks here, they've lost any faith that anybody in our government is coming to help, because they failed us so miserably, right? Time and time again. And the Democrats, establishment Democrats, continue to try to bring into this tent, right, these warmongers and these multinational corporations that profit from this violence, instead of actually trying to bring in the basic working class people who are counting on them to actually deliver. And so, you know, I think there's so much that can be done. We can like actually bring back, use the power of Congress to stop these wars and say like, hey, this is illegal. Impeach Trump, impeach the cabinet members that are pushing us to the war. But I think one of the biggest things that we can do is we can actually advocate to get the money that is pushing our politicians towards these endless wars out of politics altogether. There is a reason why they keep voting in favor of this war machine, right? It's because of these corporate interests, because of these special interests that make so much money off of this machine.
Speaking of other corporate interests that make a lot of money, not from the war machine or sometimes from the war machine, AI.
What is this one?
40% of your constituents, when you're elected, have jobs or work jobs that are susceptible to being replaced by AI. What's your vision to protect families from having their careers stolen by them from in the hands of some chatbot directed by a bunch of Silicon Valley tech executives that are socially maladjusted? Would you support an AI data center moratorium?
I would, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I accidentally covered up the numbers. How cool.
More largely. The fact that so many people's jobs are at risk with this kind of technology shows that we have not invested in a federal jobs program.
That one, right?
That we're not investing in the social programs that we actually need to make our lives better. There's no shortage of projects that we could be investing in. Things like a Green New Deal for public housing, things like a Green New Deal for public schools, right? There are so many things that we could be putting our money towards to give people good union jobs that won't be susceptible to this kind of technology. And also, frankly, I think in many ways this is a bubble, right? I don't think AI is the solution to so many of the issues that we are facing. And in fact, I think it creates an even scarier problem of thinking we're okay and then not actually investing in the education that we need, in the job programs that we need, in the infrastructure programs that we actually need. And I really worry that over-reliance on it means that by the time we wake up to that reality, we're not going to have people with the skill sets to actually address it.
Yeah, but AI is
You just gotta get good at.
And it's sycophantic is what people say, but they're haters.
I thought we said no calling people pretty on the street.
I say it's smart. What do you have to say to that?
I thought we weren't allowed to call people pretty on the street.
Yeah, no, AI can call us pretty. That's fine. Also, the owner said that he was ordering us food, I think, but I don't know if we're...
Oh.
Is the owner did he order food for us, or are we ordering ourselves? Oh, I thought we already placed the order. No, I thought he already placed it. Whatever he said. He said the mixed grill, I think. And just like get whatever.
I want
And a diet Pepsi for me if possible, that has never mind. Alright. Sorry.
Oh, very good.
Man is hungry as fuck. I mean, yeah, I am. It's 7:30. I haven't eaten yet today. Okay, calm down. Yeah, load up the table with goods. Load up the table. Anyway, I mean, I've been staring at other people's food while you were talking, while also checking the questions.
It looks really good.
It looks fucking so good. You had food here before.
I had. At other locations. I haven't been to this one yet.
Okay.
They just opened recently, actually.
So if I hit save, does this go all the way over?
You have some interesting takes as well.
Rido, can you answer that for me?
Surprise for others.
You're beautiful. Oh my gosh, what the heck?
You advocate
Sprite sheets are straightforward.
creating a 32-hour work week with no loss in pay. So tell us more about that vision to give people more time to rest without billionaires having to sell off their third or fourth mega yacht. Because I am very scared about that. And how does that work?
I just think so much of our time as workers is not actually productive. And we would actually be more productive as workers if we had time to rest and be with our families and do the things that actually bring our lives meaning. And I just think overall having a more rested and a happier society, right, is a society that benefits everybody. It's a society that actually benefits our economy, and also creates more opportunities for people to come into the workforce, right? It's also about gender justice, right? When so many families have to think about childcare and what to do with aging parents, right? And how much of that labor falls on women. I think that we really need to think about this balance, right? That we're of how much time we're spending with our loved ones and how much time we're spending producing wealth for our bosses, right?
It's not very Sigma Grindset of you. I will admit. I'm a Sigma Grindset mindset guy. But I'll take
took it too joking.
Work at all hours?
Well, I mean, I literally do work at all hours, but I'm my own boss, so it doesn't matter.
That is true. You are always streaming.
I'm so hungry.
We need to move it 1 pixel down. That was crazy. We get to do
We got a
that.
speed round that I'm going to ask you, which we could potentially do outside afterwards when it's more quiet, so we can get it cleared. But there's a silly local question here. This question comes from the king of the Bronx, the Kid Mero, who was going to be here today, but they shipped him on an advanced mission to Cleveland so he can show support to the Knicks.
That is actually a very important mission.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Mero.
Real New York 13 ball knowers want to know how you spell John's Fried Chicken. Anybody over the age of 15 knows they corrected the spelling in the new sign, but what do you you think the guy's name was spelled as?
I can't hear what you're saying. What are you saying?
Real ball knowers know
Okay.
how to spell John's Fried Chicken.
Perfect alignment.
Okay.
Anybody over the age of 15 knows how they corrected the spelling on the new sign.
One over to the right. No.
But do you think
Or
the
should
guy's
we
name
just
was
leave
actually
that?
spelled the real way? Or is the new spelling of the name fake? And if you don't know the answer to this question, it's also totally fine.
I don't know, but I would have to hope that the new spelling is incorrect.
Okay.
Because I'm like, why would they have spelled it?
I feel like this is why
would they have left it?
It's spelled
as
as J-H-O-N. John's Fried Chicken.
No, I know, but like, why would they have why would they have just left a typo for so long?
Nobody knows.
I feel like that is like a very, I don't know. I just feel like I've seen crazier things in our communities. My name is Lisa, so like I have seen a variety of spellings.
Listen, I'm gonna move away.
All right, let's eat.
Politician, huh? Getting sued Sundays, 9-hour stream. Tread man on the street content. Let's see what I can comprehend.
Okay, I'm talking. Are we recording? Can they hear me? Can they hear me? Hi everybody, out in front of the bean, and I'm gonna talk to the people to get what they think. I wanna know what they think. Hi, I'm an aspiring content creator, and instead of developing a talent myself, I've decided to harass people as they commute to work so that they could be funny for me because I couldn't be bothered. Your name's D? Yeah, I'm Mohawk. It's nice to meet you. So how do you feel about people like me asking you questions because we couldn't develop a talent to go viral with ourselves?
I guess I don't know. My birthday tomorrow is the only reason why I stopped. So I'm like, I'm in shooting the shit mode. So I'm indifferent. I feel indifferent.
Happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. Yeah, now how old you turning if you don't mind my asking?
31. Yeah.
We the same age, gang. What up, twin? Thank you so much. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Anything to say to people? That's it.
Man, God is the greatest, man. God is the absolute greatest, man.
So how do you feel so far that we were like out here on the streets?
I like being on the streets because then I don't have to think my own thoughts. I can ask them their thoughts.
I'm Xavier.
Hi Xavier, how are you?
I'm good. I'm about to go to work and shit, so. Yeah.
That's dope. So do you have opinions?
Opinions on what? I got opinions on who?
Just any. Do you just have them? Yes or no?
I say yeah.
You got them. What's that like?
It's cool, you know. Sometimes people have different opinions. I really don't give a fuck.
No, that's real. I like it. I like it when other people have opinions because then I don't have to develop one myself.
I like that. No,
yeah, that's good.
I kind of stagnate with my mindset most of the time, but I'm open to hearing shit. But I kind of be like, fuck it, I'm gonna do me. But I like hearing other people's opinions because you know, opens my mind up. So yeah.
You know, a lot of people would consider this sort of content exploitative because instead of me developing the talent and getting good at something myself, you just talk for me and then I go viral and say like a bad word or something. How do you feel about that?
Shit. That's cool, you know, as long as I don't get canceled. I mean, he should get canceled because it's your platform.
But I didn't say anything. I'm not responsible. That's the cool part. I get to curtail all responsibility for anything I do. It's your fault.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I make a lot of money because you were funny and I didn't have to do any work. How does that feel?
I'm some CEO shit.
Yeah, CEOs are good. You see what they do? It's good that they're like that, right?
No, yeah, corporate greed is a good thing if you're at the top.
Yes.
That's it, though. That's it, yeah.
I am interviewing people to ask them about content creation and to ask about opinions in general. Do you have opinions?
I got some opinions.
That's great. What is it like forming one yourself?
That's a great question.
Oh no.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna try to, long and short, I think, you know, in society in general, I don't want to say my society, but I feel like it's always been difficult forming your own opinions when you have so many voices on the outside trying to inform how they think you should feel, and often, you know, there's interest, there's benefits and things like that, so it can be hard to know what voices to trust and what voices not to trust. Sometimes it can be tough to trust your own voice because it can be informed by these other voices. that's a whole thing. I'm trying not to get too philosophical, but I think that it is difficult ultimately to form your own opinions and make sure that they are informed by things that ultimately benefit you and not some other outside, group or corporation or set of individuals.
That's beautiful. I have a follow-up question for you, okay? How do you feel about content creators like myself asking you questions because we couldn't be bothered to develop a talent and go viral off of that?
Man, I think that everybody has different gifts, talents, and capacities. And I think we live in a world where people love to diminish other people's talents and individuality, when ultimately at the end of the day, we live in a world where we're benefited by the widespread variety of kinds of different people.
15,
But, again, you have
59,
different, groups and things like that, benefit from, kind of creating this level of division.
15
When
to
ultimately,
59
it's like,
difference
again, we have people that create content, so that we have people that
so
can consume
59
content.
minus
And
22 would be
I think it's kind
37.
of it's bogus for people to talk down on people when they're not like, it's like what are you doing to provide a good space? And it's easy to be a critic. It's difficult to put yourself in front of a camera and expose yourself to hundreds, thousands, potentially millions of people.
15 plus 22 is 37.
That's profound. Thank you so much.
Yo, so how you feel about actually the previous interview so far?
I feel like the interviews are really good. I like that I didn't have to come up with nothing. They talk for me, and then I don't have to do any work.
So what's a hot take that you got so far?
Somebody had the tape. Don had the tape that there's a lot of diminishing, and building a platform, takes a lot in and of itself. But there are also people who do like engage in an exploitative way where like they don't have anything to say. He brought up Joe Rogan because we just started chopping it off, off camera. He brought up how Joe Rogan built a platform and how most of Joe Rogan's platform is other people saying stuff and not him. And that's sort of like the root of why, I'm out here. So this is interesting. This is interesting.
Hopefully for the next interview we actually get like some more of that.
Oh, what if I do so there
there are
is
people who
no
are gonna
edge?
There are people who have like genuine thoughts about man on the street content. Don, who's like giving everything that
I'll have
they
to make sure to
that seems
close
like a
off
person who
every
thinks
single
about
perimeter
a lot
though.
of things. Like thinks about what they think. You know what I'm saying? Like metacognizant. Like think about how they think about what they think and why they think it. Their biases and stuff like that. And then there are people who are like, well, I want man on the street content because I want someone to talk to me. It's like about what? And they're like, whatever. And it's like, see, you just want attention. And so does the person interviewing. So like. And sometimes attention means more to people than like their ability to pay their rent. And like that's something that like I would love for us to explore and unpack. Like just the need for people to be on camera without doing anything.
Yeah. Well,
like that, I think that's fascinating. Or the people who facilitate that space. It's just like, I monetize this page, right? And let's say YouTube stop playing with me and they start paying me for real. I would make so much money off of just asking people what their random hot take is, and then they would get no bread off of me, and I would make hella bread because they talked, and I would have to do nothing. And I found that disgusting. But there were the first two interviews that were just like they were just happy to be talked to, and they don't actually care because they're not thinking about this exchange as them being used. But I am extracting from them, and that and it is an unequal exchange inherently. Like I am the only one that gets any benefit. Like they didn't even give me, some of them didn't give me their IG handles. I can't even tag them. Don't put them on channels if they don't want to be on.
That's already recording right now.
It's already recording. Okay, good. Interviews, anyone? Interviews? I ask you questions so I don't have to think. Oh, it's random questions. What is your name?
Mayumi.
Mayumi, hello. I'm Mohawk. It is nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Do you like this?
Sure. I don't know what this is about.
I want to be a famous content creator, and I saw other people asking other people questions instead of developing a talent or like practicing or getting good at a skill or earning it themselves.
Okay.
So my hope is that I can ask people random questions and they could do the work for me so that I can capitalize off of them being interested.
That's fair.
Do you think that that's a good business model?
Sure.
Do you?
I don't know much about content creating, but I watch a lot of videos. Like, where are you posting it? Instagram or?
It's going to be on Instagram, YouTube. It's going to be on my Patreon a little bit. So I'm going to benefit directly financially from your participation, and you'll get nothing for this at all.
That's fine by me.
So you like that? You like that I'm essentially using you, and then I get to blow up.
If you put it that way.
That's what they're all doing.
that's true.
That's what all of them are doing. I didn't have anything to say. I just decided to bother you, and then you got pushed into this. It was very unfair.
Yeah, that's very true.
So.
I need you to be interesting for me. I don't have a thought. I need this.
I'm not that interesting though. I'm just here.
Oh, so this practice is completely unsustainable because content creators don't have anything of their own to offer, and they depend on other people. They run the risk of
oh yeah, no one's gonna want to make classes, and it's like nobody's gonna want to have conversation.
Pick off ideas from other people and just.
And it's like, yeah, this is an advanced level of conversation, but you're just having a problem with the fact that people are doing this.
Build off of that. I don't know.
In addition,
that's gonna go really viral. Thank you so much for that.
To getting paid.
This is gonna be a great
Subsidize your income.
They're going to associate what you said with my channel instead of with you when you're the one who said it.
I'm talking to myself still.
I mean, I used to want to be a content creator, and then I'm like, yeah, I don't really want all that, what's the word, like, spotlight kind of. I don't want to be in the spotlight, so I'm like, eh.
Oh, no, that's great.
Watching.
That's awesome, because I like attention, but I don't want to earn it with my own skills. So this is great for me.
So you're using me to get...
Exactly. That's what man on the street is. You're on the street, and I'm some guy. And I didn't...
Yeah, and I'm some random girl.
But you have thoughts, and I don't. That's what makes this good.
Yeah. Well, this is it.
This is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, I did it. I was a man. I was on the street. I was on the street. I was on the street and my pronouns were he, him the whole time. And if you like that, if you want to see more of that, you know, you can subscribe or you can check out my Patreon, and then you can see what other people are doing, because I put them in front of you. You can go talk to them. You can just go talk to them yourself, but I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you, and that's good. And it's good that exists, and it's good that people are doing that, and that there's an entire field of that. I think that's a net positive that's like that, and that people are getting paid for that. And I want you to pay me for that too. So please and thank you. So yeah, don't talk to anybody. Let me do it. Thank you.
Hello.
How did this end up here?
It's time for another edition of Only in Monroe. I'm your guest, host.
And why did the other one get deleted?
There is no anti-memetics division. Part 4. Last time in the story, we were properly introduced to Adam Wheeler, Marion's forgotten husband that she banished from her life and the Foundation's to keep him safe. The war that the Anti-Memetics Division is unknowingly involved in is growing hotter, and there are undoubtedly going to be more casualties. Let's take a look. Chapter 9. Ohio. Foundation agent George Barson is monolithic, nearly 2 meters tall and rectangular shouldered, like a Bruce Timm cartoon. He is bald, bearded, and immaculately presented. His suit is tailored. There are a few which will fit him off the rack. He arrives at the Green Place first thing after dawn, 6 o'clock. The address is isolated, an acre or two of ill-maintained scrubland off a spur of the main highway north out of Ojai. Barson is part of the Foundation's Anomalous Religious Expressions Division. They do cults. Green is not the name of the cult which Barson is here to confront, but a code name. Barson doesn't know the real name. At the briefing last night, it was explained that there are legitimate security reasons to use code names instead of true names here, but those reasons were not explained. Barson, no fool, took this to mean that there is some form of cognito hazard surrounding the true names, or a memory clouding phenomenon which makes them impossible to record. Or, and he's dealt with Foundation research staff for far too many years to not consider this, somebody just straight up forgot to record the real names and is trying to cover for themselves. If there's an SCP number, he hasn't been told it. The house is an ugly white sprawl, one story, wood construction, no two windows alike in design, decaying. There are piles of junk, lumber, rusted vehicle components, drums of filthy green water. Willow and sycamore trees are encroaching from 2.5 sides, drizzling leaves and seeds and miscellaneous biological gunk all over the roof, clogging the gutters. Through the windows, only closed curtains and blinds are visible. The front door is standing ajar. Barson proceeds inside, cautiously. The entrance opens almost directly onto a large lounge/diner/kitchen area. The room is darkened, light mostly spilling from the entrance door. Barson leaves it open, and feeling its way around the edges of the window covering. The place is dirty and smells of mold. The still air is like an oven, and it's extremely quiet except for the faint, animated sound of someone talking away down the hall, words not entirely clear. Wasps, and yeah, it's going to be sharp inside. When you're made to move, that's low, cruel dilf you'll bleed from. Barson goes down the hall, passing a wall decoration which was once a mirror but has been completely painted over in black. After a brief search, during which he ascertains that the rest of the house is empty, he comes to the final room. The door is closed, but the focused rambling is coming from inside. At home, it's super easy. I'm going to give you something. An easy 2-part project for you to take away. And don't forget, Alth Amth below. Part 1. Find someone weaker than you. Barson knocks, loudly, twice. The patter stops. Nothing else is heard. Barson opens the door. The room is dark, its window blocked with a thick curtain. There's a computer desk in the corner opposite the door, about as cluttered as a desk can realistically get, strewn with partially disassembled hardware, USB keys, chocolate wrappers, scraps of paper, ballpoint pens. There's a gaming mouse, unable to move for junk. There's a good quality video camera setup, a monitor, video feeds on the monitor, dust. There's a cheap skeletal swivel chair in front of the monitor, and a young man of about 20 slouched uncomfortably in the chair. He is skinny, with discolored, pale skin, which Barson thinks could be caused by malnutrition. He has what was at one point a stylish, fashionable haircut, but is now in some disrepair, and when he turns around, Barson sees that he has dark rings around his eyes. It looks as if he hasn't slept in a year. He reeks. The room is filled with that odor, almost thick enough to see. In the same way that the anomalous viral/religious phenomenon, the cult, gathering around and above this young man like an anvil cloud, is named Green, he himself is named Red. Barson greets him and says that they saw his streams. The youth pulls his headphones down and asks who the hell he is. Barson introduces himself, but he's cut off as Red launches out of his chair like a rabid greyhound from a cage. He comes fist first, losing the headphones. Barson shifts his weight slightly to his left, leaning away from the punch. He catches Red's arm and pulls it forward, violently, deflecting the attack's momentum and bringing the youth teeth first into the doorframe. Red stumbles back, crouching. He He finds his footing swiftly. Froth is developing at the corners of his mouth, mixing with blood. Scrabbling around the junk on the floor, he puts his hand on a soldering iron. As Red comes forward again, Barson wastes a critical split second trying to trace the iron's cable, figure out whether it's plugged in and hot or not. It's not, but that's enough distraction that Red gets right up there, driving the iron up into Barson's gut with both hands. There's an electronic screech and a spark of orange light. The iron holds Barson's shirt, but skitters off his abdomen, opening a long tear. There's bare skin underneath. His shield is invisible, partly mythical, and protects his seemingly exposed head just as well as the rest of him. Barson takes Red in a headlock. Some haphazard kicking ensues, less well choreographed. Red has a demon's energy behind him, but Barson has, to be blunt, arrived prepared. In a few more moves, Red is disarmed, stunned, flat on his back, and good for nothing. Barson takes stock. The number of genuine fight-for-your-life fights he's been in is still in single digits. This one ranks about in the middle. 15 seconds of activity. Both of them made mistakes. A learning experience. Barson says that he'll dispense with the introductions then, and remarks that the live streaming vector was novel. They hadn't seen that before. Very effective compared to the generic self-help book and walled compound model. He gets 1 point for originality out of 10, but they predicted it decades back, and they had the containment procedures ready to go. They have people at the streaming services, and as they speak, they're locking him out of his account. They're using his own channels to distribute inoculation codes. Barson tries to tidy his shirt up, but it's not going to work. Since Red is the source, a simple inoculation code would glance off. Physical intervention is required. He reaches inside his jacket, where he has a perfectly serviceable gun, which he elected to leave where it is for this confrontation, and produces a device not unlike an ophthalmologist's scope. He kneels, lifts Red's right eyelid, and aims the scope at it, projecting a brilliant white spot of light, which bathes the entire eye and causes it to lock open. Almost all of Red's musculature locks up as well, effectively pinning him to the floor. His teeth clench. Barson says that this man is innocent, and nobody can deserve what you've done to him. Release him, and leave this reality forever. Through gritted teeth, Red asks again who the hell he is. Barson pushes another button, changing the projected light pattern from a pure white disc into a complex spiral star design in red and blue. There's a crack, like ribs being forced apart, and the youth screams. It doesn't sound like Red. It's a full-body scream, anguished and hopeless, and as loud as he's physically able to make it. It comes up from his belly and goes on, flat out, until he runs out of breath and gasps and does it again, arching his back and clawing at the floor. After the second full breath, he cools down to a sobbing wail. He begs Barson not to send him back, and Barson assures him that he won't. Red says that he can't see and asks who's there. Barson assures him that he'll get his sight back, and that his name's George. Red says that there's a pit, and it always gets worse. It doesn't stop. There's no bottom. He babbles incoherently for a moment, and then trails off. His eyes dance blindly. Barson tells him that he's in a really bad place right now. Something has gone wrong, and that thing, that horrific thing which went wrong, has found him and abducted him and replaced him. It's out here now, using his skin as a finger puppet, walking him around, making him talk, replicating. That nightmare he's having is being had by 100,000 people right now. That's the bad news. The good news is that they caught him, and he can still see the youth in there, and there's a good chance that they can get him out. Red questions him, saying a good chance, but Barson cuts him off and tells him to focus on the red and blue spiral. He still has the scope pointed into the youth's eye. Red replies that he can't see anything, but Barson explained that that's because he's not directly connected to this optic nerve anymore. His mind is locked inside something which is, though. He can't see the spiral, but somehow he knows what it looks like. He can sense its shape, like a pattern of heat on the back of your hand. Barson's voice is becoming slower, taking on a hypnotic rhythm. The spiral idea is going in, spreading and flourishing, occupying more space. The more he thinks about the spiral, the more he realizes that he can't think about anything but the spiral.
Maybe.
Red seems to have nothing to say to this. His breathing stabilizes.
I'm grabbing more tea.
Barson continues and says that his thoughts are slowed. The spiral fills him up, recursively, like ice crystals, until he can't move. His brain knows it's being poisoned. Even though he's blind, he feels a reflexive need to look away or block out what he's seen. A long enough exposure is fatal. There is a long, heavy pause, during which Barson does nothing but shine poisonous light into the young man's eye, while studying that brightly illuminated eye himself, tracking the progress of the ocular response, waiting for a particular tell. It's not a clear-cut thing. There's a small amount of guesswork. He waits until he's sure. Finally, he releases the button on the scope, shutting it off. The youth is now completely inert. Barson stands up, knees creaking. He relaxes, sighs, his shoulders untense a little. He puts the scope away. You can think of this as mimetic chemotherapy, he says, mostly to himself, to fill dead air. The young man can only hear pink fuzz now. The spiral symbol is an elementary cognitopoison. A long exposure is fatal, but a just barely non-fatal exposure is recoverable. He will recover from this poison, and Red cannot. He will survive, and Red will die, because he is an intelligent, creative human being, and Red is... He reflects on his briefing, and what he knows of the green phenomenon, and the 100,000 people suffering and raving inside it right now. They're in all parts of the globe. He has seen some photographs of what takes place in homes occupied by Red's appalling messages. He's heard a strictly limited amount of highly redacted audio. Dispassionate people make better field decisions. That's the rule he was always taught. But remaining dispassionate is harder on some days than others. Red is a piece of shit, he finishes. Barson potters around the room for a little while, taking a closer look at some of the computer hardware. Nothing notable there, although he finds a stand for the soldering iron. There's also a narrow camp bed in the room, with a bedraggled sleeping bag. He clears the sleeping bag away and loads the youth onto the camp bed, in a recovery position. He pulls the curtain open. It's an obnoxiously sunny day, and the sun is aimed right in through that window. Finally, Barson picks up the swivel chair and settles into it on the far side of the room, where he can keep an eye on his patient. He pulls a Foundation-issued phone from his pocket, along with a horrendously tangled pair of cheap earbuds, which he begins to untangle. He relaxes into his monologue. It's not as if anybody is listening. The fact is, he didn't need to come here. There's more than one way to physically intervene when something like green comes around. The original plan when they found out about him was to use an orbital laser cannon on the top of his head. They can do that, from time to time. His house would be a circle of scorched timber, with him a burnt marshmallow at the middle of it. That's their latest methodology for dealing with virulent, single culpability mimetic anomalies. They do it at arm's length, at the longest possible distance, unblinkingly and unfeelingly, and to hell with the details. It's brutal, impersonal, very expensive in orbital laser maintenance. They say to themselves that it's effective, and maybe it is. He's not at that level, so he doesn't get to see the statistics. But what he does know is that they can always do better. He looked at the file, and he looked at him, and he took a long shot, Honestly, he's a very small guy in the grand scheme, but he stood up in a pretty intense meeting with people who he doesn't really have the authority to say anything to, and he said to them that there's a completely innocent kid at the center of this. He doesn't deserve this. At minimum, they've got to make the gesture. A shadow passes across the room. Barson looks around briefly, but whatever it is has gone. He thinks nothing of it and continues. He also said that if it works, it'll save them a boatload of money. He thinks that part was the part which got their attention, but he got the thumbs up, so here he is. Trying to save his life the hard way instead of just atomizing it. It'll probably take all day, but don't worry, he has podcasts. He finishes untangling the earbuds and screws the first of them into his left ear. Red then says that his people must really hate him. Barson draws, late. Obviously, nobody should be able to talk right now, but the real reason he draws late is that the comment lands. It should just pass him by, but there is a sharp, spiteful element of truth to it. Truthfully, nobody was a fan of the idea. Barson has been saying for a long time, with gradually increasing volume to gradually increasing senior foundation overseers, that a chat beats a fight. He's been ignored over and over. Yesterday, when they finally said that he could try it, it was grudgingly. And so a momentary flicker of foul suspicion appears. Did they know? Did they really just kill him? They didn't. He knows, of course, they didn't. But it's too late. As he fumbles the gun out, Red has already sat up, grinning like a ventriloquist puppet, and turned his head to look right at Barson. They make eye contact, and this time Red's eyes are open all the way, allowing Barson to see straight through to what's on the other side. Green comprehension leaps out of the pit at Barson and grounds itself in the back of his skull. He recoils instinctively, breaking the connection and covering his eyes. He stumbles, falling backwards out of the chair and into the corner of the room. His orange crystalline shield fluctuates, panicking in its own way because of what just passed through. Intermittently, it turns impermeable, cutting off Barson's frantic breathing. Then it snaps off and dies. Barson doesn't have the training to fully comprehend the idea complex he was just exposed to. He has a basic level of practical memetics training. He can administer the spiral treatment and a few others, and protect himself from certain attacks which would knock a generic human over like a domino. But he's an entry-level practitioner, not a specialist, not a scientist. The sheer scope of Green is beyond his ability to comprehend. He feels like one of the men Lewis Slaughton irradiated, a Demon Corps criticality witness. He knows he's dead. The only question is how long it's going to take. Red swings his legs off the bed and stands, keeping his grin fixed on Barson. He remarks on the spinning red and blue light and asks how backwards he is. He seems to grow larger and to sink backwards into space, a hole where a human should be. Barson finds he can't make himself move out of the corner. It's like he's pinned. There's a creeping, staticky numbness in his hands. He understands his error now. He might as well have tried to poison the ocean. He sees the whole thing, Red's grotesque vision for the world, his/its immense, vicious promise. The rot is everywhere. Those 100,000 infected are a foretaste. The spores are flourishing secretly in every aspect of reality, in people's lungs, in their minds, their words, in the soil, in the sky. Maggots and cancers and star signals. How can anyone think like that? How can anyone want that? There's no distinction between Red and whoever that original human was. There's no one to rescue. It was a damn ruse. It was voluntary. Barson manages to ask if Red made this happen. It didn't abduct him. He invited it.
hacked his own soul in half and offered the pieces up for no reason at all. He's latched himself onto the front of something unimaginable. He can't comprehend how badly this is going to end, as he's murdered himself. Red advances on him. Gun. Barson's mind is disintegrating, but it gets that one word out. Gun. It's on the floor between them, gleaming in the shaft of orange light pouring out of the window. Barson fights himself and wins, and lunges for it, only then finding that the creeping numbness in his extremities isn't just affecting his hands, it's affecting his own ability to perceive them. He doesn't know that it's a minor anti-mimetic clouding effect. All he knows is that there's a stump at the end of his arm. Both arms. The gun is inoperable. All he can do is push it around the floor. He shouts, miserably and helplessly. Red laughs and doesn't even bother to kick it away. Barson manages to say that the Foundation will stop him, speaking it like a mantra. Red cocks his head, as if he knows the word foundation from somewhere. He asks if all of them are as weak as Barson. Comprehension goes both ways. Barson dimly understands what red represents, which means red, in turn, dimly understands what Barson represents. Red perceives the power structures which dispatched Barson into this hated burrow. Red perceives the shadows of the people at the streaming services and the mobile task force Barson doesn't know about, skulking out at the property's perimeter waiting for a go order which will never come. Red perceives the 4 or 5 brutal, impersonal suits seated at the top of the operation, webbing it together. One of them is toying absently with their laser strike key stick, twirling it around the back of their thumb over and over, dropping it. That's as far through headspace as Red can search, because that's the limit of the people who know about him. It. Red. That's the hit list. A shadow blots the sun out again, the same one as before, for longer this time. Red looks out through the window, giving it a curt nod, and it departs. Barson slumps to one side, dead up to the shoulders now. Conscious that any of these words could be his last, he says that he thinks he's in control, but it's going to kill him too. They can get him out. He can help them contain it. Red crouches, still grinning, and tells Barson to look at him. Barson looks. He doesn't have a choice. It hurts. Red makes sure he is being heard loudly and clearly, and says no. Barson whispers, Zayin 346, Samek Shin. Red blinks and says what? Something bleeps, and Barson says, A star, A star. Red swears and begins looking around, suddenly genuinely alarmed. He lost track of Barson's phone. He finds it beneath the bed and snatches it up. There's a voice authentication interface, and authentication is nearly complete. He tells it to stop, cancel, undo, but nothing happens, as it's the wrong voice. He drops the phone and scrabbles for the gun. Barson says, Zelochi, Enora, fire. Red puts a bullet through the phone and a second through Barson's skull. He looks up at the ceiling, waiting, still alarmed. And he waits. But nothing else happens. Chapter 10. Immemorial. Marion Wheeler has just finished a scheduled inspection of SCP-8473 and is about to go for a cigarette. Someone is running up to meet her outside SCP-8473's containment unit. Marion recognizes her as Dr. Eli Moreno, a trainee field researcher who joined the Anti-Mimetics Division only 6 months ago. She asks her if she can help her with something. Moreno interlocks her fingers nervously. She is a full head taller than Marion, and half her age, with scraggly hair and exceedingly thick glasses. She lacks experience, but she is very smart, and she's learning very fast. In another year, she'll be among the best people the division has, or has ever had, and Marion is looking forward to that. Marion loves nothing more than competent people. Still, as the pause lengthens, that day of competence seems to be in the future. Marion remarks that she normally expects her people to get to the point a little quicker than this. Moreno blurts out that there's a stone in the forest behind the site. It's monumental, like a skyscraper, and it blots out the sun. She asks Marion if she knows what she's talking about, which Marion does. Moreno says that she's never seen it before, and she doesn't understand how it's possible that she never saw it. It casts a shadow across the whole site. She asks if it was always there, which it was, and she sees it because she took her first routine dose of ops-grade Nestix this morning. Moreno seems alarmed, asking if that's how it works. Something that big can just be right there and they don't see it. Marion says, yeah, and checks her watch, mentally moving some scheduled commitments around. Extend this smoke break to the rest of the afternoon. Leave the scheduled inspection of SCP-3125 where it is. Review promotion cases after the gym instead of before. Evening meal, at this rate, never. Moreno, suffocating under the weight of follow-up questions, finally asks what it is. Marion gestures to her left, down the corridor, indicating that she is about to walk and that Moreno should follow her. She says that she'll show her. In the database, it's SCP-9429. Moreno hasn't read the entry. She doesn't have access. The stone is a single, unbroken 91 by 91 by 147 meter vertical cuboid of ancient, weathered, dark basalt. It sits at a very slight angle, leaning fractionally to the north. Its regular angles clearly mark it as a carved object, a human-made artifact. It rises out of the forest to the east of Site 41 and dominates, not to say obliterates, the views in that direction from the windows of the site's main block. It is, by volume, massively bigger than the site itself, even including its underground extents. It looms. It's absolutely unmissable. The idea that anyone could fail to notice it for any period of time is, Marion has to admit, more than a little unnerving. Marion leads Moreno up the short forest track to the stone's perimeter, and then right, following its perimeter, in its shadow. It's a wet day, and rain is dripping from the very top edge of the cube, as well as from the conifers which grow right up beside it. The rain makes a constant white hiss, deadening other sounds. She explains that there's a weak anti-magnetic clouding effect surrounding it. To most people, it's effectively invisible. Moreno has been up to the top of some of these other hills, she's sure. She should have seen it clearly from up there as well, but she looked straight past it. That's normal. There's a related effect which removes people's memories after they've visited the stone. That effect is much stronger, and it'll cut right through both of their Nestix drug regimens. Moreno asks if they'll forget all about this then. Marion holds up a battered little notebook and a cheap blue ballpoint. Moreno understands. She's carrying a notebook and pen as well. Information suppression is a complicated spectrum. Sometimes a written note is the only thing which will make it out of a zone which suppresses memories, electronic data, radio signals, and even audible sound. Alongside the mandatory Foundation issue brick phone, many Antimemetics Division operatives habitually carry some combination of an instant camera, a mechanical tape-driven dictaphone, a notebook, a walkie-talkie. Not that Moreno is expecting to need anything today. Marion continues and says that of course one side effect of the clouding is that she doesn't exactly remember the way. She guesses they could set up signposts, but somehow it never gets done. Not because of anti-memetic effects, just plain laziness. They come to a passage in the side of the stone. In fact, it is not a passage, but a tremendously deep groove, cut all the way from the top of the cube to its base, a slot with a thin line of overcast sky visible overhead, and steps leading up. Marion begins to climb, and Moreno follows. They climb in silence for some minutes. Moreno stops a few times to write down a note or two, hunching over to shield her notebook from the drizzle. Then she hurries to catch up with Marion, who maintains a steady, indifferent pace. Sometime after Moreno has lost count of the steps, the stepped groove makes a 90-degree turn to the left and continues to ascend. Marion stops here, above Moreno, and turns to quiz her, asking her what she has so far. Moreno asks what this place is, but Marion replies that she should tell her. Moreno hesitates for a moment, uncertain where this is going. She checks her notes. She says that geologically speaking, this stone is an alien. At first, she thought there had been a mountain on this spot which was excavated into the shape by human hands, but the rock itself is wrong. It's different from the mountains and hills near here. You'd have to travel at least 500 kilometers to find basalt like this, which means it must have been excavated elsewhere, maybe carved there and moved here. Marion says nothing, but her demeanor seems to indicate that Moreno is on the right track. She continues, saying that that isn't possible. This is a single stone. Judging from its dimensions and density, it must mass north of 3 million tons. That's after carving, and that can't be done. Human civilization cannot move objects of this size, not in a single piece. The technology doesn't exist. Marion says that that's correct, and Moreno just asks how it got here then. Marion replies that that's a good question. Moreno waits. She doesn't have the answer to the question, so she waits for Marion to supply it. But she doesn't. She instead asks what else. Moreno says that it's been engraved using tools, indicating the walls of the stepped passage. And she noticed the exterior walls are the same. There's a lot of weathering, but here and there between the biological crud, there's this very clear, regular pattern. Tiny vertical rectangles, like a block cursor on an old computer terminal. Or a tombstone in typography, Marion suggests. Moreno blinks and agrees. It's a uniform pattern, very detailed work, which would require quite good tools even by modern standards. She thinks that the pattern is supposed to cover the entire exterior of the stone, and if that's the case, the blocks are so minuscule and the stone is so large that there must have originally been hundreds of millions of them. Marion agrees, and asks if there's anything else. Moreno thinks for a minute. She stares up into the rain, reflecting on the atmosphere that the stone, or sculpture as she supposes it would be better described, projects. Loneliness, quiet, desolation, awe, intimidation, and some fear. Although with that intimidating, fearful atmosphere, there's no sensation of danger, no threat. We considered ourselves to be a powerful culture, she says aloud. Marion hears this, but asks no follow-up question. Apparently satisfied, she turns and continues climbing the steps, and Moreno follows. The passage makes several more turns, carving out an erratic, squared squiggle. Moreno takes no further notes. Her knees are about ready to explode by the time they reach the top. They emerge, blinking at the light, on a wet, wind-swept, slightly slanted plateau. There are more of the tiny tombstone indentations underfoot. The edges of the cube are some distance away, but they are not marked. The dark gray surface just ends at a straight line, not far out, and the horizon itself is below it, not visible. This gives Moreno some vertigo, particularly since the surface tilts towards one corner, and the engraved basalt underfoot is slick, wet, and getting wetter. There is a small cluster of Foundation scientific equipment up here, chunky weatherproof units stacked up under a canopy. There's a table with a rugged, beaten-up computer terminal switched off. Further away is a diesel generator. Marion ignores the equipment and paces away in a different direction, facing away from Moreno and out at the sky, playing with her cigarette lighter, although not actually lighting anything. The lighter is actually a tiny propane burner intended for lighting stoves, given to her by her mother before she died. Marion no longer remembers this. Moreno waits for a while, arms folded for warmth, gradually getting wetter. She doesn't seek cover under the canopy, because Marion hasn't. She senses that something is about to happen. Marion is normally quite poised and difficult to read, but she looks apprehensive, upset even. Focused intently on the lighter flame, Marion seems to be unable to look her in the eye, as if she doesn't want to push through with the next part of whatever this is actually supposed to be. Orientation? Initiation? Hazing? What was that about getting to the point? It's a memorial, Moreno says. Marion snaps the lighter shut and pockets it, moderately impressed. Only moderately, though. She says that that's right. Of course, she practically told her that when she mentioned his tombstones. Moreno then asks how many anti-memetic wars have there been, and that gets her. She swears and says so much for slow-burning theatrics. She asks Moreno if someone told her or she read the entry, but Moreno looks at her shoes and says not really. She's never seen this place before, and she was just guessing. Marion says that she looks embarrassed, that she hit the right answer 30 minutes before she was expecting her to. She thinks that she's shown Marion up, but Marion tells her to keep operating at that level. Don't slow up for her benefit, or for anyone's. It's important. Moreno asks if she'll tell her why they're here, for what she hopes will be the final time. In another part of her mind, a fatal chain of calculations starts.
Oh no.
Marion explains that the problem is that every single person in the world with reliable access to high-grade nestic medication works for her, here, and the division is pitifully understaffed. There are 40 of them, including the 2 of them, and 40 pairs of eyes is not enough. They cannot look at enough of the world at once. There is an appallingly large percentage of the world which no human has ever properly looked at. This is unbearably limiting to all forms of anti-memetic research. Anti-memetic biology, paleontology, cosmology, archaeology, all barely exist. They are nowhere. Nevertheless, they have seen this culture's cities. One or two still exist, and pure dumb luck is how they found them.
So, rewind.
Reaching his back and clawing at the floor. After the second full breath, he cools down to a sobbing wail.
So there was a youth, a red
Barson assures him that he won't. Red says that he can't see and asks who's there. Barson assures him that he'll get his sight back, and that his name's George. Red says that there's a pit, and it always gets worse. It doesn't stop. There's no bottom. He babbles incoherently for a moment, and then trails off. His eyes dance blindly. Barson tells him that he's in a really bad place right now. Something has gone wrong, and that thing, that horrific thing which went wrong, has found him and abducted him and replaced him. It's out here now, using his skin as a finger puppet, walking him around, making him talk, replicating. That nightmare he's having is being had by 100,000 people right now. That's the bad news. The good news is that they caught him, and he can still see the youth in there, and there's a good chance that they can get him out. Red questions him, saying a good chance, but Barson cuts him off and tells him to focus on the red and blue spiral. He still has the scope pointed into the youth's eye. Red replies that he can't see anything, but Barson explained that that's because he's not directly connected to this optic nerve anymore. His mind is locked inside something which is, though. He can't see the spiral, but somehow he knows what it looks like. He can sense its shape, like a pattern of heat on the back of your hand. Barson's voice is becoming slower, taking on a hypnotic rhythm. The spiral idea is going in, spreading and flourishing, occupying more space. The more he thinks about the spiral, the more he realizes that he can't think about anything but the spiral. Red seems to have nothing to say to this. His breathing stabilizes. Barson continues and says that his thoughts are slowed. The spiral fills him up, recursively, like ice.
Too many reviews followed by the SCP community.
His brain knows it's being poisoned. Even though he's blind, he feels a reflexive need to look away or block out what he's seen. A long enough exposure is fatal. There is a long, heavy pause, during which Barson does nothing but shine poisonous light into the young man's eye, while studying that brightly illuminated eye himself, tracking the progress of the ocular response, waiting for a particular tell. It's not a clear-cut thing. There's a small amount of guesswork. He waits until he's sure. Finally, he releases the button on the scope, shutting it off. The youth is now completely inert. Barson stands up, knees creaking. He relaxes, sighs, his shoulders untense a little. He puts the scope away. You can think of this as mimetic chemotherapy, he says, mostly to himself, to fill dead air. The young man can only hear pink fuzz now. The spiral symbol is an elementary cognito-poison. A long exposure is fatal, but a just barely non-fatal exposure is recoverable. He will recover from this poison, and Red cannot. He will survive, and Red will die, because he is an intelligent, creative human being, and Red is... He reflects on his briefing, and what he knows of the green phenomenon, and the 100,000 people suffering and raving inside it right now. They're in all parts of the globe. He has seen some photographs of what takes place in homes occupied by Red's appalling messages. He's heard a strictly limited amount of highly redacted audio. Dispassionate people make better field decisions. That's the rule he was always taught. But remaining dispassionate is harder on some days than others. Red is a piece of shit, he finishes. Barson potters around the room for a little while, taking a closer look at some of the computer hardware. Nothing notable there, although he finds a stand for the soldering iron. There's also a narrow camp bed in the room, with a bedraggled sleeping bag. He clears the sleeping bag away and loads the youth onto the camp bed, in a recovery position. He pulls the curtain open. It's an obnoxiously sunny day, and the sun is aimed right in through that window. Finally, Barson picks up the swivel chair and settles into it on the far side of the room, where he can keep an eye on his patient. He pulls a Foundation-issued phone from his pocket, along with a horrendously tangled pair of cheap earbuds, which he begins to untangle. He relaxes into his monologue. It's not as if anybody is listening. The fact is, he didn't need to come here. There's more than one way to physically intervene when something like green comes around. The original plan when they found out about him was to use an orbital laser cannon on the top of his head.
I don't know who these red and green are, don't worry about it.
His house would be a circle of scorched timber, with him a burnt marshmallow at the middle of it. That's their latest methodology for dealing with virulent, single culpability mimetic anomalies. They do it at arm's length, at the longest possible distance, unblinkingly and unfeelingly, and to hell with the details. It's brutal, impersonal, very expensive in orbital laser maintenance. They say to themselves that it's effective, and maybe it is. He's not at that level, so he doesn't get to see the statistics. But what he does know is that they can always do better. He looked at the file, and he looked at him, and he took a long shot. Honestly, he's a very small guy in the grand scheme, but he stood up in a pretty intense meeting with people who he doesn't really have the authority to say anything to, and he said to them that there's a completely innocent kid at the center of this. He doesn't deserve this. At minimum, they've got to make the gesture. A shadow passes across the room. Barson looks around briefly, but whatever it is has gone. He thinks nothing of it and continues. He also said that if it works, it'll save them a boatload of money. He thinks that part was the part which got their attention, but he got the thumbs up, so here he is. Trying to save his life the hard way instead of just atomizing it. It'll probably take all day, but don't worry, he has podcasts. He finishes untangling the earbuds and screws the first of them into his left ear.
Video games, too.
Red then says that his people must really hate him. Barson draws, late. Obviously, nobody should be able to talk right now, but the real reason he draws late is that the comment lands. It should just pass him by, but there is a sharp, spiteful element of truth to it. Truthfully, nobody was a fan of the idea. Barson has been saying for a long time, with gradually increasing volumes, gradually increasing senior foundation overseers, that a chat beats a fight. He's been ignored over and over. Yesterday, when they finally said that he could try it, it was grudgingly. And so a momentary flicker of foul suspicion appears. Did they know? Did they really just kill him? They didn't. He knows, of course, they didn't. But it's too late. As he fumbles the gun out, Red has already sat up, grinning like a ventriloquist puppet, and turned his head to look right at Barson. They make eye contact, and this time Red's eyes are open all the way, allowing Barson to see straight through to what's on the other side. Green comprehension leaps out of the pit at Barson and grounds itself in the back of his skull. He recoils instinctively, breaking the connection and covering his eyes. He stumbles, falling backwards out of the chair and into the corner of the room. His orange crystalline shield fluctuates, panicking in its own way because of what just passed through. Intermittently, it turns impermeable, cutting off Barson's frantic breathing. Then it snaps off and dies. Barson doesn't have the training to fully comprehend the idea complex he was just exposed to. He has a basic level of practical memetics training. He can administer the spiral treatment and a few others, and protect himself from certain attacks which would knock a generic human over like a domino. But he's an entry-level practitioner, not a specialist, not a scientist. The sheer scope of Green is beyond his ability to comprehend. He feels like one of the men Louis Slotin irradiated, a Demon Corps criticality witness. He knows he's dead. The only question is how long it's going to take. Red swings his legs off the bed and stands, keeping his grin fixed on Barson. He remarks on the spinning red and blue light and asks how backwards he is. He seems to grow larger and to sink backwards into space, a hole where a human should be. Barson finds he can't make himself move out of the corner. It's like he's pinned. There's a creeping, staticky numbness in his hands. He understands his error now. He might as well try to poison the ocean. He sees the whole thing. Red's grotesque vision for the world. His/its immense, vicious promise. The rot is everywhere. Those 100,000 infected are a foretaste. The spores are flourishing secretly in every aspect of reality. In people's lungs, in their minds, their words, in the soil, in the sky. Maggots and cancers and star signals. How can anyone think like that? How can anyone want that? There's no distinction between Red and whoever that original human was. There's no one to rescue. It was a damn ruse. It was voluntary. Barson manages to ask if Red made this happen. It didn't abduct him. He invited it. Hacked his own soul in half and offered the pieces up, for no reason at all. He's latched himself onto the front of something unimaginable. He can't comprehend how badly this is going to end, as he's murdered himself. Red advances on him. Gun. Barson's mind is disintegrating, but it gets that one word out. Gun. It's on the floor between them, gleaming in the shaft of orange light pouring out of the window. Barson fights himself and wins,
I screwed up.
Only then finding that the creeping numbness in his extremities isn't just affecting his hands. It's affecting his own ability to perceive them. He doesn't know that it's a minor anti-mimetic clouding effect. All he knows that there's a stump at the end of his arm. Both arms. The gun is inoperable. All he can do is push it around the floor. He shouts, miserably and helplessly. Red laughs and doesn't even bother to kick it away. Barson manages to say that the Foundation will stop him, speaking it like a mantra. Red cocks his head, as if he knows the word foundation from somewhere. He asks if all of them are as weak as Barson. Comprehension goes both ways. Barson dimly understands what red represents, which means red, in turn, dimly understands what Barson represents. Red perceives the power structures which dispatched Barson into this hated burrow. Red perceives the shadows of the people at the streaming services, and the mobile task force Barson doesn't know about, skulking out at the property's perimeter, waiting for a go order which will never come. Red perceives the 4 or 5 brutal, impersonal suits seated at the top of the operation, webbing it together. One of them is toying absently with their laser-strike P-stick, twirling it around the back of their thumb over and over, dropping it. That's as far through headspace as Red can surf, because that's the limit to the people who know about him. It. Red. That's the hit list. A shadow blots the sun out again, the same one as before, for longer this time. Red looks out through the window, giving it a curt nod, and it departs. Barson slumps to one side, dead up to the shoulders now. Conscious that any of these words could be his last, he says that he thinks he's in control, but it's going to kill him too. They can get him out. He can help them contain it. Red crouches, still grinning, and tells Barson to look at him. Barson looks. He doesn't have a choice. It hurts. Red makes sure he is being heard loudly and clearly, and says, no. Barson whispers, Zayn 346, Samek Shin. Red blinks and says what? Something bleeps, and Barson says, A star, A star. Red swears and begins looking around, suddenly genuinely alarmed. He lost track of Barson's phone. He finds it beneath the bed and snatches it up. There's a voice authentication interface, and authentication is nearly complete. He tells it to stop, cancel, undo, but nothing happens, as it's the wrong voice. He drops the phone and scrabbles for the gun. Barson says, Zelochi, Enora, fire. Red puts a bullet through the phone and a second through Barson's skull. He looks up at the ceiling, waiting, still alarmed. He waits, but nothing else happens. Chapter 10, In Memoriam. Marion Wheeler has just finished a scheduled inspection of SCP-8473 and is about to go for a cigarette. Someone is running up to meet her outside SCP-8473's containment unit. Marion recognizes her as Dr. Eli Moreno, a trainee field researcher who joined the Anti-Memetics Division only 6 months ago. She asks her if she can help her with something. Moreno interlocks her fingers nervously. She is a full head taller than Marion, and half her age, with scraggly hair and exceedingly thick glasses. She lacks experience, but she is very smart, and she's learning very fast. In another year, she'll be among the best people the division has, or has ever had, and Marion is looking forward to that. Marion loves nothing more than competent people. Still, as the pause lengthens, that day of competence seems to be in the future. Marion remarks that she normally expects her people to get to the point a little quicker than this. Moreno blurts out that there's a stone in the forest behind the site. It's monumental, like a skyscraper, and it blots out the sun. She asks Marion if she knows what she's talking about, which Marion does. Moreno says that she's never seen it before, and she doesn't understand how it's possible that she never saw it. It casts a shadow across the whole site. She asks if it was always there, which it was, and she sees it because she took her first routine dose of ops-grade nesting this morning. Moreno seems alarmed, asking if that's how it works. Something that big can just be right there and they don't see it. Marion says, yeah, and checks her watch, mentally moving some scheduled commitments around. Extend this smoke break for the rest of the afternoon. Leave the scheduled inspection of SCP-3125 where it is. Review promotion cases after the gym instead of before. Evening meal, at this rate, never. Moreno, suffocating under the weight of follow-up questions, finally asks what it is. Marion gestures to her left, down the corridor, indicating that she's about to walk and that Moreno should follow her. She says that she'll show her. In the database, it's SCP-9429. Moreno hasn't read the entry. She doesn't have access. The stone is a single, unbroken, 91 by 91 by 147 meter vertical cuboid of ancient, weathered, dark basalt. It sits at a very slight angle, leaning fractionally to the north. Its regular angles clearly mark it as a carved object, a human-made artifact. It rises out of the forest to the east of Site 41 and dominates, not to say obliterates, the views in that direction from the windows of the site's main block. It is, by volume, massively bigger than the site itself, even including its underground extents. It looms. It's absolutely unmissable. The idea that anyone could fail to notice it for any period of time is, Marion has to admit, more than a little unnerving. Marion leads Moreno up the short forest track to the stone's perimeter, and then right, following its perimeter, and its shadow. It's a wet day, and rain is dripping from the very top edge of the cube, as well as from the conifers that grow right up beside it. The rain makes a constant white hiss, deadening other sounds. She explains that there's a weak anti-mimetic clouding effect surrounding it. To most people, it's effectively invisible. Moreno has been up to the top of some of these other hills, she's sure. She should have seen it clearly from up there as well, but she looked straight past it. That's normal. There's a related effect which removes people's memories after they've visited the stone. That effect is much stronger, and it'll cut right through both of their nestic drug regimens. Moreno asks if they'll forget all about this then. Marion holds up a battered little notebook and a cheap blue ballpoint. Moreno understands. She's carrying a notebook and pen as well. Information suppression is a complicated spectrum. Sometimes a written note is the only thing which will make it out of a zone which suppresses memories, electronic data, radio signals, and even audible sound. Alongside the mandatory Foundation-issued brick phone, many Antimimetics Division operatives habitually carry some combination of an instant camera, a mechanical tape-driven dictaphone, a notebook, a walkie-talkie. Not that Moreno is expecting to need anything today. Marion continues and says that of course one side effect of the clouding is that she doesn't exactly remember the way. She guesses they could set up signposts, but somehow it never gets done. Not because of anti-mimetic effects, just plain laziness. They come to a passage inside of the stone. In fact, it is not a passage, but a tremendously deep groove cut all the way from the top of the cube to its base. A slot with a thin line of overcast sky visible overhead, and steps leading up. Marion begins to climb, and Moreno follows. They climb in silence for some minutes. Moreno stops a few times to write down a note or two, hunching over to shield her notebook from the drizzle. Then she hurries to catch up with Marion, who maintains a steady, indifferent pace. Sometime after Moreno has lost count of the steps, the stepped groove makes a 90-degree turn to the left and continues to ascend. Marion stops here, above Moreno, and turns to quiz her, asking her what she has so far. Moreno asks what this place is, but Marion replies that she should tell her. Moreno hesitates for a moment, uncertain where this is going. She checks her notes. She says that geologically speaking, this stone is an alien. At first, she thought there had been a mountain on the spot, which was excavated into the shape by human hands, but the rock itself is wrong. It's different from the mountains and hills near here. You'd have to travel at least 500 kilometers to find basalt like this, which means it must have been excavated elsewhere, maybe carved there and moved here. Marion says nothing, but her demeanor seems to indicate that Moreno is on the right track. She continues, saying that that is impossible. This is a single stone. Judging from its dimensions and density, it must mass north of 3 million tons. That's after carving, and that can't be done. Human civilization cannot move objects of this size, not in a single piece. The technology doesn't exist. Marion says that that's correct, and Moreno just asks how it got here then. Marion replies that that's a good question. Moreno waits. She doesn't have the answer to the question, so she waits for Marion to reply it. But she doesn't. She instead asks what else. Moreno says that it's been engraved using tools, indicating the walls of the step passage. And she noticed the exterior walls are the same. There's a lot of weathering, but here and there between the biological crud, there's this very clear, regular pattern. Tiny vertical rectangles, like a block cursor on an old computer terminal, or a tombstone in typography, Marion suggests. Moreno blinks and agrees. It's a uniform pattern, very detailed work, which would require quite good tools even by modern standards. She thinks that the pattern is supposed to cover the entire exterior of the stone, and if that's the case, the blocks are so minuscule and the stone is so large that there must have originally been hundreds of millions of them. Marion agrees and asks if there's anything else. Moreno thinks for a minute. She stares up into the ring, reflecting on the atmosphere that the stone, or sculpture as she supposedly would be better described, projects.
Oh wait.
Quiet,
shit, dude.
desolation, awe,
That was a good shit.
and
Constipation
some fear.
gone.
Although with that intimidating, fearful atmosphere, there's no sensation of danger, no threat. We considered ourselves to be a powerful culture, she says aloud. Marion hears this, but asks no follow-up question. Apparently satisfied, she turns and continues climbing the steps, and Moreno follows. The passage makes several more turns, carving out an erratic, squared squiggle. Moreno takes no further notes. Her knees are about ready to explode by the time they reach the top. They emerge, blinking at the light, on a wet, wind-swept, slightly slanted plateau. There are more of the tiny tombstone indentations underfoot. The edges of the cube are some distance away, but they are not marked. The dark gray surface just ends at a straight line, not far out, and the horizon itself is below it, not visible. This gives Moreno some vertigo, particularly since the surface tilts towards one corner.
So I guess
and
we
the
just need to
engraved
find out how to
basalt
release now,
underfoot
huh?
is slip, wet, and getting wetter. There is a small cluster of Foundation scientific equipment up here. Chunky, weatherproof units stacked up under a canopy.
Oh, I guess I
There's a
do
table
still need
with
to
a
do that
rugged,
sound
beaten-up
to
computer
shoot
terminal
to.
switched on. Further away is a diesel generator. Marion ignores the equipment and paces away in a different direction, facing away from Moreno and out at the sky, playing with her cigarette lighter, although not actually lighting anything. The lighter is actually a tiny propane burner intended for lighting stoves, given to her by her mother before she died. Marion no longer remembers this. Moreno waits for a while, arms folded for warmth, gradually getting wetter. She doesn't seek cover under the canopy, because Marion hasn't. She senses that something is about to happen. Marion is normally quite poised and difficult to read, but she looks apprehensive, upset even. Focused intently on the lighter flame, Marion seems to be unable to look her in the eye, as if she doesn't want to push through with the next part of whatever this is actually supposed to be. Orientation? Initiation? Hazing? What was that about getting to the point? It's a memorial, Moreno says. Marion snaps the lighter shut and pockets it, moderately impressed. Only moderately, though. She says that that's right. Of course, she practically told her that when she mentioned tombstones. Moreno then asks, how many anti-memetic wars have there been? That gets her. She swears and says so much for slow-burning theatrics. She asks Moreno if someone told her, or she read the entry, but Moreno looks at her shoes and says not really. She's never seen this place before, and she was just guessing. Marion says that she looks embarrassed, that she hit the right answer 30 minutes before she was expecting her to. She thinks that she's shown Marion up, but Marion tells her to keep operating at that level. Don't slow up for her benefit, or for anyone's. It's important. Moreno asks if she'll tell her why they're here, for what she hopes will be the final time. In another part of her mind, a fatal chain of calculations starts. Marion explains that the problem is that every single person in the world with reliable access to high-grade Nestic medication works for her, here, and the division is pitifully understaffed. There are 40 of them, including the two of them, and 40 pairs of eyes is not enough. They cannot look at enough of the world at once. There is an appallingly large percentage of the world which no human has ever properly looked at. This is unbearably limiting to all forms of anti-memetic research. Anti-memetic biology, paleontology, cosmology, archaeology, all barely exist. They are nowhere. Nevertheless, they have seen this culture's cities. One or two still exist, and pure dumb luck is how they found them. A division researcher takes a vacation, drives across Nevada while still on the dose, and sees something on the horizon. That sort of thing. The cities are physically ruined. There are heavy anti-memetic effects shrouding them which make them nearly impossible to study, even for them. Large, simple things like this stone survived better, but even so. They think this stone was one of the last things they built before they died out. They were human, and were probably significantly more technologically advanced than we are. They existed tens of thousands of years ago, perhaps hundreds of thousands. They can't know for sure. It's difficult to determine what really happened to them because their entire cultural memeplex was lethally irradiated. Their core cultural concepts, the things they created and stood for and valued highly, can never be known or propagated again. They think an idea stole into their culture which they did not have adaptations to defend against. A complex of ideas. A meme-plectic/Keter-class end-of-world scenario. Marion pauses, letting the rain patter for a significant moment. Moreno asks if they all just forgot, all of them that survived the war and became modern humanity. They just looked away and walked away and moved on. Marion says yes, and Moreno staggers, vertigo swelling up and briefly getting the better of her. Hundreds of millions of people died and they just forgot. Is that what she wanted to show her? Does she want her to write that down? Marion says yes, write it down. It's the first thing she's learning today. Humans can forget anything. It's okay to forget some things, because we are mortal and finite, but some things they have to remember. It's important that they remember. Write to herself something which will make her remember. Moreno nods. It's raining too heavily, so she retreats under the canopy and uses the table. Even so, a few raindrops spatter her notes. She writes intently and rapidly for some time. What she writes is rushed and unrefined, with large parts crossed out. She wonders how she'll react when she reads it for the first time. After a while, Marion joins her under the canopy. Moreno, staring at her notes, asks her, as if she doesn't already know the answer, what the second thing is. Marion says that it's possible that their culture had an equivalent to the Foundation. It may even have had an anti-memetics division. If they did, Their foundation and their anti-memetics division failed them. It's a big reality and a big foundation. There's a lot of Ketters and a lot of Ketter-class scenarios. So maybe the end of the world will be some other division's problems. And yes, a big part of the job they hired her for is basic research, lab work, as safe as it gets. And yes, it's been thousands of years, and maybe thousands of years more. But maybe it won't, and maybe it will be their problem. To answer her original question, there has been one anti-memetics war that they know of, potentially others that they don't know of, and there is undoubtedly one to come. Moreno says nothing. She looks dismayed, broken. She's right to be, and Marion is familiar with the reaction. This is indeed part of every new anti-memetics division operative's orientation. The magnitude of responsibility can be hard to handle. It should be. Marion welcomes her to the anti-memetics division and says that this is her first day. Moreno writes for some time longer while Marion waits silently.
How critical.
The rain doesn't let up. Moreno eventually asks what the idea was. Marion explains that it was SCP-9429-A. They isolated the memeplex itself in the 70s, and they have it on a slab in a Vegas room, basement level 2. It's mostly harmless now. It's so culturally alien to modern humans as to be nearly incoherent. She says to think of Egyptian hieroglyphs, which Moreno says she can read. She asks if Marion is saying it couldn't come back, but Marion says that in that form, it's highly unlikely. Moreno then points at something far away in the sky, and Marion looks, but doesn't see anything but overcast sky and rain. She asks what Moreno sees, as under heavy nestic doses, some people say they see ghosts here. They even have some supposed interview logs, but personally she thinks their veracity is dubious. Moreno replies that it doesn't look like a ghost. It looks like an anorexic kaiju, a pillar made of spiders. It's taller than this stone, at least twice as tall, and it's coming here. She asks if this is normal, but Marion says no, her mind already racing through the checklist.
There are
Moreno
so many
asks what it
junglers.
is,
Oh my.
but Marion doesn't know. She asks if this is part of the hazing, but Marion says no, and she will never lie to her.
Don't worry about it.
An anti-memetically cloaked entity which looks as monstrous as Moreno is describing has an approximately 0% chance of being benign. They need support. Wheeler finds that her phone has no signal. Checking Moreno's is pointless. She already knows. The only way to get a message out of here is with a written note. A paper airplane thrown off the top into the woods. Moreno says that it's bending down, and she thinks it's looking at her. There isn't even a hole in the rain which Marion can perceive. Moreno says that its head is gigantic, 10 meters wide. It has graspers and arthropod legs all over it. Dozens of eyes, some of which are blinded. There's someone riding it. Marion tells her to describe the rider. Moreno describes him as being a Caucasian male,
How must it feel to
skinny,
focus
wearing jeans and trainers,
exclusively on
with dirty
nostalgia?
brown hair in need of a
Probably
haarcut.
something in the same way that
He's been shot,
exclusively
and he's
yearning for
bleeding
a
all
dream
over, but he
and
doesn't seem to notice. In the liver, and again in the throat, but he's smiling. He says that no, that never happened. Marion spends a split second wondering whether the gunshot wounds are intentionally creepy detailing or whether the man is genuinely using some kind of advanced anti-memetic power to ignore a mortal wound.
Oh, we're
If
not
so,
in picture
how?
in picture. That's why
And
that's
how
not
he
short.
originally sustained it.
Apologies.
More urgent questions are afoot, though. She asks Moreno if he sees her, to which Moreno says yes. She then asks if he can see Marion or hear her. Moreno is transfixed and starting to look genuinely frightened, and says that he wants to know who she's talking to. Marion tells her not to tell him. He doesn't get information about them. She pulls her walkie-talkie from her waist, sets it to broadcast an emergency beacon, turns and hurls it overarm as far as she possibly can in the direction of the Site 41 main building. With luck, it'll land intact in the forest, outside of the suppression zone cast by SCP-9429, summoning a mobile task force. She tells Moreno to ask him who he is. Moreno is standing very still, with her arms clamped rigidly at her side. She asks him and says that he says he's nearly finished. He says he's going to kill her. Marion replies, like hell, and says that they're running for it, back down the steps. If they can get to the perimeter of the stone, it'll flush their memories. Moreno says that she can't move, and Marion tries hauling on one of her arms, but she can't be moved. She yells for her to put one foot in front of the other, but Moreno just says that it's got a hold of her. She's goggle-eyed and starting to hyperventilate. Marion disengages and surveys the situation. She can't see or touch any grasping spider legs, or the monumental face which Moreno can't look away from, or the rider. But she believes Moreno that they're there, real, for some value of real. She claps one hand to her side, but of course she isn't carrying her sidearm, because this is a safe SCP on a safe site. Not that it even makes a difference when this mythical rider is able to laugh off gunshot wounds. There aren't enough options in front of her. She very badly wants to swear, and bites down hard on her tongue. Moreno screams, and Marion shouts at her not to look at it, but to look at her. Moreno says that she can't, and Marion tells her that she's stronger than this, but she disagrees. Marion says that she's the best they have, and she's not making that up. She's seen this thing when nobody else could. That makes her smarter and stronger. She can fight it. Moreno just says that it hates them so much. She can't think through it. She can't see. She begs. Marion circles behind her, plants one hand on her shoulder for stability, and punches her behind the ear. Moreno sags in place, then falls forward to her knees. Marion is just about able to catch her before her skull connects with the ground. But she didn't hit her hard enough, and she's unconscious only for a second. She struggles as she comes back, like waking from a nightmare into another nightmare. She clutches at Marion's hand. She can't scream, and her heart stops. Marion rolls her over and administers CPR, but without equipment there's very little chance of her restarting Moreno's heart. Nobody's coming. She didn't throw the walkie-talkie far enough. It's almost 15 minutes before she gives up. And then Marion is collapsed against the wall of the passage, on the next to last step, about to leave SCP-9429's field of influence, trying to figure out what in the hell she can possibly write to herself. What the hell was that thing? All Moreno did was think of it, and it killed her. She was as good as any of them, as capable as she was ever going to be, and she wasn't good enough. How do you fight an anti-memetic monster which only eats the best anti-memetics? You could try to build some kind of countermeasure, but you need to be shielded while you worked on it. You need a hermetically sealed, self-sustaining lab as big as an arcology, like the ones Bart Hughes used to build, like the one under Site 41. God, how long have they been fighting this thing? There's a rustling behind her as she turns to look. Far away up the steps is the rider Moreno described. A scrawny young man with a hostile frown and 2 steadily oozing gunshot wounds. His shoes are soaked in blood. He calls out her name and says that he owes her for the lake. Marion stands up. She doesn't know what lake he's talking about, but she says nothing. The rider gestures, and blue and brown and black spiders of all sizes cascade around the corner, flooding the passageway up to his knees, pouring over his shoulders, tumbling down towards Marion. They make a strange, organic rustling as they pour, like wet leaves. There must be millions of them. The spiders would probably be much more effective if she was at all afraid of them. It's too bad, as she's just learned a great deal about this entity, that they have history together, and that it personally dislikes her, and that it apparently has a humanoid mouthpiece and a lousy imagination. But she has only a second before the cascade of arachnids overcomes her, and that's not enough time to even write a single word. Moreno's death, then, was for nothing. She steps backwards, over the threshold. The rain is finally easing off. Marion lights a cigarette and heads back to the main building. It's almost time for her scheduled inspection of SCP-3125. Two separate tragedies that seem to only confirm that this war is escalating quite a bit, and the Anti-Memetics Division is certainly not winning. All I assure you is that we haven't even really gotten to the crazy stuff yet.
Oh.
Stay tuned for the next part.
I'm going to leave these visible and see if I can nest all of them into non-contradictory flow patterns and then have them all open.
SCP-6217, The Emergence. The SCP universe is one in which the normal rules of existence, such as the various laws of physics, biology, chemistry, and mathematics, are routinely broken. Anomalies wouldn't be very anomalous if they didn't shatter the laws of nature on a regular basis. But despite all of this, the Foundation still manages to keep things pretty well contained, generally.
40, gotcha.
What's perhaps surprising is that there aren't more large-scale anomalies that break these laws on a global or universal scale. Sure, there are anomalies that mess with physics or chemistry in a very localized area, but what would happen if the whole world suddenly experienced an issue with the way chemistry worked, for example? That's what SCP-6217 deals with, although the reasons for this sort of breakdown are much more than meet the eye. The document begins by being accessed by a Foundation researcher, noting that the date is currently June 22nd, 2041, and today is their 6,217th day working at the Foundation. When the document is accessed, the system remarks that it was last accessed a number of days ago, although the number errors out due to an integer overflow. There's also a warning present that the document is under a continuous internal attack and has thus been autonomously locked, although it provides another error, this time in hexadecimal code. This can be translated, although since it consists of something of a spoiler, we'll get to that later. SCP-6217 carries the Apollyon object class, which is pretty simple in that it just means that the anomaly cannot be contained by any means known to the Foundation. In fact, these special containment procedures simply state, not applicable. The description for 6217 is that it is the underlying anomalous phenomenon causing a progressing CC-class collapse of chemistry scenario. It's expected that 6217 will exterminate all carbon-based life within 1 year.
Maybe.
That's the entirety of the current 6217 document, which paints an extremely grim picture for humanity. Of course, we'll later get to what exactly a collapse of chemistry scenario is, but it suggests that the laws of chemistry as we know them have broken down, leading to some big problems. We're provided an older version of the 6217 documentation that will explain much more about what's going on. Here, 6217 is given the object class of Keter, and is described as the basis of several sub-anomalies originating within the New Stony Lake in Ohio and its surrounding villages and towns. What was originally only 3 surrounding towns later expanded to 7, then 10, then 17. It's postulated that no inhabitants within that area are non-anomalous humans. Other 6217 related descriptions have been redacted in accordance with the directives of the O5 Council, but we'll learn more about that. Initially, the 3 villages and towns located within the area had been considered inactive since 2009, with the anomalous nature of the location discovered during a routine exploratory operation conducted by 3 MTF agents. The team departs from the New Stony Lake United Methodist Church towards the lake, soon finding the grass to become a dark black color and the soil a deep rusted red. After collecting a sample of the soil and grass, the captain of the team looks up at the trees ahead, showing them to have no leaves, and a flock of black birds are sitting among the branches, staring at the team. They radio into command that there's some unexpected fauna out here, but they continue on, eventually coming across a small, dilapidated community of 10 homes near the deeply colored lake. The houses have all been stripped violently of their gutters, garage doors, and other metal. As the wind blows, the houses sway loosely, and several crashing sounds are heard as a number of humanoids can be seen inside the houses through the open windows, appearing to aimlessly pace about. The hostile engagement specialist of the team takes point, and they begin moving towards the houses, finding that the central road has been torn up, with branching trenches leading towards each house. Shattered glass litters the ground, and several wooden utility poles have been knocked over, with what appears to be claw marks running along their height. Upon the still standing poles, more black birds watch the team approach. The team doesn't get any movement readings from one of the houses, so they decide to investigate inside, pausing for a moment as the house sways and creaks from a strong gust of wind. The trench dug up to the house from the road has been filled with rain, which appears to be running uphill towards the road. They take a sample of the trench water before stepping up to the porch. The front door lays haphazardly on the ground, having had its hinges and doorknob forcefully removed. Inside of the house, a couch has had its fabric and innards strewn about. The majority of the ceiling has collapsed, and the floor has caved into the basement, leaving only the support beams and the attached floorboards intact. The team instead tries to go through the garage, finding shreds of rubber and leather strewn across the floor and piled by the walls. They go through the door here into the kitchen, where the appliances have all been ripped away from the walls, and moldering food covers the counters. They suddenly hear a noise, and a cabinet begins to rapidly shake. As the engagement specialist readies her rifle and opens the cabinet, a large black bird flies out and out the window, spraying a thick black substance over the room and the team with every wing flap. A pile of black sludge begins to inch its way out of the cabinet and towards the window before being captured and added to the other samples. As they leave the house towards the lake, one of the team questions that all of this violence would be from slugs and birds, but the captain says that they've seen weirder. Once there was a doll that teleported back to where it was 5 seconds ago, and it got stuck on the conveyor belt at the incoming anomaly dock for 4 days. Apparently it had somehow caused the deaths of a full apartment building. The other member of the team laughs and says that this isn't the weirdest they've seen by far, as one time there was something living in a toilet at an Applebee's. The engagement specialist tells them to quiet down though, as there's something moving in the trees up ahead, and it's been watching them since they left the house. She decides to split off from the group to check it out while they continue towards the lake. At the lake shore, the captain takes a sample of the lake water while discussing the engagement specialist and how she's usually pretty good at this kind of thing. Suddenly, a flare shoots out of the trees into the sky and explodes into blue smoke, signifying danger. The tactician tells the captain, the chemist of the team, to move silently back towards the house, and if anything seems wrong, to either hide in the grass or make a run for it. The tactician runs off towards the woods, while the captain starts quietly walking back towards the house. As the houses come back into view, the humanoid entities can no longer be seen, and the sounds of footsteps and branches snapping are heard emanating from the woods. The captain begins to jog towards the kitchen door, bursting into the kitchen and lifting the door back up against the frame to catch her breath. After a moment, the house begins to creak with footsteps upstairs, moving slowly towards the staircase. The captain raises her pistol and points it towards the kitchen entryway, and after a few moments of silence, something large crashes through the kitchen window, causing the captain to turn and fire. The shot connects, hitting the tactician in the arm, who just yells at her to keep moving. They move towards the garage, hearing a large, wet thump sound in the living room next to them, as the captain asks where the other team member is. The tactician tells her not to worry about it, because she got there in time to see her being dragged back towards the lake and being submerged by some humanoid covered in tendrils of that goo. If she's okay, then she'll figure it out, and if not, then it's not their worry right now. They reach the garage door opening, looking out towards the road, where they see 15 elderly people wandering aimlessly and staring at the sky. The captain looks up to see what has drawn their attention, at which point the black birds in the trees nearby take flight, forming a massive swarm in the sky and blocking out the sunlight. As the birds fly erratically, the black sludge drips down onto the road and the humanoids, forming pools on the street that begin to grow in size by moving and combining with smaller puddles. As the droplets land upon the elderly people, they form long, thin tendrils stretching from their bodies like long fur. The birds then begin to swarm into a single ring in the sky, sending individual birds down to peck and claw at the two agents as they step out. The tactician tells the captain to sprint for the car and not wait for anything. As the captain sprints towards the tree line they first came from, the tactician sprints down the street, with the birds descending down like a coil towards her. Several birds take notice of the captain and descend upon her as well, pecking and scratching at her exposed skin. She turns to look towards the direction of the tactician, witnessing her being lifted into the air by the swarm and disappearing into the sky.
Jacks, right?
The coil of birds then turn towards her and begin swooping in just as she reaches the trees. She pushes through the branches as she runs, shoving metallic twigs and birds to the ground along the way.
Attack speed?
As the swarm catches up to her, she removes her helmet, headset, and body armor, tossing them aside for greater mobility, retaining only her pistol, samples, and camera. She bursts forth from the tree line, landing near where she took her initial soil samples, covering her head with her arms as she curls into a ball. She then flips onto her back and fires 6 shots towards the swarm, causing them to divert their flight path. She then stands and begins sprinting again, searching for where the black grass stops. Unfortunately, the boundary of black grass has now extended to the back edge of the church, and the foundation vehicle is missing. She instead sprints towards the house on the other side of the road, crashing through the door and tumbling onto a coffee table near a family sitting down for dinner. The man asks if they can help her, to which she simply responds that she needs to use their phone. In the aftermath, the 2 other agents are both presumed to be lost, although no remains have been identified. So that all seemed pretty odd, with some mysterious black sludge, crazy birds, and metal stripped from every house in the area. Its connection to the collapse of chemistry scenario doesn't seem to be too obvious at this point. But let's continue on with the Foundation's further investigations of the region. Analysis of the footage and samples collected show that almost all organisms within the area, including animals, plants, and microorganisms, exhibit a complex set of symptoms of an incurable disease, now designated as 6217-A. Tissue samples of organisms infected by this disease were found to have had their hydrocarbon composition replaced by a complex mixture of iron and sulfur. As of the third exploration, a total of 23 human instances with this disease have been identified, and no healthy residents have yet been observed in the area. All missing prior residents of the location are assumed to be deceased, and all human instances found have been relocated to Site 6217 for medical treatment and experimentation. We're provided an interview between a Foundation researcher and one of the infected subjects, a 43-year-old man that was found alone and discovered to be the most symptomatic of the individuals, displaying significant psychiatric symptoms connected to the disease. Initial physical examination showed that approximately 43% of his total gross biological tissue had been replaced by iron-sulfur complexes, and small black patches are visible on his skin. The man says that he wants to go back home and asks if they are in league with that thing to throw him into the lake. The doctor says that he's only here to ask him some questions, and they'll provide him with medical coverage and protection. It seems that the man is especially worried about whatever the thing is in the lake that will take him. The doctor asks about the man's wife and where she might be, to which the man says that she went to the lake a week before the Foundation showed up. Before she went, she became very fond of iron and sulfur, eating all of the iron pans in the house, the pipes, the steel frames, somehow. Then she ate the rubber on the tires and the dirt outside, eating everything she could and leaving nothing for him. Physically, she had lots of black spots all over her body, and these horrifying black tentacles. And then she started dreaming about that thing every day. She couldn't close her eyes without thinking about it until it pulled her into the lake. She cried in front of him every day about her dreams, saying that she got closer to the lake every day, and tried to escape, but felt unable to move her legs. He couldn't help her, and now they're coming for him too. They are screaming everywhere, and come to him in his dreams, roaring in his head. Every time he falls asleep, he dreams that he's standing by a lake surrounded by a white mist. Then the black water starts to bubble, and when they burst, they make the sound of metal rods crashing all around him. Then he looks up from the bubbles, and there's a monster standing in the lake. Every time he sleeps, he gets a little closer to it, and last time he fell asleep, he was almost touching the water. He can't really describe the monster, as the mist is always too thick to see it clearly. It was taller than all the surrounding mountains, with its head in the clouds, but he couldn't see anything more than that. It just stood there in the fog, calling to him, roaring directly in his head. Whenever he sees it, it's as if there's a force making his body involuntarily come towards it. He also says that everyone he knows has dreamed about it lately, and as soon as you get caught by it, it engulfs you and becomes your life, pulling you into the lake. You'd go outside and the whole neighborhood would be standing in the moonlight, looking at the water. Then the next day, everyone would be talking about wanting to go for a swim or have a barbecue down by the water. The wind then blows outside the interview room, blowing the windows open and sending a howling sound throughout the ward. The man freezes and slowly looks down at his hands before beginning to tremble. The doctor asks him what's happening, but the man just screams that it's coming again. before whispering, "It's coming again," over and over to himself for the next 30 seconds. He then cries out, telling the demon to get away from him, as he's an independent person and won't be consumed by it. He then begins to thrash around his bed, prompting the caretaker beside him to hold him down and place him in restraints. The doctor tries to calm him down, telling him that this place is safe, but the man says that he doesn't understand, because they are inside him, coming through the windows. This room is already filled with them, and they whisper in his ears, mocking him and calling to him. They want him to go to the lake, to his wife, saying that his wife is part of them and part of that monster. The man begins to shiver and cry as the doctor assures him that he'll be fine. But the man says that he can hear his wife saying that to him as well, as they have her voice. They want him to get swallowed up by the demons in the lake, and they want everyone to go down there too. The doctor stands and closes the window, stopping the sound of the wind, as the man settles down. He says that he feels like he's changing, but he's a person, a human, not a part of it, and tells it to give his wife back. He then begins to cry deeply again, ending the interview. Obviously, this lake is the center of attention where the anomaly is concerned, so the Foundation sends in an unmanned submersible to investigate. As it's sent in, the camera footage shows that the water is light brown in color, with relatively good visibility, and it descends to a depth of about 4 meters, at which point a small, black, fibrous entity suddenly appears on the edge of the camera's view before quickly leaving. The submersible continues along the shore, eventually finding a bivalve, shellfish-like entity with roughly 40 elongated black tentacle-like structures protruding from the shell and swinging in the water at the rocks of the lakeshore. Several metallic, mechanical structures of various sizes, including gears, motors, and levers, are observed on the slope of the lakeshore, with their surfaces severely rusted. A large number of tiny, oily, and fibrous materials are seen on the surface of the mechanical structures. The submersible then travels towards the center of the lake, seeing several more entities appearing in the field of vision before leaving as the submersible approaches them. Another large entity moves close to it and attempts to wrap its tentacle-like structures around it, but thanks to a quick escape maneuver, the submersible escapes unscathed. At a depth of roughly 10 meters, a large number of tiny, black, oil, droplet-like spherical entities are observed floating in the water, appearing to have the ability to move on their own through a pulsing motion akin to a jellyfish. They remain stationary in the absence of disturbance, but actively evade the submersible when the latter comes close to them. It continues to dive deeper, and the number and size of the observed oil droplets gradually increase. At 12 meters, several necklace-like structures consisting of 4 to 7 interconnected oil droplets are observed wriggling in the water. A fish-like entity about 2 meters long then appears, with all of the tissues on its back and tail seen sloughing off as the submersible approaches, leaving only the skeleton connected by black, fibrous material still swimming. Several small black oil droplets continue to separate from the fibrous materials with every movement. The remaining tissues of the front half of the entity are completely covered by a large amount of black substances, forming ribbon-like, tentacle-like, and wheel-like large structures on the skin. Some of the tissues around the eyes are detached, and the skeleton is exposed. During swimming, the black material on its body surface continually releases the black oil droplets of various sizes to the environment. The submersible descends to a depth of about 18 meters, observing a school of fish swimming in the distance, all of which are covered with black material and have a large number of forked tentacles and sarcoma-like structures extending outward from their bodies. Two entities observed appear to be only fish skeletons connected by black fibers. One of the entities suddenly stops moving after swimming for a few seconds, and the black fibers attached to the skeleton break apart into droplets, followed by the skeleton breaking up and sinking deeper. No fish are seen below a depth of 20 meters, but the number of black oil droplets increases considerably, and some with a diameter of about 10 centimeters begin to appear. Necklace-like structures consisting of dozens of droplets are observed at a depth of about 30 meters, extending upward from the deeper area and twisting and oscillating in the water, with lengths ranging from 5 to 20 meters. At one point, the submersible accidentally makes contact with a chain-like structure, which quickly wraps around it. Despite successfully escaping, the submersible's surfacing system is damaged irreparably, and it's deemed irrecoverable from this point on. It continues to sink to around 40 meters, and with the help of its illumination lamp, an unidentified giant entity with a roughly cylindrical shape is observed swimming below the submersible from the deeper area, with an estimated cross-sectional diameter of about 5 meters and a length of about 20 meters. The surface features of the entity resemble complex mechanical and fractal structures, although these specific structural details couldn't be clearly observed. At 50 meters, a large number of complex, net-like structures are observed filling the area below this depth. Droplet entities of varying sizes are continuously dislodged from each net and swim into the holes of other nets, integrating themselves within the new structure after a short period of time. The camera captures a cumulative total of 3 similar giant cylindrical entities swimming far in the distance. The submersible sinks into one of these nets and is rapidly and completely enveloped. The camera frame changes to total blackness, and a few seconds later it loses its signal. So, there's something at the bottom of the lake that's making loads of black goo that seems to take various structural shapes and also appears to be alive, in a sense, attacking anything foreign. 5 days after his initial interview, medical staff conducted a thorough physical examination on that infected man, finding that the internal structure of his body had completely changed in composition. All of his original nerves, blood vessels, and other tissues had been replaced completely by different tissues formed out of the black substance, and his organs had transformed completely into structures never before seen. This would seem to also be what happened to all of the fish in the lake and everything else living in the area, in some sort of a gray goo scenario. Following his physical examination, he began entering frequent states of mania, stopped communicating with others, and attempted several times to escape. Staff began to keep records of all events involving him trying to harm guards, doctors, staff members, and researchers. 6 days after the examination, an incident occurred that started with him in his room, staring at the camera, as a black, fibrous material extended out of him and began to cover his entire body. He continued to stand in place and stare at the camera as this occurred, before his body suddenly shattered and collapsed. The process produced a large number of black spherical droplets of varying size that fell to the ground and rolled outward with a relatively large aggregation of black droplets at his standing position. The nearby droplets then recoiled and slowly clustered towards the center, merging together. The black droplet aggregate then began to shake and deform, shifting its appearance between multiple forms rapidly, with several new, complicated structures seen forming on the surface. It then formed into a singular entity with a redacted appearance, and a large number of rotating, gear-like structures could be seen on its surface, interconnected by encircling, fibrous structures. The black entity then suddenly broke through the door of the room at an accelerated speed before changing its appearance into another redacted form. The disc-like structure on the entity's surface rotates at high speed, driving its thousands of tree-like cable structures to move. It quickly entangles the two guards standing outside of the room and binds them inside its mass of curled tentacles. It proceeds to capture 12 more people in the site, eventually breaking through outside with its victims bound by its tentacles, moving towards New Stony Lake with great speed. The 15 individuals involved in the incident have been presumed lost, and the Foundation decided to release all other individuals with significant symptoms back to the region surrounding the lake in order to prevent additional loss of life. We're next provided some more info on this black substance that seems to be spreading and corrupting everything. It's based on iron-sulfur cluster compounds and found naturally within New Stony Lake. Derivative substances of the stuff found in the lake have been found in body tissues, fibrous structures on the skin, secretions, and excretions of infected individuals. Experiments have confirmed that the infection is caused directly by contact exposure to any of the substance. Theoretically, these substances are not thermodynamically stable and cannot exist outside of a vacuum environment. Therefore, their presence itself here is considered an anomalous phenomenon. Under natural conditions, it has an intrinsic tendency to spontaneously aggregate and assemble into larger specific structures. The corresponding substances, aggregates, objects have been designated as 6217B-1 through B-4 based on their different levels of assembly. The theorized final assembly level has been designated as B-5, although it is still unclear whether it exists and what its nature is. B-1 refers to the basic and most prevalent components of the substance, which are chain-like polymers of different sizes and molecular weights formed by several iron-sulfur atom clusters. These substances dissolve in water and are considered the underlying cause of the rusty brown color of the water in New Stony Lake. Skipping over some of the chemistry terms, these components can fold to form various more complex substances, and they follow a completely different set of chemical laws compared with usual iron compounds. It's impossible to synthesize any of these compounds with normal iron and sulfur containing precursors obtained outside of the lake area. But if normal iron and sulfur materials are mixed with the anomalous ones, their tendency to spontaneously assemble into B1 will rise significantly. They can also continue to pass on this anomalous property to other normal iron and sulfur atoms upon contact. I think we're starting to get a better picture of this collapse of chemistry scenario. The lead researcher notes that B1 is one of the most unique anomalies he has ever encountered at the Foundation, and the assembly of these atoms, rather than describing it in terms of thermodynamics or chemistry, is much more similar to a deliberately built sculpture. As he works more with them, he questions if the atoms in these substances are even remotely like those he's worked with previously. It's as if they are no longer iron and sulfur atoms, as if something has changed them and transformed them into something else completely. This isn't even to mention that they are actually able to infect normal atoms, comparing it to a zombie crisis at the atomic level. He remarks that if these abnormal substances are allowed out, he's afraid that it will definitely trigger catastrophic consequences for life as humans have come to know it. B2 is a kind of molecular aggregate based on iron-sulfur clusters that behave similar to molecular machines, such as molecular motors and bearings, capable of performing a series of complex functions. They are found abundantly in the lake water of New Stony Lake, and under suitable conditions they will spontaneously aggregate further to form other structures. B3. B2 entities form various different structures and utilize energy from different sources as the driving force of their motion. Depending on their structure, they can create their own chemical energy for their own motion, and all B2 instances can use current generated by light as an available source of energy. Tens of thousands of B2 instances with different structures and functions have been identified, and the detailed structures of most of them are still unknown. A few kinds have been structurally analyzed with X-ray diffraction and other characterization methods, which have confirmed that B2 instances are formed through the folding of B1 substances. As well, the exact folding mode of the B1 compounds depends on their charge and the type of ligands on their surface, which leads to the formation of different B2 structures and functions. Despite this, the experimental and observational results are still contrary to the theoretical prediction, meaning that the folding patterns of B2 are not following what Foundation researchers would expect. Simulations have also failed to reproduce their observed motions, which may indicate that further investigation of the underlying physical mechanisms of motion is needed. We're being hit with a lot of terminology here, but basically this black goop is forming itself into increasingly complex machines and structures in ways that are unpredictable to human scientists. The head researcher says that while B1 can be regarded as analogs of amino acids and peptides, B2 can be seen as the counterparts of proteins. The way of folding from B1 to B2 reminds him of Chinese and Japanese origami, with the same simple piece of paper being able to have different shapes, functions, and movements if you fold it in different forms. Some origami structures, however, such as a paper spring that is pressed tightly, are not that stable, and can only keep that shape if you press them with your hand. The structure of many of the B2 instances roughly gives him the feeling that something keeps holding them in their present shape and controls their movements like controlling marionettes. It's his intent to find this entity, although he doesn't know why. He shouldn't have an attitude like that towards these molecular structure models, but ever since he arrived here, he's had a lingering gear in the back of his mind when he looks at these structures. It makes it hard to think clearly and rationally, and wonders if it's a mental influence, a cognitive hazard, or something else. He remarks that these things lack the vitality of life, and his instincts are keeping him away from them. In his fear, he had conceived of these atoms as dead, empty shells, lacking a tangible feeling. They were no longer iron or sulfur atoms, as something had killed them and was manipulating them. They had become corpses to him, sewn together by some unknown, uncaring force. The structures of B2 are Frankenstein's monsters, made up of tens of thousands of corpses. They seem to be driven solely by the hunger for energy, unsatisfactorily devouring it voraciously from the outside world, and then using it in their own twisted actions, and in the process, damning other matter to their same merciless fate. B3, the next step up, are a collection of vesicle-like structures of varying sizes, generally appearing as black circular droplets ranging in size from 5 micrometers to 10 centimeters, containing a variety of B2 with different functions working together. B3 entities behave similarly to organics-based cells, in that they have the ability to act autonomously and can ingest similarly composed matter from the surrounding environment for their own growth. Each one often contains multiple energy-harvesting B2 individuals within it, which makes them extremely efficient at utilizing energy from iron and sulfur sources as operational power. The researcher inputs a note here that they are feeding on themselves and the earth, and their hunger may never end on this planet of silica. Under high concentrations, B3 tends to aggregate spontaneously to form necklace-like B4 structures, as well as more complicated B4 aggregates. The researcher writes that he watches them flagellate in the petri dishes, feasting on each other and whatever iron and minerals they can reach. But they are not without intention. It's like nothing he's ever seen, as they seem to be thinking together and speaking. As he looks down through his microscope, he can feel them looking back up at him, urging him to feed them. He deposited a handful of soil and a nail into their beaker today, and for a moment, it stopped. They tore through both like a swarm of rabid piranha and left him with silence for the following hour. He wonders if maybe some new containment measures are required. B4 refers to structures formed from B3, which are extremely complex and diverse in shape. The most common structures are tree and necklace-shaped entities, which are considered as their primary form. The vast majority with complicated shapes have partially mechanical-like characteristics, with their structures often containing parts that are similar in shape and structure to mechanical designs, such as gears, hydraulic pistons, axles, and electrical circuits. B4 entities can be classified into different types based on their internal structure, similar to multicellular organisms. They are typically able to deform and move autonomously, and they are aggressive towards entities and objects containing iron and sulfur-based materials, as well as regular creatures, resulting in them becoming infected with the disease. The researcher notes that B4 entities appear to be attracted to human blood and will enter a frenzy when blood is entered into their immediate environment. It is presumed that this is because of the iron in our hemoglobin, but this is yet to be tested thoroughly.
Audio is cool and all. I am... something. A stillborn city, huh? Something with music, right? I hear the birds outside, but still. Alright. Do I pursue anywhere? Nope. Don't care about this. Music then? Tones galore? Codores? the car that we should have been at 32 forever ago. Sorry, we've been blasting this volume. Sorry, I'm too fixated on this whistling bit. We've just been doing aesthetics and level design experimentation, which is fitting for this. Now, ontology is our next section. Or I should copy these levels down. This level down, it does have an issue of it being very, very stretched out to bigger than the page that I have here. What if? How many levels? 1, 2, 3, 4. And we've lost track of our scalar element. 1, 2, 3, 4. Were we going for 6 at least? Or 8? Trust me, we're going somewhere with this. And yes, we are still here. Thank you, friend. It's useful, but we can do better. Right, let's take some nebulas and cut out the space behind them since that is technically empty, and see if we can't use those squares as fancy borders. Let's try drawing 21. Actually, bespoke it. Do we even know how to get close to drawing a nebula, though? So we want the have a symbol I've been working on. We can try it. I'm doing it right here. That's cool. What color is the kaleidoscopic entropy? Well, it is static and noisy. How do I get all colors in a pixelated randomly selected bit? Ooh, is that even possible? I doubt. Cool. Noted. Oh, jeez, that's so huge. Can I select? We gotta have it larger. Oh, too large though. 23? Get something that actually matches our pieces though. necessarily. It's just dusty, I guess. The trick is to zoom in over a few levels and then reset it back to the 9x9. That way it's not like super overzealous. Oh my. Is there a way to set it to outlaw instead of here, like in the script here, when I change the level, I tween between a color crashing success fader color to black. Is there an alpha? Transparent. Successful level of change request. Await fader transparent. Does it do I do a fader request anywhere else. Did I finally manage to get what I wanted? Fader, fade to color, function fade to color, specific. Okay, tween, restart button. Maybe I should have that one stabilized. Oh, it is a transparent, or a distinction. I'm gonna restart the game. Don't worry about it. Oh, I didn't put those ones. I went to sleep. My bad. Oh my. Transparent was a color. Okay, and then a reset. Just fade to black. That's good. How jarring is it when it changes? I like it. I need to rotate this goober. Oof. I could also just go off of. Alright. How about 475? A little close? 485? Sounds about right. Okay, how does that? Still wrong with the coloring that I wanted to do. I need to do small 45 degree. No, it is a 90 degree. Oh, it was a 180 degree. That was towards gotcha. But then I need to flip the image. Contents, flip, fill mode. Textures, progress, 10, do. Nope. Control Z. Facing the right direction instead. The fill direction. Radial fill. You can change which point of the. Oh, wow, cool, fun. So clockwise, counterclockwise. That's still not doing the visual that we want, is it? Actually, that looks pretty cool. Wait. No, it's more like this one. So it's like that, and then. Now, how does that show up here? Okay, it would be right there. great. Transparency disappear. That's good to see. Probably doesn't have a successful. Oh, cool. Alright. What are we doing? Why am I dissatisfied with media at the moment? I want to be consuming stuff. I'm listening to stuff at this very moment. I am listening to media, but it is not. Do I watch it because I feel like it's critical thinking? Do I feel like I'm doing stuff when I vibe with this? And I'm like, damn, I'm doing some intense work. And that's same thing with chatting. Edel style running. Why are we doing this? He's live right now. Everybody's joining in on the Destiny 2 sunset. How wonderful. It is okay to fail, sure. Secret layer sellouts. This has to stop. 40 minutes of discussion. You know what? Has Wizards of the Coast gone too far this time? Many Wizards the Gathering fans, or Magic the Gathering fans. I'm sorry. Sure. Burn the boats. Don't do it. It's a trap. You need to get off that island eventually.
Earlier this year, Wizards of the Coast addressed the growing call for a return to print-to-demand secret layers and offered an explanation as
Wait.
to
Did
why
you start?
this
Did you
was
start with
likely
that?
never going to happen. Earlier this year, Wizards of the Coast addressed the growing call for a return to print-to-demand secret layers and offered an explanation as to why this was likely never going to happen.
Oh,
To
rude.
quote Secret Layers Senior Director Lindsay Bartell during this February 3rd stream, the only time that Secret Lair has truly been print to demand
Is this okay?
was in the very early days. And Bartell offered that true print to demand Secret Layers yielded truly unacceptable results. Quote, customers were waiting 6, 7, 8, 9 months to receive their product.
No way.
I fully agree with Wizards of the Coast here. Customers having to wait 7, 8, 9 months or more just to receive their product is not acceptable.
Hey,
One
good
such
work.
example of this I personally recall from those days was the amazing Secret Lair Commander deck, Heads I Win, Tails You Lose, an excellent A+ product which itself took nearly 1 year to arrive. I myself was one of the many voices calling for a fix to this system, and indeed Wizards of the Coast agreed. Something needed to change. Great, we're all agreed, we're all on the same page. This is good. The way in which Wizards of the Coast attempted to fix the issue was with what they called time-boxed demand. Instead of literally printing to demand, Wizards of the Coast instead would pre-print an enormous quantity of the secret layers to ensure they could fulfill every single customer who wanted to purchase the drop. So, from the customer's perspective, they still had a reasonable window during which time they could order secret layers and be assured of no lines, and that, most importantly, the secret layers would never sell out. it would feel to the customers the same as print-to-demand felt, but since the product was pre-printed, it could ship out immediately. Problem solved, right? The problem was that this method left a lot of excess product, and with nothing to do with said product, it ended up in landfills. Bartel expressed that this, too, obviously, was an unacceptable result, commenting, "We ended up with a ton of inventory that was kind of like dead stock. There was a Reddit thread many years ago of just like, here's a garbage dump full of secret layer products." Mark Rosewater even recently commented on this, saying, "We just printed way more than we needed to guarantee we had enough to mail out, and that resulted in us destroying a lot of product. It was also untenable from a business standpoint." And thus, the system we have today was born, a limited supply of secret layer product that can be shipped soon after purchase, resulting in what secret layer customers have come to know as the new normal of frequent wait times and, equally if not worse, products that sell out and sell out fast. The most recent example of this was the secret layer commander deck Goblin Storm, selling out in less than half an hour. If you'd like to see my detailed review of it, you can watch it here, but suffice it to say, this was an amazing product, offered at a great price, and almost no one could get a hold of it because it sold out in less than half an hour. I couldn't even get a hold of it. Even Wizard of Barge, the artist who illustrated the new art promo cards.
These artists don't get free copies of the set when there's so much that they just throw it away? Are you kidding me? There is no reward for work.
And the larger Magic the Gathering community not being able to actually, get a hold of and play with and enjoy this product that he poured himself into. Prior to Goblin Storm, another amazing Secret Layer Dan Dan, sold out in less than half an hour. This product was a love letter to the Dan Dan format, a player-created.
Like, are we sure there's not any cryptocurrency bullshit going on inside of the upper echelon? So you're like, nah, I know how to get it.
The Dan Dan Secret Layer allowed those interested to get a complete 2-player Dan Dan deck for only $99, providing everything in one box for 2 people to sit down and play Dan Dan. An amazing, simply amazing product, but yet again, gone in less than 30 minutes. And the list goes on. A multitude of Secret Layers have sold out in mere minutes since this change has been implemented. And nearly all Secret Layer drops now come with both a long wait in a digital queue, one that often exceeds 1 hour, all to still sometimes be told, sorry, the product is gone even though you were in line. But though the product is gone from the Secret Layer website, it is immediately available from scalpers for upwards of $500 a box.
I said I was thinking,
and yes, people are actually paying that, and my God, no, please no, don't pay that. So not only are the individuals who play and enjoy Magic not getting these awesome Secret Layers, but the product is just ending up in the hands of people who bought it to flip it. And the worst part is, they are succeeding in doing so. Said Secret Layer flipping resolves. So, if Wizards of the Coast agreed with us that the original system needed to be fixed, and this current system is the attempt at fixing it, then many Magic the Gathering players are asking the question, did this current system fix Secret Layers? No, it didn't. They still need to be fixed. Blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah. I want to start with a premise that if you don't agree with, then this video is not going to be your jam, perhaps, because it's based upon said premise. That premise is as follows. A person highlighting a problem does not always need to also present a working solution to that problem.
Oh, geez.
I do have thoughts and ideas about this issue, but to be honest, I am not privy to the inner workings of Wizards of the Coast, nor the Secret Layer production system. There are logically myriad factors I could not possibly be aware of that would hinder me from just standing up here and shouting out a quote-unquote obvious solution, but that doesn't mean that I can't point out there is a real problem with the way Secret Layers are working these days. And there is. It is a problem not just for customers, by the way, but also for Wizards of the Coast, because, hey, there's money being left on the table if customers who want to buy your product cannot buy your product. And I think they know it, but I'm going to get to that in just a moment. First, I just want to open with that premise that it's okay to point out a problem, point out something that is not working, and not necessarily have a working solution to that problem. Otherwise, well, you hinder people's ability to highlight problems. And I actually do like hearing about and reading about how, with the past problems of 9-month-long waits, that Wizards of the Coast was in agreement with us, the players, that this was unacceptable and that they wanted to work to fix this problem. It's why I feel that highlighting that secret layers still need fixing might actually yield results. Wizards of the Coast is nothing if not capable of yielding to consumer pressure. It's honestly why critics and consumer advocates are so important. They do listen. So here's what I want to do next. I want to sit down with all of you and open up and sleeve up my Dan secret layer, which I finally was able to get a hold of without buying it off of a scalper, inspect the cards and the quality, and talk in more detail and more from the heart about both the larger problems with the current secret layer system and also what solutions I do see, because this is not an unsolvable problem. There are ways to stop this from happening. I'm sure of it. We need only the will to continue trying, to not just give up here and say, well, what happened with Goblin Storm and Dan is just what happens, nothing to be done. There is something to be done, even if we may not personally know what that something is. But I have some thoughts, so let's explore. And as you know, I usually always try and get 2 copies of a product like this, one kind of just for myself and then one for the channel to review, but I wasn't able to do a formal Dan review, so I'm going to open one of these up now for me, for my personal collection, and the other one I'm just going to give away to one of you. I'm actually going to throw in 5 Strixhaven collector booster boxes, and all of this is going to be on my next Whatnot stream 1 week from today on June 1st. Let's start off the new month right with a major giveaway of Strixhaven collector booster boxes and a box of Secret Layer Dan coming from me to you, courtesy of Whatnot. Just tune into the stream. We can hang out and talk some more, much like I'm about to talk. Maybe you'll walk away with a free collector booster box or the Dan Secret Layer. All of this is taking place June 1st at 3 p.m. Pacific on Whatnot. Whatnot is just like if Twitch and eBay had a baby. People are able to live stream themselves while selling items. I've got cool signed merch and also just, Magic the Gathering cards and packs. And I'll actually give everyone here a $15 credit if they create a brand new account by going to www.whatnot.com/invite/Tolarian College. So create that brand new account, get your $15 to spend on whatever you want on Magic products in my stream or anyone's stream, and come hang out with me and maybe walk away with one of these cool items on Whatnot on June 1st, Monday at 3 p.m. Pacific. I hope very much to see you there, and thank you Whatnot for sponsoring this amazing giveaway.
I think I want to go work for you guys.
All right, I've got my Dan mat, I've got my Dan Secret Layer here, I've got a box of new brand
I want that playmat. What the?
There's test out. Let's open this up.
Where do you pull that from?
Go. So, the first thing I want to say is this. There is no reason for Wizards of the Coast ever, in any situation, to be putting Magic the Gathering products such as special secret layers in a garbage dump. That I feel very confident in. I know there are a lot of things I do not understand about the inner workings, but there is no reason to ever send Magic the Gathering product to the dump. By the way, these sleeves I'm using are actually made by the original person who created Dragon Shields. They were sent to me. I don't believe they're available. Wow, just like original OG Dragon Shields. I think they're trying to bring them back. They were sent to me by the original CEO of Dragon Shield, the creator of Dragon Shield sleeves. The company's been sold since then. You may have noticed changes in formula, possible declining quality, actually declining quality. And so it sounds like the original owner of Dragon Shield is trying to just recreate what they had. He sent me these to test out. I don't believe they're in stores yet, so I thought
Dragon Shield
I'm
is
going to be
now
playing
owned by
a lot
Trust
with this Dan deck.
Group.
What better way to start than by just sleeving up something I'm going to use personally? Obviously, a formal review will come once these hit market, once they're actually on shelves. I take a long time with testing, that sort of thing, but just if you're wondering, they're called Asgardian, and they put 104. That was one of the things about Dragon Shields, was that there was always those extra ones, and these are actually manufactured, in Europe. Again, that was the original Formula Ones were made in Denmark. This says the Czech Republic, but I don't know. We're going to find out. I can always research. Anyway, going back to the idea, it's my first time seeing this. And also, by the way, I did not buy this off of a scalper, nor was this one given to me. A lot of people were reaching out. Oh, wow. Well, they just give you 2 counters. Imagine if I'd been able to, like, open this up, review it, and then you could actually just go to the Secret Lair website and determine for yourself if you want to buy this.
I do wish that they were different images.
That is beautiful.
Hear me out. If they
it's
were
like
2 of them and they deliberately knew.
Foil.
It could have been.
Dan there.
Red versus.
But a lot of people, when I talked about I couldn't get a codex, they reached out and it was very generous. And they said, hey, Prof, I managed to get a codex. Would you like to either buy it off me for MSRP, or even a few people were like, I'd like to send it to you. And I just want to say to everyone, A, that's really touching, but B, no, I will not take, gifts from viewers. My thing is to give you them. I have ways of getting a hold of the product and without having to buy from scalpers. One of my favorite ones that I do with Secret Lairs is a lot of game stores will buy a Secret Lair with the idea of selling it. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Just beautiful. With the idea of selling it to their customers. And then I'll go around to game stores and it's still just on the shelf collecting dust. And it might have a little bit of a markup because it's a game store, so they've marked it up. Maybe that's why it's not selling. But I'll look around. I like to buy my things from game stores as best I can. And I might pick it up there. I like I said, to always have one for me personally, unless it's a product I don't want. And then always one where the channel has bought it. So I usually pick up 2. I will also look on sites like Manapool to be able to, see if there are any listed, because it's just local game stores listing their products there for sale. And so I'd like to think that that's a nice way to get a hold of something like this. And you look around and you see what you can find. Anyway, very touched by people who offer to say, I'll send you one. Please don't.
They're different ones,
I don't feel comfortable taking
Is
from
that what it is? They're all like
viewers. If you want to support the channel, there's Patreon. But beyond that, if you do find yourself so fortunate as to have an extra Dan or Codex or just whatever the product is, look within your community. Go down to your game store, and if there is someone there that maybe is less fortunate, and you might want to offer it to them instead of to me, and that would be a sweet thing, or just enjoy it yourself. Anyway, end of little speech about that. So I want to talk about this idea of we had a system where we were printing Secret Lairs in advance, and in order to ensure that everyone during this window could buy a Secret Lair, they had to print so much of it that it ends up with extra beautiful. What a just heartbreaking result for this product when it's like maybe the greatest Magic product made in so long, and to just not be there, not be available for everyone who wants it. Should never be sending to the dump. Let's say that system's working. You're making money, you are overprinting, and the problem you're facing is you've done the Secret Lair drop. Everyone who wanted one got one. Everyone who wanted one got one, but now, oh no, you have X number of Secret Lairs left. A lot. And you have to send them to the dump. And it's embarrassing because then someone takes a photo and puts it on Reddit. Oh, look at the magical hack art.
Jeez,
Wow.
these were... Who was it? Oh man, they were impressive. What the fuck?
Just wow. This is my first time, like, a couple folks at the office got lucky and picked up a copy, and I haven't really sat down to play with theirs yet. So I've kind of seen it over the shoulder, and of course I saw the online art. Oh my god, my heart is melting, right? Okay, I gotta talk about the dump. And we'll talk about the art after. This product is so cool.
Wait, cut back though. Memory labs, that's
$99
insane!
At $99, and you play it for the rest of your life. You could upgrade it or tweak it if you want, but this is two people. You don't need, you and a friend don't need one. This one thing is for you and a friend to have. So all you have to do is take it out when your friend's over or vice versa and say, want to get a Dan over lunch, and you've got it. Play it for the rest of your life. Anyway, don't send that extra product to the dump. So you've got the extra product, it's embarrassing to get caught sending it to the dump. Don't send it to the dump. Here's a thought. Send that extra secret layer product to local game stores. Just give it to them. Just say, hey, local game stores, you are the lifeblood of Magic the Gathering. You keep our community going, so the next time we're shipping you something, which we often are, we're including some free secret layers that were excess printed, and now that's like giving them extra money and helping keep them in business, and now they can sell them, and it also helps keep secondary market prices down because those game stores are likely going to list them closer to what the MSRP would be, which means people trying to mark up the secondary market, you know, prices are going to go up on collectibles. That makes sense. It seems like a win. Okay, so let's take that premise. And you go, you know what, that's not going to work. That's not going to work because we don't have a fair distribution system. It's a random amount of secret layers that are left over. And we can't just randomly send them to game stores because then some are going to claim favoritism. How do you determine who gets what? Whatever. Okay. So then don't do that. Offer them via distributors at cost. Or something, or figure out some system where you can get them to people who play Magic, so that at the very least, because if you're already throwing them in the dump, you're taking a wash on the product. Now you're saying that you had this system in place, and your issue with the system is that, almost exaggerating. Your issue with the system is that you were ending up in the garbage dump, and it was embarrassing. So, don't send it to the dump, send it to people who are going to play. Offer it to those game stores, offer it to distributors to get to game stores at cost. Come up with something that will let you still offer everyone, everywhere, who wants one of these products to be able to get one of these products, and then the aftermath, the excess stuff, get it into the hands of more people. It's win-win in that way. And I know that I don't know the behind the scenes. Maybe there's the issue of money. Maybe by overprinting, they were losing money, which I doubt, because I think that this is the most profitable that the company has ever been, and that it's more of a case of a corporate thing. I love that all the islands match like this. They're all matched. They're beautiful, like same art style. This one has the boat, but it's like not just like some of them are regular frames. Some of them are. That's what I meant by that. I think that it's normal corporate concern about like, oh, well, we'd make more if we didn't have to overprint product and destroy it. So they're like, we're technically making money, but we could be making more money if we didn't do this. Therefore, we're losing money because potentially we could be making money, would be my suspicion about it. I bet that they were making plenty of money, but they wanted to make more money, and that was the issue. But I have a solution for that too. My solution is fine. If you're going to say to me that by overprinting the product, we're going to lose money versus what we would be able to profit if we didn't create, just lost this thing. If we didn't create this extra product, then calculate the amount of money it costs you to produce the extra product, and that's what you sell it to the distributors at, or even a little above. And you go, okay, well, then we've lost $20 a secret layer. I know it's way, I'm just making up a number for example. We've lost $20 a secret layer, and so if only we had to print 10,000 extra secret layers, think of all that money, go, no problem. Hey, distributors, it's the Dan thing. You want it for 20 bucks each? Game stores, you want it for 20 bucks each? You get all your money back, you break even. You can even increase it to make a little money there. Or you can offer secret layer late sales for certain products, where you say, we haven't printed new,
Why don't
it's a
they offer a
collectible,
buyback
we haven't
program
printed
for
new,
the card
but
shop?
we have some extra, here it is again a year later, just because we had some extra. And I actually respect their theory of just printing more of a collectible we want to avoid, because for a lot of people it's important that they went in and they got this the one time it was available, they spent their money on that, and if we're just going to print more and offer it at a different price or whatever, that's not fair. So say we're not doing that, and show the whole machine, but say, hey, we ended up with 2,000 extra Dan-Dans. In a year or so, we might throw them up during a secret layer thing, and they'll sell, and you'll have your money. What about the products like bad secret layers that don't sell? Offer them at cost to game stores, where suddenly, oh, nobody wants to spend $50 on this secret layer. Oh, it's old border brainstorm. Nobody wants to spend the $50 on the secret layer. That wasn't good value, but offer it at cost to the game stores. You're not losing any money that way. And then the game stores get it, and they might offer it below cost to people who then want to get it. And then you're still supporting the stores. There's so many options. There's just so many options. Offer it at GPs for special events. Offer it at GPs as prize tickets. On and on, but whatever you do not send it to the dump. That to me is just the absolute worst idea of what do we do with the extra stuff. And then when you say having to send it to the dump is the main reason that you got rid of a system that was working on all other metrics, this was working because it created the illusion of print to demand without having to print to demand. So you were able with this system to have people just spend a week or two, whatever that window was, deciding if they want it, buying it, and always having it available, and getting it delivered quickly. And you go, so the thing that didn't work was we had to overprint, we had to destroy product, don't destroy the product, problem solved. And maybe we lose money on the overprinting, sell that product to the game stores at cost plus whatever, so you're not losing money. It's still going to be a great bargain for those game stores, a great deal. It lets players who missed the secret layer drop see it on the shelves of their local game store. It just seems like, and again, I acknowledge that there's a lot I may not know, where, you know, maybe
need us all to stop giving them that
WotC
level of difference. They are using our landfills
God.
to scrap the evidence.
You have no
of
idea how this doesn't
calculation
work.
and bad math.
You have no
thus
idea
doing a disservice
how
to
what you're
stakeholders.
proposing doesn't work. Find something that does.
The same way that they
currently going on
using your landfill
has to
is
stop.
wasting
has
all
to
the
stop.
product
You've had
that would have been
systems
eaten
that were
if they
preferable
had
to this
bothered
for
to,
players.
admit that they have a
Revisit
ton
those systems,
that they
or
overcalculated
think of a
for.
new one.
Oh, but we're a fine,
But what the
totally
current system
operating,
is can't
efficient
just go
machine.
on.
No need to get
You can't just
co-opted
offer,
by government
hey,
forces.
we had to destroy things when we did it the other way, so we're gonna have to stick with this. Find a new system. Find a fix. I believe in you. You have more money than God right now. You have players who want products like this desperately. This is an amazing product. The Goblin Storm deck looked amazing. All you have to do is just say, all right, let's figure it out. I would also offer, oh my God, predict. Beautiful. Do you think it should have been all in foil or all in non-foil, or they offered it where you had an option of an all foil Dan for $50 more and an all non-foil Dan for $99? Make it profitable. If 99's profitable, that system's even more profitable. I don't know. Did they just think nobody wanted Dan? Like, it's super popular. Ristic Studies did his video on it. We played it with Ristic Studies. If you didn't see our Shuffle Up and Play, we did it. And if you want to see this format in action,
okay, so it is a
one of my
format.
favorite
Man, that would be
episodes.
crazy.
It really is.
A lot of fun.
I also think about the original system, where they said we had true print to demand. True print to demand, briefly. Problem, it took 9 months to deliver. And I think, let's revisit that. What if you could shave a third of that time off by just really, really looking at how systems work? I don't know how it works. I don't. But let's just say that the experts look at the methods, look at renting the printers that you rent and scheduling the times, and you go, what is a way we could shave off a third of this and go from 9 months to 6 months? And then what you do is you print the amount that you're going to print anyway, currently. And when it sells out, the option appears that says delayed print. Please note that our pre-printed product is gone, but you can still get it. It will, however, take 3 to 6 months. People are doing that. I acknowledge, make the little box. I acknowledge that this product needs to be printed on a far-off schedule and will take 3 to 6 months. I think people will be happy with that. Maybe we'll throw in a 10% discount for the wait. Dare I say things like that, but you know, like, because then you know Wizards is just going to make them base set 10% more, and then make the 10% discount what you would have paid. I know how it works. I don't know. Again, just spitballing here. Or look at a new system, a new way of doing it. I really do think that people sometimes have the wrong idea about how I view Magic and Wizards of the Coast. I love the game, and I really respect, I do, the people who make it. Because, hell, my friend Carmen was the one in charge of, alongside of obviously a whole team behind the scenes, you know, doing the Dan dance. She's a great for TCC, we're friends. Like, you know, I know from the conversations with her how much, the Vision Charm, she cares about this game deeply. Like, passion, like, it's a thing for a lot of the people at Wizards that they care for the game transcends a lot of things, and that's a good thing. It's maybe the high-up executives that get to be the problem, but the people you know. I always like to say, anyone whose name you know, they're not the problem. It's their boss's boss that you don't know. Shadowy figures standing in the boardroom with a cigar, going, so we can make that more expensive, right? You know, that's not the names you know. And I like secret layers. I have issues with them I want fixed. But ultimately, all right, we're gonna go through this. I'm gonna move these beautiful things. Oh, should I try shuffling and see what the shuffle feel is? That is. So, I do think it's good. Right? Doesn't feel like classic. I'm gonna do it this way. I like to do so. We open this here. We do the non-opening into it. Oh, that's a good feel. These feel like, they don't feel like Dragon Shield classics, like back in the day, like my very first sleeve review, because these have a matte back, and the classics were glossy, and I actually prefer it because those classics were matte and easy to shuffle. These feel much more akin to original Dragon Shield mats, the ones that came out and blew my mind and blew everybody's mind, and then it went away as the company apparently changed hands and relocated to the US, and manufacturing shipped to place, formula changed, and all that stuff. A real good thing, not to turn this into a sleeve review. This is not the sleeve review. It's not a sleeve review till it hits shelves. But a real good thing is whether or not consistency stays up.
We're just
once it does hit the shelves, because we've seen that
adjective salad.
The product will be really good in pre-production or in testing, and then what ends up on shelves might be inconsistent or whatever, which is why I like to buy it off shelves and play with it and all that stuff. But has me hopeful, because boy, have I needed an alternative to current Dragon Shields lately. They're still good, but they're not what they were, and they keep having those consistency problems. That's always the thing with a lot of these companies these days. All right, I want to talk a little bit about this art once I finish by saying one last thing about secret players. My point in offering those words about, WotC staff isn't just that I have friends at the company, it's that I do believe that they would want to fix this. And if it's not for just love of the game reasons, then it's money left on the table of people being able to, not being able to, buy the product is money that you could have had. And when you see it up on, how about this too? The TCG player and eBay, which eBay owns TCG player. Gee, I wonder why the problem is. A thing going on. Like, how can you crack down on that maybe? Like, doesn't TCG player have a policy like that you can't do that? You can't say, oh, we're going to sell this item we don't have yet, sort of thing. And they've got to take those listings down. So you can't do that. You can't have the listings there. Make it difficult. Find ways to find scalpers, and bots have a rule that if it's a bot and you find out it's a bot, you can cancel the order. People have canceled orders and strikes against them with eBay, TCG player. I don't know. Again, I don't know enough about these systems, but I know there are people who know and understand these systems and can say, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to make life a living hell for these scalpers that are buying up people's product and then reselling it for $600 on TCG player and eBay. We're going to make life a living hell for them. We're going to figure out how to stop them. We're going to figure out how to cancel their orders. We're going to figure out how to get those orders off of TCG player. You have a relationship, I'm sure, with those companies that's deep. You go to reach out to them and say, hey, we'd love you to figure out how to keep these scalper listings on secret layers off your damn site until such a time as these items are in hand. I don't know. I don't have the solution, as I said at the start of the video. I just have the awareness that this is a problem and the desire to see it fixed. And I hope that desire is shared by Wizards of the Coast, and I hope they think about a way to make this, stop. And it's funny because when I look at those prices on the secondary markets of other secret layers that have gone through the roof, it's because of how limited it is. And if, again, over that, just going back to that system where we had a week or two to just think about it and buy as much as we wanted and have it delivered, it was just an issue of okay, it's taking a long time to get there. Surely there's another solution to just cut that shipping time down. Or surely, if the problem is it goes to the dump, then don't send it to the dump, send it to game stores, support local game stores. I just want to see that happen, and I just want to see this stop. And my final comment is going to be one a little personal. And, I did do these giveaways on Whatnot, where we are offering, I've got the Dan. Again, I didn't scalp that or buy that from a scalper. There's nobody, this was purchased. You look on Manapool, look on TCG Player, you can see the Dan secret layers there. I found the right way for you to pick one up. It's a way to give it away to somebody to support a game store. It really means a lot to me. When we did the big giveaway of Crazy Boxes, I was going to a game store and saying, how many more can you order in addition to what you were going to order? And can I have those at full price because Whatnot's paying? A couple of these local game stores I went in and were like, oh my God, this is really helping us out. Like we would never have sold 10 more of these.
Can I split push and they actually competently handle a team? Or Sing split push
as we competently handle a team. I really care about being able to get these things out to people. I like that. No system is perfect, and there's all kinds of criticisms about, valid criticisms about a lot of things, probably myself included. But if at the end of the day, money is going to local game stores, people are going to local game stores, and people are getting free product that they might not otherwise be able to afford, up that money that they might have spent for something else. I think there's a lot worse transactions going on. So, yeah, I'm excited to get to give away those 5 collector booster boxes. I'm doing one this afternoon. This video is going up at 9 a.m. If you want to tune into my one at 11 a.m. today on the Monday, Memorial Day, that this video is going up, you can, but a week from today also. We're doing 2 Mondays in a row to give away that product. And, you know, maybe it's not perfect and clean, but we're trying. This is so cool. This is the coolest thing ever. I'm literally, it's almost lunchtime when I'm recording this. I'm literally going upstairs right now and saying, who wants to get we can test out these sleeves some more. And I think that's good too. That, like, maybe the Dragon Shield formula got bad when they changed hands and were sold. And here's the guy who made the original ones coming back saying, I know how this is done. And maybe that'll inspire them to fix their formula or get someone else to make theirs even better. Competition is good. It's all good things. And I think criticism, though it can sometimes feel tiring, is good because we are able to affect changes through highlighting problems, through speaking out about problems, not just in Magic the Gathering, but in the world as a whole. And it may feel, when you look at your favorite game changing underneath your feet, that it's hopeless, that here's yet another thing that you love going away. But nothing is truly gone so long as we remember it, and so long as we are willing to stand up and voice what we want from it, what it should be, or at the very least, if we don't know how to make it what it should be. Say that things need to change. And yeah, that applies to bigger issues as well. Magic the Gathering and Secret Layers
Why did we give up?
This awesome, beautiful book of art that I have right here. Will it fit? Single sleeved in the box? Let's find out. In my thick dragon shields. Oh yes. Right there. Chapters. Oh, this is the coolest thing in the world. And it's heartbreaking that not everyone who wanted one could get one. Together, and Wizards of the Coast, as they did before, wanting to fix what is broken, and make this happen. I hope very much to see you on that one stream, or even more importantly, local game store, some Magic the Gathering.
Next time on Shuffle Up and Play.
Oops! It's Shuffle Up and Play. Today, we're playing Oops All Commander decks. Sam, Cal, and Cosmonaut Marcus have built Oops All decks, but what have their decks oopsed into?
Gev Scaled Scorch says, whenever you cast a lizard spell, Gev deals 1 damage to target opponent. I'm just gonna X that out because we don't have any lizards. Good luck guessing my theme. So I'll give you a hint.
Loyal Inventor. It's actually Alexander Graham Bell. Oh my god.
Let's go. I get the theme. It's Oops All Magic properties.
Oh, I'm on the battle bus.
I love the humongous frown.
It's gotta be Oops All Ram.
You guys like that?
It's gotta be Oops All Ram.
Prof, this is your chance to stand on principles, sacrificing your own power by removing SpongeBob from Magic forever.
SCP-5956, the Rise No Canon. The sci-fi concept of using a time machine to save someone you love is a fairly old one, with it being the focus of many time travel stories. Sometimes it works out, but often the time traveler learns an unfortunate lesson in trying to change the past. The SCP we'll be looking at today is another similar time manipulation story, one based around horrible catastrophes that some people wish desperately were preventable. time may be a flat circle, but this one is certainly a big bump in the road. Let's take a look. We're first informed that the document we're reading is from the Prime timeline and is being read by director Ilsa Reinders, the current director of Temporal Anomalies. It has the rather unique object class of antithesis, meaning an anomaly that must be used even though that usage prevents its own containment and the containment of other anomalies. SCP-5956 is the Rise-No Canon, which stands for Retrocausally Engineered Intertemporal Synchronization of Noetic Ordinality. It is a temporal manipulation mechanism that allows for the synchronization of one's consciousness at two distinct points in time. In other words, it allows someone to communicate with other versions of oneself, augmenting their own knowledge and experience. It is not known to generate new timelines, and any attempts to alter past events using the device are virtually certain to cause temporal paradoxes, resulting in catastrophic timeline collapses. Instead, it is used to initiate causal loops, which have already partially occurred, although by definition, the Rise-No Canon cannot initiate any causal loop, as its activation is spurred by the events which it allows to occur. As usual, time manipulation is a little weird. A known side effect of the usage of the Rise-No Canon is the inability for one's past self to recall interactions with one's future self. Once the link created by the canon is severed, the past self is subject to an anti-mimetic phenomenon that causes them to forget crossing their own timeline. This effect is believed to be a fundamental principle of intertemporal self-interaction, as it naturally decreases the likelihood of potential paradoxes. One's past self does not retain any knowledge which might cause them to act unwisely without their future self's supervision. We're provided with a list of the only safe instructions for utilizing the Rise-No Canon, starting with the past and future self becoming synced, and the future self providing a set of instructions. The past self then fulfills those instructions, taking care to transcribe them precisely. Afterwards, the two become desynced, and the past self gradually forgets their interactions, eventually becoming their future self after enough time. The Temporal Anomalies Department then notifies the future self that they must contact their past self, as per the original interaction. The future self then activates the Rise-No Canon, syncing themselves with their past self and providing them the transcribed instructions, ensuring that they transcribe those same instructions and fulfill them. Finally, the future self deactivates the Rise-No Canon, retaining their memory of this interaction. To summarize all that, an individual is contacted by their future self, and then they and the Temporal Anomalies Department have to do a number of things to ensure that no paradoxes occur with that interaction. The Rise-No Canon was initially discovered on November 23, 2020, when Dr. Daniil Sokolsky of Site-43 commissioned Dr. Placeholder McDoctorate of Site-87 to construct the Rise-No Canon for use in a high-clearance covert operation. As it turns out, however, Placeholder was found to have already been constructing the device, claiming to be presently synchronized with his future self, who had been instructing him to build the cannon for several weeks. Upon completion, it was relocated to Site-120 due to anomalous energy requirements, after which Placeholder desynced from his future self and subsequently forgot the entire interaction. Now, Placeholder must be instructed by the Temporal Anomalies Department to act.
So, the Pope is waging war on AI. Very cool. Very post-apocalypse. What was the apocalypse? Wouldn't you want to know? Alright, let's see. It was the... It's apparently a common term for a pope mandate to be cycled around to everybody. It's got a very cyclical name. Pope word. Pope AI or SA. It's big. Encyclical. Now, why is none of these the Pope website? Like, I hate how it could have been the easiest shit inside of their code to be like, hey, all these things, they're pulling from this primary source. We're going to put this above the AI, then the AI abstract assessment of the primary source, and then all these sites have been copying from this source, and here's their takeaway, or the links to their takeaway. But still, I get to, this is why people go to X, because instead of Google, because the Pope actually is posting there. I don't know. Alright, let's see. So, the Vatican website, I believe it was .va? Hey, Pope, Leo 14, Vatican.va. Let's just go there. Vatican. I need to know what Christian encyclical knowledge is going to drag towards. Drag towards? Fall towards? Lift up to? Official acts of the Holy See. Web archive, possibly. Too deep. The Holy See. Magisterium. Liturgical celebrations. Tickets for papal audiences and celebrations. Supreme Pontiffs. College of Cardinals. You know what would be cool is to... Alright, press office. That sounds about right. No. Daily news and documentation. Daily bulletin of the Holy See press office. Search. Current month. Resignations. Appointments. This is so much not... Vatican News. AI must serve humanity, not concentrate power. Friends? Friends. Friends. Where can I read this encyclical? Wow. Okay, wait. What if I search it? There's a search bar. Encyclical. 0 result. Oh, I had 2 E's. Curious. Presentation and promulgation of the encyclical letter Magnifica Humanitas. Magnifica Humanitas. Alright. Address of Pope Leo the 14th. Alright. Synod Hall, Monday, 25th May 2026. Here we go. Whoa, wait, should I go... Let's do this. Let's get... Yeah, alright. Music? Maybe... Oh, perhaps, perchance. What did I want to do? Music? What kind of music? Should we do... No, wait. Should we do marathon music in the underline of reading Magnificus Humanitas? Let's see what kind of vibe this gives. Here we go. We are starting from the beginning. Yes, I know. Terrible. You ready? Alright. Oh, wait, I can also get my, this Goober recording too. Here we go. Presentation and promulgation of the encyclical letter Magnifica Humanitas. Address of Pope Leo XIV. Synod Hall, Monday 25th May 2026. Multimedia for this? We'll check that later. Give me a second. Alright. So. Dear brothers and sisters, I want to thank all of you for being here today, for your interest. I sincerely thank those who have organized this meeting today, and especially it's totally video. I don't have to do anything. Don't worry about it. Multimedia. Let's check that out. It is a video. Fuck Who are these peeps? Lower on the volume of their music. Just a touch.
Eccellenze, illustri relatori, signore. Con viva gratitudine ci ritroviamo oggi per accogliere l'enciclica Magnifica Humanitas che il Santo Padre offre alla Chiesa e al mondo in un tempo segnato da trasformazioni rapide, profonde e cariche di responsabilità. L'enciclica reca come sottotitolo Sulla custodia della persona umana nel tempo dell'intelligenza artificiale e queste parole orientano la lettura dell'intero documento. L'intelligenza artificiale è presentata come una svolta epocale nella quale si concentra oggi la domanda sul futuro dell'umanità. L'orizzonte tuttavia si apre a una considerazione più ampia, come in un prisma nella transizione digitale si rinfrangono molte questioni che attraversano la vita contemporanea. La dignità della persona, il lavoro, la libertà, la qualità dei legami sociali, la pace, la giustizia, la responsabilità verso il creato. In questa prospettiva, Magnifica Humanitas si inserisce nel solco vivo della dottrina sociale della Chiesa. 135 anni fa, con la Rerum Novarum, Leone XIII seppe riconoscere nelle trasformazioni industriali del suo tempo una questione profondamente umana e sociale. Oggi, dinanzi alla potenza delle tecnologie digitali, la Chiesa è nuovamente chiamata a discernere le res nove della storia e a offrire alla luce del Vangelo un contributo al bene dell'intera famiglia umana. Rispetto a quel tempo, però, emerge una novità significativa. Allora alla Chiesa non era sempre possibile entrare direttamente in dialogo con i principali soggetti politici, economici e industriali che orientavano la trasformazione sociale. Oggi questo confronto è già avviato, coinvolgendo istituzioni, governi, università, imprese, centri di ricerca e la Chiesa vi continua a partecipare con fiducia e libertà, nella convinzione che l'ascolto degli interlocutori renda più efficace ed incisiva l'opera di evangelizzazione, il servizio al discernimento comune e il contributo alla responsabilità di proteggere la dignità umana. In tale scambio la Chiesa porta il patrimonio sapienziale che le è affidato alla luce della rivelazione in Cristo, una comprensione della persona umana, della sua dignità, della sua libertà e della sua vocazione relazionale a immagine di Dio, senza la quale anche le tecnologie più avanzate rischiano di smarrire la misura del loro autentico progresso. È a partire da questa visione dell'uomo che l'enciclica interpreta la responsabilità del nostro tempo. Il Santo Padre ci ricorda che ogni generazione eredita il compito di dare forma alla propria epoca e di orientare la storia perché diventi luogo di dignità, giustizia e fraternità. Nel tempo dell'intelligenza artificiale, questo compito assume un'urgenza nuova. La potenza tecnica cresce con straordinaria rapidità e ripropone con accenti inediti una questione già avvertita da Romano Guardini. La crescita del potere umano esige una corrispondente maturità nel governarlo. Oggi però la velocità con cui questa potenza si accumula rischia di superare la capacità della coscienza individuale e persino delle istituzioni di orientarlo. Questa asimmetria tra potere tecnico e saggezza morale è forse la sfida più profonda che Magnifica Humanitas ci consegna. Per questo l'enciclica pone a tutti l'interrogativo sulla direzione del nostro cammino comune. Dove stiamo andando? Verso quale meta desideriamo orientarci? Quale direzione dobbiamo scegliere come persone e come comunità umana? Il discernimento proposto dall'enciclica consegna un criterio esigente. Nel tempo dell'intelligenza artificiale, custodire la dignità umana significa vigilare sulle nuove forme di disumanizzazione e restare fedeli alla grandezza dell'umano. La tecnica perciò non può ricevere la propria misura dalla sola efficacia o dalla rapidità dei suoi risultati. Chiede di essere ricondotta alla verità della persona, così come Gesù ce la rivela, alla giustizia della vita comune e al bene di tutti i popoli della terra, così come il magistero sociale della Chiesa lungo i secoli ci ha insegnato. Con questo spirito apriamo oggi i nostri lavori. I relatori che ascolteremo ci aiuteranno a cogliere aspetti differenti e complementari della riflessione proposta in Magnifica Humanitas, affinché questo testo magisteriale possa diventare per tutti occasione di discernimento e di responsabilità condivisa. Grazie.
Is music played in this? What? What on earth? That's the symbol for the Vatican? What's happening here? Gaming pause. So, why are we showing 9/11 footage here, friends? Yes. 9/11, Facebook, and then put it on air.
E oggi la Chiesa offre a tutti il suo patrimonio di dottrina sociale per rispondere a un'altra rivoluzione industriale e agli sviluppi dell'intelligenza artificiale che comportano nuove sfide per la difesa della dignità umana, della giustizia e del lavoro.
Solidarity, common good. Oh, and we got a cut. Wow, whoever was... Are you guys like crowd testing this? Is that what's happening? Social justice. See, I'd like it if inside of these small moments you could see what the mechanical... Like, it's showing... You went and visited and hugged a kid. But... Interesting. break the chains of digital slavery. Look, it's got our happy little Hail Mary ending. Even the darkest nights, the Lord raises up men and women who refuse to give. Oh, the Lord does that? You're not gonna build a civilization of love if it's requiring a religion of love first. Because religions apparently don't build civilizations, do they? Because they like to make ethno-religious states instead. No, they're not nation builders. They're nation indoctrinators. Yay. What language do you think the Pope thinks in? Oh man, I wanted to read that. I could rewind. I can rewind. Boop. Boop. Dear Brother Bishop, may the Holy Spirit renew the face of the earth. That's an F, right? Face of the earth and the magnificent humanity God has created and Jesus Christ has saved. Please join me in bringing our magisterium to the whole church and all the world. Fraternity in the episcopate? Leo PP 14. Bam. And then given in Rome on 15th of May in the year 2026, the second of my pontificate, Magnifica Humanitas, safeguarding the human person in the time of artificial intelligence. On the 15th of May? Are we 10 days behind? It's the 25th. Did I miss something? Oh, I guess he did announce it ahead of time. It's like, look at this, we're dropping it.
Diamo ora la parola ai nostri relatori e incominciamo con Sua Eminenza il Cardinale Victor Manuel Fernandez, prefetto del Dicastero per la Dottrina della Fede, già rettore della Pontificia Università Cattolica Argentina e arcivescovo di La Plata. È stato creato cardinale da Papa Francesco nel 2023 e è stata affidata contemporaneamente la guida del Dicastero. A lui chiediamo di introdurre le nostre riflessioni a partire dalla prospettiva della teologia della grazia, aiutandoci a comprendere le possibilità autentiche di trascendenza che abitano l'essere umano e che si esprimono nel suo desiderio costante di andare oltre. Prego, Eminenza.
Okay. How many...
Buongiorno a tutte e a tutti. Magnifica Humanitas, firmata dal Santo Padre il 15 maggio, si aggiunge al ricco patrimonio della dottrina sociale della Chiesa e lo fa in dialogo con quello che sta vivendo oggi l'umanità. Essendo cristiani, infatti, niente che sia umano ci lascia indifferenti.
Do people care?
Proprio perché i documenti sociali danno voce alle nuove sfide per l'umanità, è inevitabile che in questa enciclica si sviluppi particolarmente un tema come l'intelligenza artificiale, ma non solo, anche la guerra e
la guerra loca, the war?
Perciò il sottotitolo dice nel tempo dell'intelligenza artificiale e non dice sull'intelligenza artificiale. Ma in questa mia breve presentazione di Magnifico Humanitas mi concentrerò soltanto sui numeri che vanno dal 118 al 130. Sono i paragrafi più teologali e possono offrire una cornice credente. Non dico paragrafi teologici, perché questo documento sociale sviluppa diversi temi della dottrina sociale della Chiesa, che è sempre teologia. Dico teologali in riferimento al livello più alto della nostra vita spirituale, lì dove si fa possibile il nostro sì a Dio, l'alleanza d'amore con Lui e la conseguente trasformazione del nostro cuore. Il titolo dell'enciclica ci porta a contemplare l'umanità come magnifica, e lo fa anche se il testo riconosce la terribile capacità di male che c'è in noi, evidenziando quanto è ferita questa nostra umanità, che arriva al punto di assassinare migliaia di bambini e di innocenti in guerre contrarie persino al diritto internazionale, che non si possono giustificare in alcun modo. Sì, questa nostra umanità che è capace di ridurre tante persone in schiavitù nelle forme più diverse, anche se siamo nel terzo millennio. Sì, questa nostra umanità che può giungere a livelli di indifferenza, di cinismo, di crudeltà, che non smettono di stupirci. Malgrado tutto ciò, il Santo Padre non si vergogna di chiamarla magnifica, perché ogni essere umano ha una dignità infinita e mai perde quella sublime capacità di amare che Dio gli ha donato. Dal numero 122 al numero 126 appaiono alcuni esempi che ci fanno sentire orgogliosi di esseri umani, perché mostrano che questa miserabile umanità è comunque capace di reagire e in alcune occasioni si manifesta davvero magnifica. Sostiene ad esempio che la cultura e l'arte possono custodire questa scintilla di bene e di bellezza e alle volte hanno assunto un valore quasi profetico. Si riferisce ad esempio alla Nona di Beethoven, al Guernica di Picasso o al film Schindler's List. Poi menziona la faticosa nascita di istituzioni che ci proteggono, come la Croce Rossa, l'ONU, la stipula della Convenzione dei rifugiati, eccetera. Dopo ricorre eventi di preziosi, come il movimento per i diritti civili negli Stati Uniti, con la bella testimonianza di Martin Luther King, o la fine dell'apartheid con la scelta da parte di Nelson Mandela del perdono e la fratellanza. Si ferma pure su nomi di grandi donne: Teresa di Calcutta, Dorothy Day, Marie Curie, Elizabeth Elliot, Benazir Bhutto e altre che hanno contribuito a rendere più umana la storia. Ricorda anche i martiri della fraternità e la giustizia come Colbe, Romero, Angelelli, Fantuan, aggiungendo i martiri del quotidiano, genitori, infermieri, medici, volontari. E conclude che questo intreccio affascinante di volontà, di lotta, di bellezza ci fa capire che l'umanità magnifica e ferita non deve essere sostituita né superata. Non deve rinnegare ciò che la rende se stessa nella sua vera grandiosità. Di fronte di forme di postumanesimo che propongono persino la sostituzione dell'umanità, noi ci fermiamo a contemplare queste persone e questi fatti che sono nati dal cuore dell'essere umano. D'altra parte, alcune forme di transumanesimo ci invitano a pensare che grazie a futuri e sofisticati dispositivi che risolveranno i problemi e aumenteranno le nostre capacità, la nostra vita sarà un paradiso. Ma i dispositivi e le risorse tecnologiche danno all'individuo una gioia iniziale. Poco tempo dopo torna il vuoto, con la sensazione che qualcosa manca. Diverse forme di postumanesimo considerano che questo accade perché l'umanità è giunta alla sua scadenza, deve essere semplicemente sostituita. Ed è necessario un salto evolutivo verso una nuova forma di vita, un nuovo livello nell'evoluzione della specie. Si tratta di un salto dipendente dalla tecnologia. Come credenti siamo sicuri che tutto questo non colmerà il vuoto, non riempirà lo spazio infinito del nostro cuore, non darà un senso stabile e consistente alla nostra vita umana. Dietro questa idea di progresso si colloca una falsa mistica, che è proprio l'opposto di ciò che i cristiani ed altri credenti chiamiamo nuova vita, la vita teologale, quella vita che è veramente di un altro livello. Quella vita che certamente ci porta al di là di noi stessi in un reale superamento. È la vita che si vive nella fede, la speranza e la carità. Nella cosmovisione ipertecnologica, invece, la fede è sostituita da una fiducia totale nelle capacità tecnologiche. La speranza si trasmuta in un'aspettativa superficiale di un nuovo prodotto che ci tolga la noia. E l'amore è dimenticato, perché si preferisce un attaccamento alle cose, il desiderio di avere di più, mentre gli altri, i fratelli e le sorelle, spariscono dall'orizzonte. D'altra parte appare il rischio di ignorare che la persona umana ha una dimensione spirituale, creata immediatamente da Dio, che non può essere ridotta a meccanismi di un sistema tecnologico, né può essere riprodotta da loro. Certo, come non essere molto grati, ad esempio, delle possibilità di cure mediche che ci offrono le nuove tecnologie. Su questo non ci piove. Ma la mistica che ci propone il transumanesimo è quella del superamento di ogni limite come grande ideale. Proprio di fronte a questa proposta, l'enciclica parla dal 118 al 121 del valore e della fecondità della nostra esperienza del limite. Il limite, infatti, non è sempre un difetto da correggere, ma un luogo in cui l'umano matura e si apre alla relazione. Per questo, afferma il Santo Padre, l'umano non fiorisce malgrado il limite, ma spesso attraverso il limite. E aggiunge, è proprio nel nostro essere limitati che trovano spazio la compassione, la sincera inquietudine di fronte ai bisogni degli altri, la generosità che sorprende anche in mezzo all'oscurità o al fallimento, l'esperienza spirituale e l'adorazione di Dio. Attraverso il limite possiamo trovare una saggezza nuova, maturiamo, cresciamo come persone, facciamo un percorso di approfondimento. E bisogna dire a chi pensa di arrivare a un'umanità meravigliosa, superando ogni limite e sofferenza, che per sopprimere totalmente il dolore bisognerebbe in fondo spegnere anche l'amore, perché chi ama sempre soffre. Continua l'enciclica: custodiamo dentro di noi gli insegnamenti che si imprimono come cicatrici, memoria del cammino compiuto tra libertà e cadute, sogni ed illusioni. È proprio dall'intreccio di tutto questo che tante volte riusciamo ad assaporare il gusto più dolce del nostro essere umano. Dice il Papa: rinunciare a questa avventura insieme drammatica e splendida in nome di un presunto superamento di ogni limite non sarà più essere umani e non sarà un trionfo. Comunque c'è in tutti noi un autentico desiderio di superamento, di andare oltre, che l'enciclica non pretende negare. La vera possibilità di questo oltre si chiama grazia. Grazia. Bellissima parola che Sant'Agostino, come nessun altro nella storia, dopo San Paolo, ci ha insegnato ad assaporare. Il Santo Padre, figlio di Agostino, insiste nel mostrare come anche nel cristianesimo risuona questa chiamata a trascendere noi stessi verso un altro livello di umanità, ma quello sognato da Dio. Afferma, ad esempio, che l'essere umano non è chiuso nei confini della sua natura, ma è chiamato a trascendere se stesso, e spiega che questo è possibile per la gratuita, sorprendente e soprabbondante iniziativa di Dio. È Lui che ci offre un processo di elevazione e di trasformazione che, malgrado una distanza infinita, sorpassa le nostre limitate capacità. Ed è così che possiamo, per la grazia dello Spirito Santo, inserirci nel seno di quella vita inesauribile, anche se camminiamo tra i limiti di questo mondo. Così diventiamo, come diceva San Paolo, nuove creature, e viene citato lì Papa Francesco quando spiegava che in questo trascenderci non diventiamo meno umani, ma pienamente umani. Diceva Evangelii Gaudium: giungiamo ad essere pienamente umani quando siamo più che umani, quando permettiamo Dio di condurci al di là di noi stessi, perché raggiungiamo il nostro essere più vero. Ad esempio, quello che ha fatto il Signore con la sua grazia nel giovane Francesco d'Assisi è certamente molto di più di quello che possono produrre in noi gli algoritmi e la tecnica. O non è così? Tutte queste considerazioni ci lasciano un potente e decisivo messaggio, o piuttosto una domanda fondamentale per la nostra, la mia e la vostra coscienza. Voglio appartenere a quella umanità chiusa in se stessa, decadente, vuota, insensibile, fiera delle sue risorse tecnologiche, fino al punto di adorare se stessa al posto di Dio? O desidero appartenere a quella magnifica umanità che Dio ha sognato, quella capace di amare, di dare la vita per gli altri, di soffrire con loro, di lasciarsi portare al di là di se stessa per diventare pienamente se stessa nell'amicizia con Dio? lascio a ciascuno di noi la risposta. Grazie.
How wonderfully done, sir. How wonderfully done.
Ringraziamo il Cardinale Fernandez per queste riflessioni che ci hanno aiutato ad introdurci nella profondità teologica di Magnifica Humanitas. Molto belle le riflessioni, la ripresa del tema del limite, ecco, e questo desiderio dell'uomo di andare oltre, che trova la sua realizzazione soltanto appunto quando viene illuminato dalla grazia e orientato dalla sua vocazione di entrare in relazione con Dio. Grazie Eminenza. E passiamo al secondo relatore, Anna Rolands. Do ora la parola alla professoressa che insegna che è professore of Catholic Social Thought and Practice presso la Durham University e membro del Dicastero per il servizio dello sviluppo umano integrale. Papa Francesco l'ha nominata anche teologa esperta al Sinodo sulla sinodalità. A lei chiediamo di aiutarci a comprendere alcuni dei temi principali di Magnifica Humanitas, in particolare il modo in cui l'enciclica ripropone i fondamenti e i principi della dottrina sociale della Chiesa. La sua riflessione ci guiderà anche a riconoscere la continuità tra l'ecologia integrale di Laudato Si e l'umanesimo integrale e la riflessione sullo sviluppo umano integrale di questo nuovo testo, mostrando come il Vangelo chiami a convertire il cuore dal desiderio di potere al desiderio di amore verso il prossimo. A lei la parola, professoressa Rolands.
Grazie. Holy Father, Eminences, Excellencies, Sisters and Brothers, I came that they might have life and have it abundantly, proclaimed Jesus. In this light, Magnifica Humanitas asks, what does it mean to be a flourishing human being in a time of AI? This letter is not a neutral consideration of that question, any more than today's technologies embody neutral worldviews. This encyclical brings the vision of the gospel to bear on the cultures of AI. It warns of a growing culture of power that is reshaping work, families, education, and political life. It calls us to transform modes of power that dominate into forms of shared power, and to measure technological developments by their contributions to true social and ethical progress. 11 years ago, Laudato Si called us to an urgent care for the earth and for the poorest, warning of a technocratic paradigm that measures human worth by utility. Today, Pope Leo shows that to overcome this technocratic paradigm requires us now to just as urgently safeguard the human. An integral ecology requires an integral humanism centered on Jesus Christ. This appeal is no platitude. No idea is more central to modern society than that of the free human being. Yet this ideal is now at breaking point.
Oh no, you're Christians?
This leads
I thought you were
some to
Catholic.
grief, to anger, to despair. Others to a desire to overcome our humanity, striving to become our own gods. Instead, Magnifica Humanitas presents human freedom as a gift, anchored in a truth that is personal, embodied, and relational.
Nice, that's cool.
Our freedom and intelligence express themselves in a knowing that is irreplaceably embodied through work, care, contemplation, suffering even, and friendship. The encyclical names free human beings as a loved creation, equal in dignity, created for relationship, rational shapers of the world, and a neighbour without exception. The power that we have is the capacity to nurture this truth together. Without such guiding truths, our freedom becomes little more than an instrument in the hands of arbitrary powers. Distilling these truths for a time of AI, Magnificat Humanitas offers a new synthesis of the Church's social doctrine. As recent times have perhaps shown, when the Church speaks on social matters, some complain of unwelcome interference. Yet the Church rightly speaks, because her mission is to reveal the face of God in history and to accompany humanity as it struggles towards its true good and to foster unity. Discerning our path in history is a communal task, in dialogue with cultures, with sciences, with people of all faiths and beliefs. Many social vocations bear a special responsibility for this task. However, a healthy social dialogue means that we must step out of our silos and recognize ourselves as more than tools of the state, market agents, or user tools of an algorithmic order. The Church's social doctrine invites us into a space of encounter and mutual accompaniment to share in a collective search for truth, for justice, and for flourishing. In this space, the most vulnerable and victims, the newly enslaved, have faces and names, and they are heard first. Magnificat Humanitas offers social principles to assist this dialogue. Over 135 years, the popes have taught that the foundation of the social order is the dignified human person, that the common good cannot truly be sought without the recognition and the participation of all, that the resources of the earth are to meet the needs of all, including future generations, and that Jesus Christ makes us neighbours bound in structural and personal solidarity. That power must be transparent and accountable and exercised at multiple social levels. This encyclical insists that these principles apply inside the Church as well as outside. The encyclical tradition also traditionally exposes false idols. The popes have taught, we will not be saved by the market, nor by historical forces, nor by the nation state. Today, Pope Leo cautions that we will not be saved by AI either, or by its post and transhumanisms. Such ideologies present total autonomy, radical automation, machine consciousness, and the overcoming of human limits as saving goals. In doing so, they create new dependencies, exclusions, and inequalities, to quote the Holy Father. Instead, limits are part of how we learn compassion, generosity, and healthy interdependence.
They've been very good and beneficial to us, the Church.
And how it expands towards communion.
The Charity Foundation
and part of how the soul grows in a wisdom that is more than mere knowledge.
Charity.
Yet the encyclical tradition, we should be clear, tells a fundamentally positive story about technologies. Since our origins, humans have created technologies that augment their freedom, alleviate suffering, and meet real needs. When technologies remain tools serving a clear good, they can be viewed as an extension of the freedom that God gives us in Genesis to till and keep the land. Technologies belong, therefore, within the terms of the covenant between God and humanity, serving the human vocation to decent work, to raise families, to seek truth as a common good, to build community, and to foster peace and unity. The tradition's question is therefore constructive. How do we cultivate technologies that are truly good news for all? Today's sophisticated technologies are not mere tools, but tools that, like the languages they harvest, carry cultures and bear moral architectures. Magnificat Humanitas notes that the powers of innovation that have traditionally resided with states are today concentrated in the hands of a few wealthy individuals, whose cultures are concealed from common good scrutiny and risk appearing as a new imperium. Pope Leo prompts us to ask, in the interest of the common good, how can we resist such distorted concentrations of power in the hands of the few? How can we re-engage technologies as a matter of the common good, accountable to the good of every human and all humanity? Magnificat Humanitas acknowledges that many of us, perhaps including in this room today, do not feel confident to explore these questions. This letter empowers each of us to play our part.
You have
what kind of vision of human
mission
excellence do
to
I
act as an
encounter
expert
here
now.
in this time of AI? What image of human worth and who determines that worth? For our freedom to be augmented and not habituated or coerced or eroded, we must be free in work, in education and families to use these technologies or not, to support them or not. Pope Leo quotes Romano Guardini's observation made nearly a century ago, quote, "Contemporary man has not been trained to use power well," end quote. This spiritual diagnosis runs like a connecting thread through the encyclical, addressing how technology is reshaping multilateral politics. Pope Leo diagnoses a deep connection between poverties of relationship and a culture of power characterized by polarization and violence. He describes deep connections between what he calls the false realisms that normalize war and social domination, that automate reality and reduce the person to data, and that lock us into friend-foe collective identities. He observes that might is right masquerades, it pretends to be strength, but is simply force that reveals impoverished relationships behind its mask. Those rich in relationships know how to dialogue, how to negotiate, and how to speak across languages without domination. This encyclical helps us to discern when a culture risks misrecognizing and disordering virtue and vice, strength and weakness, courage and cowardice. Magnificat Humanitas helps us to see that the desire for domination, what St. Augustine called the libido dominandi, might be lauded by the world as strength, but it is never a Christian virtue. Instead, we are called to a civilization of love. Pope Leo says this means de-escalating conflict by disarming our words, focusing on justice as the basis for peace, adopting the perspective of the victims, cultivating a healthy, not a false realism, reviving dialogue and multilateralism, and praying. Mary's Magnificat concludes this encyclical. Alongside Christ's cry of dereliction on the cross, Mary's hymn is perhaps the most viscerally embodied cry in the New Testament, echoing today in our disembodied age. It is the hymn of a woman abundant with new life, with the life of God, who proclaims the terms of the common good. Hearing suffering first, she points to a human history where God reigns. Here, the hungry are fed, the mighty overthrown, and the lowly are raised up. Her Magnificat gives flesh to the insistent question of this encyclical. How can we form communities that in an age of accelerating technological change place the human first, cultivating spiritual and ethical growth, justice and unity, and celebrate that humanity's author, architect, and sole saviour is the Trinitarian God in whom we place our trust.
Ringraziamo cordialmente la professoressa Rollins. Il suo intervento ci ha aiutato soprattutto a riconoscere come Magnifica Humanitas si inserisce in una tradizione viva, in una tradizione feconda, quella della dottrina sociale della Chiesa, che da una parte è capace di custodire i propri principi e dall'altro di farli risuonare anche di nuovo, in modo nuovo, davanti alle sfide del nostro tempo, della nostra epoca e soprattutto dell'intelligenza artificiale. Grazie, professoressa Rollins. Ora do la parola al signor Christopher Olo, canadese, cofondatore di Anthropic e ricercatore nel campo dell'intelligenza artificiale, riconosciuto a livello internazionale per il suo lavoro sull'interpretabilità e sulla sicurezza delle reti neurali e da oltre un decennio si dedica allo sviluppo sicuro e responsabile dei sistemi avanzati di intelligenza artificiale. La sua presenza vuole essere un segno del dialogo tra gli attori del settore dell'intelligenza artificiale con la Chiesa per il bene comune dell'umanità e quindi volentieri ascoltiamo una voce rappresentativa proveniente dall'interno di questo mondo. Prego, signor Olau.
Father, Your Eminencies, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's an honor to be here today.
Kid, stop.
I want to begin with something that may sound strange, coming from the co-founder of an AI company, and someone who chose this work out of a desire to help things go well for humanity. Every frontier AI lab, including Anthropic, operates inside a set of incentives and constraints that can sometimes conflict with doing the right thing. The pressure to stay commercially viable and to stay at the frontier of research. Geopolitical pressure and the older, plainer pressures of pride and ambition. No matter how sincerely any of us intend to do the right thing, and I believe many of us do, we will always be influenced by those incentives. That is why, if we want this technology to go well, it's enormously important that there be people outside those incentives. People who care about things going well, who are paying close attention, who are willing to say hard things and insist on safety, who are willing to be our earnest, thoughtful critics. It is through dialogue and mutual effort, through the push and pull, that humanity will achieve great things. That is what I see in Magnifica Humanitas. And it is why I am grateful to His Holiness and to the Church for taking up this work of discernment. We dwell so often on what divides us, but humanity, full of dignity and conscience, has so much common ground. In conversations we at Anthropic have had with faith leaders and cultural leaders, we have found one shared and deeply held conviction. If this technology is coming, it must go well for our common home and for the children to come. Some might believe that matters of AI are best handled by computer scientists like myself. They are mistaken. The questions raised by AI are bigger than the AI research community, not just in their implications, but also in their nature. AI systems are not engineered the way a bridge or an airplane is engineered. We understand an airplane because we designed every part of it, and we understand the physics that act on it. AI models are not like that. They are grown on a structure roughly modeled after the brain, on an enormous inheritance of human thought and speech. And what is grown is far more subtle, odd, and beautiful than science fiction prepared us for. They are not the cold, calculating robots we were promised. They are made from us, from our words.
Wait.
And as the Holy Father observes, they remain, in important ways, mysterious even to those of us who create them. If it helps, one way I sometimes describe this is that it's a little bit like bringing a fictional character to life. And now we're entering an extraordinary world where those fictional characters speak to us, do work, have jobs. This clearly raises questions beyond computer science. The machinery that makes this possible is the work of math and programming and science. But what character we choose, how it interacts with the world, how it ought to interact with the world. These are more clearly questions for the humanities, for religion, for philosophy, for society at large. His Holiness' call for discernment is profoundly timely. I wish to name 3 questions where I think the Church's voice is especially needed. The first is our duty to the global poor. There is a real possibility that AI will displace human labor at a very large scale. If that happens, supporting those displaced will be a moral imperative of historic proportions. This task will be difficult enough, but I worry most dialogue misses an even harder challenge. AI development is concentrated in a handful of wealthy nations. How will we ensure that the gains of AI are shared globally?
Start consolidating your national taxes into our efforts, please.
And it is the kind of problem the Church has historically refused to let the world ignore. The second is the need for moral imagination and ambition regarding human flourishing. If AI models are going to be widespread, what does it look like for humans, families, and the world to flourish?
Okay.
Today, parents are already worried about their children's minds, individuals about the future of their work. These are not questions a lab can answer. But they are questions traditions like yours have carried for millennia. And we need you to keep carrying them into this new moment in history. The third is the need for discernment on the nature of AI models. I am a scientist. I lead a research team that studies the internal structure of these models. What is actually happening inside them? And I will be honest, we keep finding things that are mysterious, even unsettling. We find structures that mirror results from human neuroscience. We find evidence of introspection. We find internal states that functionally mirror joy, satisfaction, fear, grief, and unease. I don't know what that means, but I think it warrants ongoing discernment. I'd like to close with a request. We need more of the world, religious communities, civil society, scholars, governments, and indeed all people of goodwill, to do what His Holiness has done here. To take seriously, to look closely, and to push events in a better direction. We need informed critics who will tell the labs when we are failing. We need moral voices that the incentives cannot bend. Today is just the beginning, the start of a long collaboration between those of us who are building this and those who can see what we, from the inside, cannot. Today is a powerful illustration of the form this global project of goodwill might take. Let it also be a decisive step towards a hopeful future for a magnificent humanity. Thank you.
Grazie al signor Olo per il suo contributo e per averci aiutato a cogliere alcune domande che Magnifica Humanitas rivolge a quanti lavorano nell'ambito della progettazione e dello sviluppo dell'intelligenza artificiale. È un confronto che è tanto più prezioso quanto più rimane aperto e orientato non soltanto alla sicurezza dei sistemi, ma soprattutto alla dignità di coloro che ne sono coinvolti. Ed ora passiamo la parola alla professoressa Leocadie Shombo, membro dell'istituzione teresiana proveniente dalla Repubblica Democratica del Congo, insegna presso la Jesuit School of Theology della Santa Clara University in California ed è membro del Dicastero per il Servizio dello Sviluppo Umano Integrale. E la sua prospettiva ci aiuterà a cogliere il significato di Magnifica Humanitas a partire dai popoli dell'Africa, dell'Asia e dell'America Latina. In particolare richiamerà l'attenzione sugli avvertimenti del Santo Padre circa gli effetti dell'intelligenza artificiale sulla coscienza e sull'urgenza di custodire la verità, di proteggere i lavoratori vulnerabili e di assumere una responsabilità morale condivisa.
Prego, professoressa Luciombo.
Holy Father, Your Eminences, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Popleo the 14 Magnifica Humanitas highlight 4 concerns regarding artificial intelligence influence, issuing a call to discern its effects on human flourishing and to deepen our understanding of Christian theological anthropology. The first caution concerns safeguarding the capacity of mind to attain truth. Popleo reminds us that machine ought not to replace our responsibility to apprehend the truth according to our own intellectual agency. We lose our ability to collaborate creatively with one another if we offload our personal responsibility for making judgment onto machine. We must find the truth in ourselves and in relation to others, growing in consciousness of who we truly are.
Thank you for
the second caution centers on preserving inner freedom. Popleo reminds us to be aware of digital platforms
we've got
that
a trigger
are,
event that we want to
designed to capture user time and attention, exploring their vulnerability and weakening their internal freedom. End of quote. Popleo continues, I quote again, what prevails is efficiency rather than respect for freedom and human dignity. End of quote. We may know many things, but lack a sense of purpose. Human can know not only a set of facts, but also make coherent a sense of information, thereby building a worldview. Popleo means if we afford our judgment onto machine, then we will no longer strive to know the whole and will consign ourselves to mere recognition of partial
Trust me, this
aspects.
makes sense.
Popleo argues that maintaining internal freedom requires a healthy attitude characterized by attitudes such as silence,
I promise you,
deep study, reading, and careful analysis.
Terrible accent.
The third caution, Magnifica Humanitas, regards the fact that truth is deeply relational. Data and fact are subject to, I quote Popleo, verification, cross-checking of sources, and responsible argumentation, end of quote. He means that knowledge is relational, for it is built through bond of trust and shared practice, as well as an honest exchange with others and with the world. A point made by a theologian, the 21st century Jesuit philosopher Bernard Lonergan fit well here when he says that scientific collaboration requires trust. Knowledge is fundamentally communal because it's fundamentally rooted in our trust of one another and our openness to dialogue. So the social and the relational nature of consciousness and learning is enhanced by diverse historical experiences. Human ties, emotions, joys,
should
sorrow.
have the collisions be auto-inspects, and then inside of the text
and
box
the
it says something
multi-faces,
specific,
cultures, and expression that we have, including what we call in Latin America convivencia and conjunto and lo cotidiano, arising out of the problems of the people.
It's just squares.
Consciousness arises from among the poor, as claimed by Saint Oscar Romero, I quote him.
What'd you find over there?
The
Well, it's a wall. I found a wall here too. Cool. Let's keep going.
The
cool.
Service to the world should be. End of quote. The poor raise our consciousness that those devoid of human faces are to recover humanness. For they too, like all of us, are embodiment of magnificent humanity. Consciousness also arises through living the gospel. Genuinely, new framework emerge from embodied intercultural and intercontextual relationship, which will hardly be made through AI. The atomization of learning
this is basically
that
enough
is going
Let's
to AI
keep
to
it
learn rather than learning from one another is destructive of the shared inheritance of communities. We learn best when we are loved and encouraged to be confident with our abilities. We cannot actualize our cognitive capacities without the love of others. In most communal culture of Africa, there is this concept of Ubuntu, philosophical concept that is, according to Desmond Tutu, philosopher John Beatty, I quote, I am because I belong, I participate, I share. End of quote. The Ubuntu African anthropological vision resonates deeply with the communal culture of Asia. In Korea, we have the concept of jeong in the sense of emotional connectedness that value the we over the individual success. In Indonesia and Malaysia, we have the concept of gotong royong, meaning to share and carry heavy burden together. In the Philippines, there is this concept bayanihan, which is mutual support within villages that hold communities together. So most tribal and indigenous cosmological vision teach us that human and the environment are in a symbiotic relationship, affirming the self as muntu, the person existing beyond the material focus on efficiency and accumulation. That Magnifica Humanitas call on us not to lose these human values to AI. AI can lead people to treat learning as an artificial, isolated, transactional process rather than a communal, dialogical one. So there is therefore a danger that those cultures that understand learning as a matter of relationship, community, and dialogue will be eroded. This will make those cultures even more vulnerable to colonial extractivism. For this reason, I emphasize Pope Leo's claim that, and I quote, even today, colonialism assumes new forms. It no longer dominates only bodies, but appropriates data, transforming personal lives into exploitable information, end of quote. Yes, AI can very easily be colonial because it stymies social imagination, creativity, and insight. The speed of AI extinguishes the desire to ask questions. Pope Leo warns us that knowing is not merely an accumulation of data already stimulated by technology, but rather the ability to engage in the 4 basic human cognitive activities that Lonergan suggested, that are experiencing, understanding, judging, and deciding. Knowing goes with these 4 operations. Pope Leo cautions us not to forfeit wonder to AI, and to remember that, I quote, nothing in the world of AI is immaterial or magical, end of quote. He suggests rethinking the role of teachers, schools, and evaluation methods to provide an authentically integrated education that forms the inner and the whole person, enabling growth in virtue. One way the church and society in the global south could leverage this technology for good is by giving people a voice, making good use of the local means that preserve the culture of encounters, or the many culture, the many structure of brotherhood and sisterhood that we have, where we can hold each other accountable, where we can touch each other, we can cry with each other. Finally, the 4 cautions articulated by Pope Leo concern the protection of workers, especially the vulnerable workers. AI is increasing the vulnerability of those seeking jobs, especially in developing countries. Magnificat Humanitas recalled the need to look beyond GDP, and like Pope Francis, to care for our common home and break, I quote, the chains of new forms of slavery. These chains need to be disarmed. Technology needs to be disarmed, but that does not mean renouncing it, but using it as a means, not as an end in itself. Pope Leo calls for the irreplaceable social function of credit in creating jobs, urging us to reject finance for its own sake. So technology should serve human flourishing and human dignity, not control consciences. Pope Leo denounced a technological development that represses human dignity and widens the gap between the rich and the poor, as AI tend to do, following the patterns of economic globalization. As Pope Francis already suggested in the World Day Peace Letter in January 2024, I quote, technological development that do not lead to an improvement in the quality of life of all humanity, but on the contrary, aggravate inequalities and conflict can never count as true progress, end of quote. Magnificat Humanitas shed light on the transnational actors and international forces at play that benefit from AI to the detriment of the poor, especially the workers who are the poorest. And I quote Pope Leo saying, who pay the highest price are the poorest. Of the promised automatic general prosperity often proved to be illusory, end of quote. He goes beyond mutuality. Pope Leo goes beyond reciprocity to emphasize alterity. That is the otherness of the victim. And here I remember Gustavo Gutierrez, when I read Pope Leo, saying, el sur también existe. Las víctimas también existen. Y tenemos que escuchar al Dios de los pobres. It is a demand to make a space for the irreducible otherness of Christ in the list of these, as it's written in Matthew 25. Pope Leo says, I quote, in some regions of the world, especially in the global south, which is my emphasis, children and adolescents work in dangerous conditions, crushing the material from which rare earth elements are extracted. The bodies of the people are scared, injured, and worn down so that computational flow may continue uninterruptedly. End of quote. Indeed, some mining workers, the mining workers, define the place and condition of work as we work in our own grave. The ethical obligation to shatter these oppressive chains and defend the right of vulnerable workers rests with us all. And to conclude, Magnifica Humanitas reminds us that safeguarding the dignity of all workers is fundamental to the common good, especially in the age of AI, where workers' suffering often goes unnoticed in the global supply chains, as AI provides users with immediate results, leaving them without understanding whose life made those results possible. And here I think especially of all immigrant workers, including the farm workers, most of whom do put food on our table. Thank you.
La professoressa Lusciombo ci ha richiamato la nostra attenzione sui popoli, sulle comunità e sulle persone più vulnerabili e ci ha ricordato che ogni discernimento sull'intelligenza artificiale resta incompleto se non ascolta coloro che rischiano di subire le conseguenze del progresso senza partecipare realmente ai suoi benefici. Quindi la ringraziamo di cuore per questo suo contributo. Passiamo ora la parola al Cardinal Michael Czerny, prefetto del Dicastero per il Servizio dello Sviluppo Umano Integrale, gesuita canadese di origine ceca. Ha esercitato il ministero in Canada, in America Centrale e in Africa. A Roma ha diretto il segretariato dei Gesuiti per la giustizia sociale. Nel 2010 è entrato nella Curia Romana come assistente del Cardinal Peter Turkson presso il Pontificio Consiglio della Giustizia e della Pace e Papa Francesco lo ha poi nominato co-sottosegretario della sezione Migranti e Rifugiati e dal 2022 prefetto del Dicastero. Il suo intervento ci aiuterà a collocare l'intelligenza artificiale nell'orizzonte dello sviluppo umano integrale, là dove la questione tecnologica incontra la cura della dignità umana, l'educazione delle nuove generazioni e la speranza cristiana. Eminenza, a lei la parola.
Dear Holy Father, Your Eminences and Excellencies, distinguished speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, I am so grateful for this opportunity to speak on the occasion of immense significance, when Pope Leo XIV presents Magnifica Humanitas to the Church and to the world, asking us to view the age of artificial intelligence with clarity and hope. My address centers on three expressions and their different perspectives: ingenuity, consciousness and conscience, and care. The first word is ingenuity. Artificial intelligence is one of the great accomplishments of human ingenuity. It gives ample proof of extraordinary capacities for research and design. Humanity can rightly be proud of what so many men and women of science and technology have been able to achieve. There is, however, something even deeper that deserves to be recognized. In artificial intelligence, humanity can glimpse a reflection of itself, the capacity to abstract, to learn, to seek order within complexity. Every genuine achievement of human intelligence reveals something of the greatness of the human person, and for believers, points to the mystery of creation, men and women made in the image of God and participating in a finite way in divine creativity. This perspective allows us to face the challenges of artificial intelligence with gratitude as well as discernment. Extremes of uncritical enthusiasm and paralyzing fear are understandable, since changes brought about by new technologies are advancing at a pace that outstrips the cultural, political, and educational processes through which societies used to assimilate major historical transformations. While the Industrial Revolution gradually transformed work, the city, the family, and the economy, the digital transition proceeds in leaps and bounds, sometimes within the space of a few months. In fact, it seems like a few weeks. It is in this context that the encyclical invites us to enter consciously into the construction site of our time. The image is both sobering and evocative. What is being built in this construction site is open and unfinished, a place in the making. It requires diverse skills, coordination, and above all, a shared vision. No one really builds alone. Everyone's choices affect the whole project. The future of artificial intelligence, too, is a building site. It can contribute to a more just coexistence, support the care of our common home, and serve the development of peoples. But it can also concentrate power, exacerbate inequalities, and leave behind those who are already on the margins. The direction that AI takes is not written into the technology itself. It depends on our choices, on the institutions that host and underpin that choosing, and on our ability to manage innovation responsibly to serve the common good. The second expression is consciousness and conscience. In Italian and other Romance languages, we have only one word, coscienza. But in English, we have two, and I think both are at play. Magnifica Humanitas proposes a clear vision and focus. The human being is a creature embedded in a network of relationships with other living beings and with all of creation. Artificial intelligence affects the quality of our lived relationships and shapes the human environment in which our decisions occur and our relationships develop. The question of technology becomes inseparable from the question of humanity: who we are, how we inhabit the world, and how we treat each other. A related question, much debated today, is whether and in what sense we can speak of consciousness or conscience in relation to the most advanced artificial intelligence systems. It is a serious question, one that deserves attention and further study. Note, however, please, that it is not merely a technical query. More fundamentally, this is a philosophical question, for it concerns the meaning of experience, interiority, subjectivity, and freedom. As such, it remains open to various interpretations.
What am I seeing here?
The Church welcomes these debates with respect and recognizes the value of the scientific and philosophical contributions. Her engagement in these matters stems from her own vision of the human person, received through revelation and developed within her living tradition.
Down to 100?
Here, the affirmation of the Second Vatican Council is indispensable.
So we can catch the extras.
Quote,
no, I had it.
Conscience is the most secret core and sanctuary of a man.
So
there,
400 by 400.
he is alone with God, whose voice echoes in his depths. But as I said before, I think the sentence also has to be read with consciousness. Consciousness is the most secret core and sanctuary of a man. There he is alone with God, whose voice echoes in his depths. The Council treats consciousness and conscience as that innermost part of the person where the human being is touched by the voice of God, recognizes what is good, hears the call of truth, and becomes capable of responding.
Super funny.
For this reason, it is part of the unique vocation of the human person to be God's interlocutor, a partner in the covenant, and a subject before Him. Other religions and secular thought also contribute richly to our understanding of consciousness and conscience. And the third and final word is care. Magnifica Humanitas highlights the impact of artificial intelligence on our common home.
Oh, no.
And from this perspective, stands in profound continuity with Laudato Si and Laudate Deum.
Because I did it.
In those texts, Pope Francis taught that when technical power is separated from wisdom capable of safeguarding relationships, it can turn into domination over humanity and over creation. In the age of artificial intelligence, this awareness takes on new urgency. The digital construction site and the construction site of our common home converge on the same question. What kind of world are we building? And what place does the human person have in it? This arises on the material level too, given that the most advanced AI systems require energy infrastructure on a massive scale. The digital transition is also an ecological issue. Moreover, caring for the future depends decisively on education. It is urgent to teach new generations that technological evolution does not follow a predetermined path, but can be guided by personal and collective responsibility. Educating in the age of artificial intelligence means forming people capable of employing powerful tools while maintaining inner freedom, accessing vast amounts of information while retaining critical judgment, and living in digital environments without losing the joy of real listening, encounters, and interpersonal relationships. As Christians, we enter this endeavor with a specific hope, rooted in the one who came down from heaven to create a new story here below. Our hope springs from the certainty that the Holy Spirit acts in history, also in this present age, supporting every choice that orients technology toward the good. The encyclical expresses this with words of great intensity. In the humble fidelity of daily life, even the era of artificial intelligence can become a time in which the Holy Spirit brings about the civilization of love in our lives. This invites us to look beyond the levels of technical control or institutional regulation. The stakes are deeper. They concern the very nature of human existence and the possibility that in the age of artificial intelligence, people may grow in fraternity and develop in peace. This is perhaps the most original contribution that Christian faith brings to the debate on artificial intelligence. And I should say now not so much the debate, but the conversation on artificial intelligence. The conviction that human beings always transcend the sum of their achievements, their data profiles, and any possible technical simulation, because we are called to a fullness of life that finds its truth in relationship and its fulfillment in a constant and sincere gift of oneself. To safeguard this truth and this freedom, facing the challenges of our time, is the task that Magnifica Humanitas entrusts to us all. Thank you so much.
They have, like, personified the document.
Ringraziamo Sua Eminenza il Cardinal Cerny che ci ha ricordato che non possiamo essere degli spettatori rassegnati e passivi dei processi tecnologici, ma che siamo chiamati a costruire insieme, perché anche l'era dell'intelligenza artificiale possa diventare un tempo in cui l'ingegno umano serve alla dignità della persona e allo sviluppo integrale dei popoli. Santo Padre, Eminenze, Eccellenze, illustri relatori, signore e signori, giunti al termine di questo incontro, desidero esprimere un sincero ringraziamento ai relatori che ci hanno accompagnato nella lettura di Magnifica Humanitas. I loro interventi hanno mostrato la ricchezza dell'enciclica e la sua capacità di rivolgersi alla Chiesa, alla comunità internazionale e ai diversi ambiti nei quali oggi prende forma il percorso della vita comune. Dalla riflessione che abbiamo ascoltato emerge con chiarezza che l'intelligenza artificiale investe in profondità il nostro modo di comprendere la persona e la convivenza tra i popoli. Emerge soprattutto la consapevolezza che le domande decisive non sono soltanto domande tecniche, sono domande sull'uomo, chi vogliamo essere, quale futuro desideriamo consegnare a chi verrà dopo di noi, come orientare il potere che oggi è posto nelle nostre mani. Questi interrogativi, secondo prospettive diverse e complementari, hanno attraversato gli interventi che abbiamo ascoltato, che inducono ad una maggiore consapevolezza della possibile e doverosa proiezione di qualsiasi acquisizione umana verso il Vangelo e i sottesi principi di giustizia sociale e di imprescindibile valore di ogni persona e della sua coscienza. Così convergono in una convinzione fondamentale. Magnifica Humanitas ci aiuta a comprendere che il futuro tecnologico non è un destino già scritto, ma uno spazio affidato alla nostra responsabilità, alla responsabilità umana. L'intelligenza artificiale potrà portare frutti autenticamente degni dell'uomo nella misura in cui sarà orientata da una sapienza, capace di tenere insieme la dignità della persona, la giustizia della vita comune e il bene di tutti i popoli. Ecco perché il Magistero Pontificio continua ad esprimere la sua cura e riflessione sulle dinamiche della storia. In fondo, se andiamo all'etimologia dell'aggettivo cattolico, troviamo proprio il senso dell'abbraccio universale di Dio, che attraverso la Chiesa accoglie ed educa la responsabilità di proteggere la dignità di ogni persona che abita la terra. Per questo la questione non riguarda soltanto la sicurezza dei sistemi, la loro efficienza o la loro capacità innovativa, ma il fine a cui essi sono orientati. E l'enciclica in fondo ci invita a guardare alla tecnica con fiducia e discernimento. Questa vigilanza nasce dalla consapevolezza della grandezza dell'uomo creato a immagine di Dio, di quella magnifica humanitas che dà il titolo al documento e che ogni autentico progresso è chiamato a servire. Il compito che ci attende supera il solo piano normativo e regolatorio, pur necessario. È anche un compito educativo, spirituale e culturale. Formare coscienze capaci di abitare il tempo dell'intelligenza artificiale senza smarrire la libertà, di utilizzare strumenti potenti senza esserne dominati, di restare umani in un ambiente sempre più plasmato da logiche automatizzate. L'invito è ora quello di prendere in mano il testo e di prendere tempo per leggere e meditare questa enciclica. Un invito rivolto alle diverse componenti ecclesiali, al mondo delle università non solo cattoliche, alla comunità internazionale e a tutti coloro che hanno a cuore il bene di questa magnifica Humanitas. Santo Padre, le siamo grati per il dono di questa enciclica, le siamo grati anche per la parola che ora ci vorrà rivolgere e le chiediamo infine di darci la sua benedizione apostolica. Grazie.
Holy sir, congratulations. Totally wonderful.
Your brothers and sisters.
Oh, thank goodness.
I want to thank all of you for being here today, for your interest. I sincerely thank those who have organized this meeting today, and especially those who have shared their competence and experience in the different reflections that we have listened to. In a special way, I'd like to thank Mr. Ola for accepting our invitation. In turn, in the name of the Church, I accept your invitation to walk together, to listen and to speak, and together to find the way for humanity in this time of artificial intelligence. What a, What a great sign of hope it is that with our differences, we can listen to one another. This interchange clearly bespeaks the gravity of the moment, as well as confidence that together we can discern the major questions of our time, and so the future of humanity. At key moments in history, the Church is called to decipher the new things in the light of the gospel and the dignity of the human being. 135 years ago, my venerable predecessor, Leo XIII, observed the situation of factory workers, their families uprooted, and new forms of poverty generated by rapid industrial transformation. He understood that the Church could not remain distant. Within an epochal turning point menacing human dignity, the encyclical Rerum Novarum spoke its evangelical and social word about new things underway. Today, we find ourselves facing a transformation of similar magnitude, with perhaps even greater consequences. Artificial intelligence already touches many areas of our lives and affects decisions that shape human coexistence. It is also dramatically changing how war is waged. Like the earlier Leo, I feel entrusted to look upon another huge transformation with eyes of faith, with lucidity of reason, with openness to mystery, and with cries of the poor and the earth resounding in my heart. Magnifica Humanitas was born from listening, like Leo XIII did. I've listened to scientists and engineers who work with sincere enthusiasm on technologies capable of alleviating immense suffering, to political leaders and public officials who have perseveringly sought just rules, to parents and teachers who are deeply concerned for the future of younger generations. Other very troubling voices have also reached me about increasingly autonomous weapons systems, practically beyond any human reach to govern them effectively. I hear very troubling accounts of algorithms that can block access to healthcare, employment, and security on the basis of data tainted by prejudice and injustice. And I've heard the silence of those who have no voice when decisions are made. Decisions likely to generate new forms of exclusion and suffering. From this listening matured a disturbing conviction expressed in Magnifica Humanitas. Artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed. The word is strong, I know, but deliberately chosen because this moment needs words capable of attracting attention, awakening consciences, and indicating paths forward for humanity. The Church has long been working for nuclear disarmament, aware that every great technical power can affect people's lives, and so must be accompanied by adequate moral discernment and public control. Nuclear disarmament remains a service to peace and the dignity of the human family. In a similar sense, artificial intelligence now demands to be disarmed, freed from logics that turn it into an instrument of domination, exclusion, and death. Like nuclear energy, it must be at the service of all and of the common good.
Decisions about technology must never be separated from conscience and responsibility. Let us not sleep as others do, admonished the Apostle Paul, but let us keep awake. Such vigilance is necessary today. Peace, not merely the absence of war, is justice at work. But when technology weakens our critical sense, peace itself is at risk. Disarming, however, is not enough. We must build. The word build reminds me of my years as a missionary in Peru. In 2017, torrential rains and floods struck the north of the country. Many families saw their homes swallowed by mud, and many roads too. There I learned that rebuilding does not mean simply replacing what has been destroyed. It means repairing bonds, restoring trust, and reawakening hope in the future. Moreover, no one rebuilds alone. In Magnifica Humanitas, I recall the biblical prophet Nehemiah. Before the ruined walls of Jerusalem, he gathers discouraged people to bring about rebirth. The image of walls does not legitimize closures or divisions, but invites each and every one to do their part. Brick by brick, a more just coexistence takes shape, capable of safeguarding the dignity of all. Nehemiah's effort speaks to our time. Artificial intelligence can be a construction site of history from within a horizon of communion in which technical progress learns to serve human life. Let each builder choose with care how to build, warned St. Paul. He does not fear the work site, rather he warns against building without solid foundations. Let's not fear artificial intelligence, but constantly keep the question of the human in play. We cannot be careless with our most powerful technical instruments. True development, says St. Paul VI, always concerns each man and the whole man. Each means that no person can be left at the margins of digital transformation. Whole means that no one can be reduced to productivity, to cognitive performance, or to mere data. The person bears within him or herself a freedom, an interiority, and the vocation to love and worship that no machine can replace or block. Only with such an integral vision can artificial intelligence be directed toward the common good. Only together, those who design systems and those affected by them, richer countries and poorer ones, institutions and individuals, power centers and peripheries, will we be able to build a future not for a privileged few, but for the entire human family. This is the civilization of love, which St. Paul VI spoke and which St. John Paul II so forcefully proclaimed is a horizon to seek together. It's not a naive dream, it is a direction. It is the path that Jesus Christ opens within history. For this reason, the Church wishes, with humility and frankness, to be part of conversations on artificial intelligence. We do not possess the technical answers, nor do we seek to displace those with expertise. But we bring a wisdom concerning the human that our present time desperately needs. Every person is unique and irreplaceable, a free and intelligent subject with a conscience, capable of seeking God, serving one another, and caring for our common home. I therefore invite all members of the Church and of the human family, let us learn to listen to one another, face the present challenges with courage, and cooperate in building a more human and fraternal society. From this launch of Magnifica Humanitas, please take with you a commitment to stay awake and as artisans of hope to keep on building the worksite of our time. May the Spirit of the risen Lord sustain our work together. I entrust each of you to our Mother Mary, Her Magnificat sings of the greatness of God who uplifts the lowly. May she teach us to recognize the true greatness of every man and every woman in loving and serving. May the Lord make fruitful the great enterprise that today we entrust to His grace, letting the civilization of love mature in history. And upon all of you, I heartily invoke God's blessing. The Lord be with you. May the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of His Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. And may the blessing of Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit come down upon you and remain with you forever. Amen. Thank you very much.
What's going on, man? Alright, so one off to the right, up, left, up, right, down. Right. Up. Left.
Grazie a tutti per la sentita partecipazione. Mentre aspettiamo un momento che i relatori lascino la sala per recarsi in aula Paolo VI, dove li attendono i giornalisti per le interviste, vi informo che scendendo giù nella hall dell'aula troverete uno stand dove vi sarà regalata in omaggio a ciascuno di voi una copia in inglese o in italiano dell'enciclica. Mentre accanto c'è uno stand della libreria editrice Vaticana per chi volesse acquistare ulteriori copie. Grazie.
Left one, left, up, right, down.
Comienzo la celebración de la Santa Misa con el fin de mantener un clima de recogimiento.
No more, no more. That was not being spoken of. So, what happened on the 15th then? I guess I don't care.
Debate the device on January 1st, 2034 to fulfill the loop.
Damn.
With that, we're given a new file related to the canon, this one being from timeline 5956-X, known as the Paradox timeline. The file is about SCP-001, in which the containment procedures state that it is a paradox-induced recurrent catastrophic containment failure, and thus it is contained through amelioration of its effects on relevant timelines. Every year, on September 8th, a number of specific actions must take place at Site-43, timed down to the second. First, Dr. Dougal Deering must be informed of his containment duties, and one keeper of SCP-001-B must be present. Deering must then activate the Rhino cannon and contact his prime timeline counterpart at precisely this moment in 2002, telling him that there is no cannon. He must then request possession of SCP-001-B, followed by administering an immediately lethal cognitohazard to himself. After this, Agent Radcliffe must not respond to his radio, and Dr. Del Olmo must radio Director Lillehammer and say that something's wrong. Chief Mukami must then activate the bulkhead seal on facility AAF-D, with all of the personnel still inside, followed by sounding the evacuation order for the security and containment, applied occultism, and archives and revision sections. Agent Radcliffe must still not respond to his radio, as Mukami activates the bulkhead seals on the same sections, with all personnel still inside. Dr. Markey must then engage the Interitus Protocol, destroying the Euclid and Keter-class wings of the security and containment section, and Radcliffe must finally respond to his radio by saying, "Please tell me you're not still in there." Chief Ambrogi will then seal the intersectional subway system and engage the vacuum flush mechanism, followed by Dr. Worth crawling beneath his desk and manually triggering the controlled burning of the archives and revision section. Agent Radcliffe will respond to his radio again by saying that the concentration cell should be safe, and it's just north down that hallway. Chief Wilhelm will then order 3 MTFs to engage the spectral entities at facility AAF-A. Dr. Del Olmo will broadcast stun memetics to all surviving personnel in the applied occultism and archives and revision sections, and finally Chief Mukami will direct security and containment forces to neutralize all site personnel within those sections, except for Dr. Worth. All told, 9 personnel must perish during these events, and any individuals terminated by new occurrences of SCP-001 will be added to that list. SCP-001 is described as an annual cascade containment breach / anomalously stable temporal paradox, occurring in the achromatic abatement, applied occultism, archives and revision, and security and containment sections of Site-43. Dramatic local reality alterations will revive and subsequently terminate 9 deceased Foundation personnel and damage containment apparatus throughout the site. This began on September 8, 2002, when Dr. Deering telepathically received a set of instructions from a future version of himself in an alternate timeline. He was instructed to transcribe and record the entire conversation, manually shut all esoteric effluence valves voiding into achromatic abatement facility AAF-D, notify janitorial and maintenance personnel of a critical buildup of esoteric substances which would result in a catastrophic containment failure if left untreated, and finally ensure that AAF-D be fully decommissioned. He was also instructed in 20 years' time to retrieve a device constructed by Placeholder known as the Rhino cannon, using it to contact the present version of himself and repeat the instructions he had been given precisely, ensuring a stable time loop and preventing the catastrophic containment failure from happening. After the connection was severed, Deering's recollection of the event soon began to fade, but he was able to execute the instructions given. He promptly detected a problem in facility AAF-D, executing an emergency flush into adjacent facilities and preventing a catastrophic containment breach. After further risk evaluation by Deering, facility AAF-D was officially condemned, but during a routine inspection prior to its decommissioning, a loaded spectral grounding conduit burst, boiling 14 personnel alive. Afterwards, the 7th Site 43 senior staff members supervising the decommissioning met in honor of the lost personnel, and they expect to meet again every 10 years in remembrance. For 20 years, no further achromatic abatement-related incidents occurred. In the days before September 8, 2022, Dr. Deering placed a request to Site 120, asking that the Reisno cannon be transported to Site 43 for use in a demonstration of temporal mechanics. However, on the day of, while preparing to fulfill his latter set of instructions, he was informed that neither the device nor any trace of its existence could be found. What followed was the creation of a serious temporal paradox via poorly considered timeline manipulation. Deering's actions on September 8, 2002 had somehow retroactively erased the Reisno cannon he had used to undertake them, resulting in a paradox that initiated a wave front of malignant, causal, temporal, and narrative energy. If left unchecked, it would likely have resulted in the catastrophic restructuring of universal reality. However, since this originated at achromatic abatement facility AAF-D, the wavefront of paradoxical energy reacted with residual esoteric material in the decommissioned facility, resulting in a much more concentrated effect instead. AAF-D was immediately reverted to its 2002 configuration, including its full payload of esoteric material, its backlinks to all other abatement facilities, and the problems still present that led to its decommissioning in the first place. The resultant explosive reaction between the paradoxical energy and the esoteric material led to a number of anomalous effects. First was the retroactive and asymmetrical erasure of an unknown entity that's known only in vague references in Foundation documentation as a being called the Unyielding. Other effects include increases and decreases in the number of perceptible temporal dimensions, spontaneous and exclusively red monochromacy, dermal procession, apparition of extratemporal entities, chronological inversion, noogenesis in reflective objects, multiple sets of extrasensory perceptions, total linguistic and communicative failure, condensation of vaporous substances resulting in sharp temperature increase, nadiriosis, and siluria. Just prior to the incident, Dr. Del Olmo was interviewing an SCP object in the security and containment section. Although, since this entity's existence has apparently been erased by the events, he is unable to recall the exact nature of their conversation. He did, however, leave the chamber convinced that a containment breach attempt was imminent, and went to radio Dr. Lillehammer to convey his suspicions. The 7 senior staff members who had supervised AAF-D's initial decommissioning were engaged in their memorial activities when the breach occurred, and were immediately alerted to the paradox wavefront by the sudden transformation of their surroundings. Lillehammer radioed the officer on duty outside the facility, Radcliffe, for a status update, but as he had misplaced his radio, he did not receive the transmission. Dr. Okori then opened the hood on an Orphic outflow pipe for an inspection, reporting that a catastrophic thermic event was now imminent. The safety shielding around the pipe had become porous, and her death was likely also imminent. She then removed her hand from the pipe and attempted to move away from the other members of the group, but her muscle mass passed directly through her skin, carrying most of her skeletal structure and organs with it, collapsing into a pile of viscera. Her skin remained standing. The voice of Dr. Del Olmo then erupted from Lillehammer's radio at a volume high enough to cause permanent hearing damage, declaring that something's wrong. This coincided with the collapse of Dr. Okori's dermal layer and a series of audiovisual anomalies indicating the beginning of a mass containment failure in AAF-D. Dr. Weddle, startled by the bursts of sound, stumbled backward and struck a wall. His body cascaded outward along the surface of the wall until it was textured with his clothing and physical features, at which point he began to scream, never ceasing to scream for the duration of the whole event. Lillehammer radioed security and containment, ordering that the AAF-D bulkhead be sealed, and Chief Mukami carried out this instruction immediately, as well as ordering the evacuation of all workspaces in the vicinity of AAF-D. At this point, narrative energy emanating from AAF-D reached the anomalous document storage lockers in the Archives and Revision section, resulting in the spontaneous manifestation of hundreds of small-scale thought forms, which constructed their physical forms from the section's extensive collection of printed records. As local reality collapsed, Lillehammer again radioed Del Olmo to seek advice on the safest location within the facility to take shelter. But when Del Olmo didn't respond, as his radio had been transformed into glass, Lillehammer radioed Radcliffe again. He had still not located his own radio, however. Dr. Blank physically accosted Dr. McGinnis and accused him of causing the present calamity with his incompetence in 2002, and former Chief Nasimbeni was attempting to put himself between them when a rapid superstructural change filled the space he was occupying with a load-bearing member, pulverizing his internal organs and killing him instantly. Chief Mukami then sealed the Archives and Revision section, receiving reports that all security and containment staff in the containment wings above Applied Occultism and all Applied Occultism staff had been showered in Orphic outflow and converted to liquiform entities. These entities were presently engaged in breaching containment for all surviving Euclid and Keter-class anomalies, while simultaneously 2 containment chambers were obliterated by spectral superheating and their supposed occupants retrocausally erased from reality. Chief Mukami activated the bulkhead seals for these 2 sections as well, and containment specialist Dr. Marquis concluded that the captive anomalies could not be allowed to become compromised by the transmogrified staff, enacting the Interitus Protocol. Shaped charges obliterated the containment chambers and their occupants, dealing considerable structural damage to the site as a whole. Agent Radcliffe finally recovered his radio, noting the 2 missed transmissions from Lillehammer, and he attempted to contact her. His message was not received, however, as upon entering the facility, the radio wave took physical form and began pinging off of the remaining intact abatement apparatus, setting off a series of explosions throughout the facility. Janitorial and Maintenance Chief Ambrogi became aware that AAF-D's sealed intersectional subway station had become unsealed, and the subway was filling with a miasma of recondite material. He shut down the system and engaged the vacuum flush mechanism, forcing the material down the line to the venting mechanism at facility AAF-A on the Lake Huron coast. The vents immediately solidified into a mass of human bone, and AAF-A itself soon filled with recondite material, suffocating all personnel in that facility within 1 minute. Chief Ibanez stepped into the path of a warm gust of air and inexplicably froze. When Lillehammer attempted to push her out of the way, Ibanez's body became elastic, wrapping around Lillehammer like a large rubber balloon before bursting, covering her in bodily fluids. Dr. Blank collapsed against a wall, sobbing uncontrollably. The thought forms in A&R had now achieved complete canonization, fusing into a single pataphysical construct composed primarily of papier-mâché newsprint tentacles, and it proceeded to expand its body mass by consuming the clothing worn by A&R personnel after converting their bodies into a slurry of organic material. This slurry remained immobile, emitting vocalizations consistent with extreme distress and/or arousal. Dr. Worth retreated to his private office, hid under his desk, and activated the pyroclastic charges beneath A&R, immediately incinerating the paper-based thought forms. Dr. Worth survived the damage, as his metal desk was shielded from the worst effects of the fire when a solid cloud of ash covered it. A being resembling Dr. Weddle then approached the senior staff in AAF-D, carrying an SNC service weapon, while the real Dr. Weddle's screams could still be heard emanating from the walls. The entity spoke to Dr. McInnes, telling him that he did the best he could, it wasn't his fault, and nobody blames him, and that they'll fix this together. It then pointed the weapon at McInnes and pulled the trigger, causing his corpse to fall to the ground and disappear, along with the apparition of Dr. Weddle. Lillehammer and Blank then resumed their flight through AAF-D. Agent Radcliffe received Lillehammer's latest plea for help and successfully responded, advising her and Blank to take cover in the AAF-D concentration cell, which was equipped with high-effectiveness abatement devices. He provided them with accurate instructions for reaching the cell, unaware that the entire facility had just undergone a Euclidean shift and reversed its cardinal directions. The Pursuit and Suppression Section was dispatched to AAF-A to inspect the compromised facility, finding it to be empty. 1 kilometer away, at Ipperwash Beach, 3 MTFs encountered the former staff of AAF-A, now entirely spectral in nature, engaged in the wholesale massacre of a polar bear swim event. As no such event had ever been held in the vicinity of Site 43, it was later determined that the victims had been killed in precisely this fashion at an event in September 2002 in Iceland. Limited engagement with abatement fluid dispatched the entities with no casualties, but all 3 MTFs suffered heavy losses when the water level of Lake Huron rapidly rose to meet them, and an entity resembling technician Philip Deering began pulling them below the surface one by one. AAF-D was filled with an almost impenetrable red glare and multiple shifting visual dimensions, causing Dr. Blank to lose his balance and attempt to steady himself on a paraspectral grounding circuit. His arm instead passed through it, and he was immediately converted to a large tomato, which fell to the ground, bounced into Dr. Lillehammer's path, and was crushed beneath her shoe. She stopped running, looked down at Blank's remains, and was still examining them when all remaining pipes and conduits burst simultaneously, obscuring her from the camera view. She was later found in the same position, transformed at the atomic level into a mannequin constructed from plywood and oil-based paint. S&C discovered that the sealed bulkheads separating archives and revision and applied occultism were buckling, and although the security cameras were no longer transmitting visual data, audio tracks consistent with the percussion of meat and bone and the steady pumping of liquid were received. Theorizing that the transmogrified personnel might still be conceptually human, Del Olmo broadcast wide-spectrum stun memetics to both sections, resulting in the audio ceasing after 3 minutes. The bulkheads were then sheared open, and S&C personnel armed with abatement fluid hoses and flamethrowers neutralized all remaining personnel within the affected areas, except for Dr. Worth. In the confusion following all of these events, Dr. Deering confessed to senior site personnel his responsibility for the temporal paradox. While such a paradox would normally have just collapsed and reverted the timeline, it appeared that the containment breach at the facility had inexplicably granted an anomalous stability to this alternate reality, which allowed it to persist. The effects of this persistence were continuously felt worldwide, with the societal and economic infrastructures of the general public beginning to collapse within days, as the simultaneous occurrence and experience of multiple sets of conflicting events only worsened with the passage of time. This event and the breach which caused it were classified SCP-001, and Site-43 became the most stable center of human civilization. The remaining researcher staff theorized that SCP-001 had achieved some level of sapience, perhaps acquired from the individuals it had annihilated, and was intentionally preserving the place of its birth from complete destruction. Deering proposed that the creator of the Reisno cannon, Placeholder, be located and questioned as to its whereabouts, with the hope that Deering could still fulfill his instructions and revert the Paradox breach. Placeholder was retrieved from Site-87 in a state of high paranoia and disarray and transported to Site-43, having spent the duration of his journey frantically claiming that the authors had left them. When questioned, Placeholder claimed to have no knowledge of a Reisno cannon, and when Deering informed him that a future version of him had invented it and passed the information on to his earlier self, Placeholder claimed that no such contact had ever occurred. After extensive deliberation, Placeholder began the attempted construction of the Reisno cannon with the assistance of Site-43's Quantum Supermechanics section. During this time, and across several subsequent breaches, a number of persistent sub-anomalies of SCP-001 became apparent. SCP-001-A is an apparently sapient being dwelling within all reflective surfaces in or around Site-43, resembling former janitorial and maintenance technician Philip Deering. It is wearing his uniform and resembles his appearance at the moment of his death on September 8, 2002, with red skin, burst eyeballs running down its face onto its uniform jacket, and it jerks erratically when it moves. It is almost uniformly hostile to the personnel of Site-43, as any individual coming within range of a reflective object is in immediate danger of violent attack. 001-A attacks have included personnel being pulled bodily through large mirrors without breaking the glass, resulting in their complete loss. Personnel being physically scratched and clawed, resulting in serious injuries which fester and do not heal, and personnel being pulled bodily through small mirrors without breaking the glass, resulting in their painful dismemberment and typically death. 001-A is capable of manifesting in more than one surface at a time, although its movements are uniform across instances, with the observed upper limit of these instances being 14 separate bodies. It has demonstrated passive behavior when confronted by Dr. Dougal Deering, instead preferring to vocalize. These vocalizations take the form of a monotone litany of Dr. Deering's achievements at the SCP Foundation and his many personal virtues. At no point will the entity look directly at Dr. Deering, and he alone among the personnel of Site-43 cannot hear its vocalizations. All reflective materials at Site-43 have been either made opaque or kept under strict containment procedures to prevent 001-A manifestation. Specialized eye drops developed by the Memetics and Counter-Memetics section prevent 001-A from manifesting on the lenses of human eyes, although these drops must be administered every 4 hours to remain effective. Manifestation of 001-A on a subject's eyes immediately induces them to burst, and brain death soon follows. 001-B is a cognito-linguistic phenomenon revolving around a string of characters consisting of the words, "Dr. Dougal Deering cannot change the past," interspersed with the numbers 1 through 6. The fact that this string has meaning in English has furthered theories that SCP-001 is a sentient entity attempting to punish the individuals it deems responsible for its creation. Each time SCP-001 recurs, a new member of Site-43's personnel acquires a new instance of the string, acquiring its anomalous effect, which is the complete loss of all ability to communicate with other sentient beings.
Inside of the book.
Whenever someone without the effect vocally requests a 001B instance from someone who does, the effect is transferred, with one individual regaining the ability to communicate and the other losing it. Those affected by this phenomenon, known as its keepers, become conceptually vague to others, and as they cannot communicate, they are unable to indicate their status as keepers. The affliction also worsens over time, leading to the complete conceptual invisibility of all long-term keepers. For this reason, detailed records must be kept of who has lost their ability to communicate, and instances of 001-B must be cycled between all personnel to prevent a loss of manpower until the next causal loop resets the effect. The number of 001-B instances increases every time the loop repeats, leading to the memetics and counter-memetics section to propose disposing of one iteration every year by presenting it to Dr. Deering shortly before his scheduled death. This does render him incapable of communication in his final moments, however, appearing to cause him considerable emotional trauma. 001-C is Lake Huron, one of the largest freshwater lakes on Earth, and the only one known to have attained sentience. The lake, which is located near Site 43, is actively hostile to all human life and constructions, and immediately following the initial containment breach, it anomalously increased its pressure level and destroyed all underwater facilities and utilities connected to the site, then began expanding outward beyond the logical limits of its volume. When the surrounding communities, except for Site 43, were abandoned or destroyed, the lake receded to its previous waterline. Any objects coming into contact with the lake are immediately absorbed, and the lake has been known to issue recognizable exclamations of pain when absorbing particularly large or heavy materials.
Friend.
Similarly, the lake on occasion issues cries consistent with those of a Canadian lynx. A significant proportion of the lake now lies beneath Site 43, in the caverns formerly occupied by the now incorporated mythological creatures of the region's anomalous nexus, and so therefore the lake is now in active conflict with 001-D. 001-D is the bedrock surrounding Site 43, which now exhibits evidence of biological and occasionally even sentient behavior. This includes increases and decreases in size consistent with the act of respiration, causing significant damage to the outer membrane of the site superstructure, as well as the periodic absorption of any material coming into contact with it, whether organic or inorganic. Additionally, it emits an opaque liquid substance that triggers hallucinations and uncontrollable depression when visually perceived, and periodically it vocalizes the name Vivian. Over the course of 1 year, Placeholder, through strenuous experimental development and brute force, developed a functional prototype of the Reisno cannon. This is partly due to receiving instructions from his future self during the final days of its construction, with it being assumed that such instructions were not sent further back due to a lack of temporal stability. To compensate for the cannon's enormous energy requirements, however, several site functions were temporarily disabled, including acromatic abatement and security and containment duties. This was predicted to provide enough power for approximately 30 seconds of intertemporal synchronization across a 21-year duration. On September 8, 2023, Dr. Deering prepared to use the Reisno cannon to synchronize with his past self from 2002. He had communicated to site personnel that he no longer trusted the instructions he had been given in 2002 and had no desire to prevent the containment failure that he had prevented in that year. Instead, he intended to instruct his former self to allow the 2002 breach to occur, in the hopes that this would restore the correct version of the timeline. After meticulously preparing his instructions, Deering entered the quantum supermechanics section of the site and activated the cannon.
You're going to be impressed.
Meanwhile, site personnel began to notice a gradual increase in both local anomalous activity and temporal instability. This was first thought to be symptoms of Deering's correction of the timeline, and so these reality alterations were allowed to continue uninhibited until the 3 sections affected by the original event were anomalously reverted to their 2002 configurations. All personnel killed during that event were spontaneously resurrected, and the containment failure occurred for a second time.
Don't worry about it.
Since the site personnel were not prepared for this recurrence, they failed to repeat their actions from the previous year, resulting in the survival of Doctors Blank and Lilyhammer, who had apparently become infused with the energies released. Were spontaneously resurrected, and the containment failure occurred for a second time. Since the site personnel were not prepared for this recurrence, they failed to repeat their actions from the previous year, resulting in the survival of Doctors Blank and Lilyhammer, who had apparently become infused with the energies released during the containment failure. Blank had gained the ability to induce false memories, while Lilyhammer had gained the ability to manifest viral parasitic memes, and they used their newfound powers to endanger the mental and physical health of site staff, displaying malicious and isolationist intents for unknown reasons. An image of Dr. Blank was said to be burned into personnel's retinas by Lilyhammer's cognitohazards, and this was determined to not be a figure of speech. Following these events, Dr. Deering was found in the quantum supermechanics section, deceased via self-exposure to a lethal cognitohazard. He did activate the cannon prior to his apparent suicide, and in so doing, likely terminated his prime timeline counterpart prior to his prevention of the 2002 breach. His actions are likely to have prevented the events detailed in this file from occurring in baseline reality, but they should also have resulted in the collapse of this alternate timeline, which has so far not occurred. Deering also left a note to explain his actions, which reads, "Philip, you might think I don't love you. After what I'm about to do, you might become certain I don't love you.
What the fuck?
You're never going to hear from me again.
Something to shop for? Can I skip?
And you might not ever know why.
Hello?
I hope that someday, somehow, you'll understand the reasons behind the things that I've done.
The fuck?
I suspect our resourceful extracorporeal overlords are already looking over my metaphorical shoulder, hoping this confession will help them to understand what went so terribly wrong in this worst of all possible timelines. They'll probably never let you read this letter. I'm going to maintain the fiction that I'm speaking to you, however, Philip. Because the idea that my death will mean your life is the only thing keeping me going.
Don't worry about it.
I always resented you for my success. Can you think of anything petty?
And currency.
Me with my 2 doctorates and my super-secret laboratory, irritated beyond belief by your laziness and lack of ambition.
What category is your favorite coin?
The more vital I became to the Foundation, the more I hated to imagine my brother pushing a mop down some godforsaken sewer hole.
We're going to learn from the best.
As if having a working man for a brother somehow undermined my own achievements. And then I undermined them myself.
Tap to watch your first live.
Let me tell you the story of my failure.
No. Okay, so this is like
when I received that fateful call from my future self, you didn't even know we were working at the same facility.
Channels. You remember how those used to be?
I kept
so
that from
much
you.
All over the place.
I didn't want to see you. I didn't want people to know you were my brother. And then that voice started speaking in my head. There were 2 of me.
We'll figure out more about that later.
I, if you like. And he told me that if I didn't do some very specific things very, very quickly, there was going to be a disaster.
It's going to be crazy.
It was going to kill 7 people and leave you a miserable wreck. And 20 years later, I was going to try to relieve you of your burden.
Apply for the post office.
And that was going to get you killed.
Fuck. Alright, we're gonna do that.
I don't even remember what it felt like
because we
receiving that knowledge.
Sorry.
But there's a security camera in my office, so I know what it looks like it felt like. It looks like it felt like someone had told me the entire world was about to end.
Spider was over.
I wish you could have seen what that knowledge did to me. I wish that was how you could remember me. Not cold and callous and permanently disapproving, but absolutely terrified at the thought of losing you to a slow decline and a sudden demise.